The Senate will come to order. I ask everyone present to please rise and recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Today's prayer will come from the Assistant Deputy Lay Leader of the Youth Pastorship of Butler Memorial United Methodist Church, the Reverend Dr. Jamal Bailey. Good afternoon, everyone. Let us pray. Oh, most merciful Father, we thank you for bringing us to this point. We thank you for the energy you've given us to zealously advocate for our constituents. We thank you for the spirited debates that we have in this chamber, but most importantly, Lord, we thank you for each other, and we thank you for you. May your countenance and grace shine down upon us and give us traveling mercies as we travel to places near and far, to those who love us, to those who loathe us, and everyone in between. May you continue to bless us every single day upon today, as we remember that hands who once picked cotton now pick presidents, and those who were now persecuted may prosecute, and we all have a place on your earth and in this planet. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, we pray. Amen. Reading of the journal.
In Senate, Thursday, June 6, 2024, the Senate met pursuant to adjournment. The journal of Wednesday, June 5, 2024 was read and approved. On motion, the Senate adjourned.
Without objection, the journal stands approved as read. Presentation of petitions. Messages from the Assembly. The Secretary will read.
Senator Ramos moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill number 1303A, substituted for the identical Senate Bill 4924A, third reading counter 211. Senator Harkin moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill number 9169A, substituted for the identical Senate Bill 7781A, third reading counter 369. Senator Bailey moves to discharge from the Committee on Investigation and Government Operations, Assembly Bill number 5730B, substituted for the identical Senate Bill 3249B, third reading counter 397. Senator Gurnard has moved to discharge from the Committee on Corporations, Authorities, and Commissions. Assembly Bill number 9699 is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 8872, third reading counter 959. Senator Ramos moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules. Assembly Bill number 8947C is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 8358C, third reading counter 1055. Senator Claire moves to discharge from the Committee on Aging. Assembly Bill number 9369A is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 8768, third reading counter 1059. Senator Claire moves to discharge from the Committee on Aging. Assembly Bill number 5790B is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 8865, third reading counter 1060. Senator May moves to discharge from the Committee on Energy and Telecommunication. Assembly Bill number 9105A is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 7868A, third reading counter 1180. Senator Harkin moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules. Assembly Bill number 10284 is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9825, third reading counter 1752. Senator Gurnard has moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules. Assembly Bill number 9616C is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9174C, third reading counter 1779. And Senator Sepulveda moves to discharge from the Committee on Cities. Assembly Bill number 8864A is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 7383A, third reading counter 308.
So ordered. Messages from the Governor. Reports of standing committees. Reports of select committees. Communications and reports from state offices. Motions and resolutions. Senator Gineris.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. President.
Good afternoon.
Reverend Dr. Bailey. We're going to simultaneously call the meeting of the Rules Committee in room 332 and take up the active list.
There will be an immediate meeting of the Rules Committee in room 332 as we commence the active list. Secretary will read.
Calendar number 165, Senate Print 3282A by Senator Rivera, enactment of the Public Health Law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this action take effect on the 90th day, it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gina R. Cooper, or Sue Cousins White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 165, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, O'Mara, Ort, and Weber. Ayes 51. Senator Weber in the affirmative. Ayes 52, nays 3.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 211, Assembly number 1303A by Assembly Member Clark, enactment of the Social Services Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this action shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sokens, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 55.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 222, Senate Print 8190 by Senator Parker, enact directed the New York State Energy Research and Development Authority to study feasibility and efficiency of independently constructed microgrids.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this action shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sokens, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 55.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 308, Assembly number 8864A by Assembly Member Raj Kumar, enactment of the New York City Charter.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this action will take effect on the 180th day, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sokens, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 55.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 369, Assembly number 9169A by Assembly Member Burdick, enactment of the correction law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this action will take effect on the 90th day, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sokens, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 369, voted in the negative, Senator Oberacker, ayes 54, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 397, Assembly number 5730B by Assembly Member Zaccaro, enact to amend the executive law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this action will take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sokens, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 55.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 638, Senate Print 3185A by Senator Holman Siegel, enact to amend the environmental conservation law.
Lay it aside.
Calendar number 833, Senate Print 4909B by Senator Sepulveda, enactment of the public health law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this action will take effect on the 180th day, shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sokens, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 833, voted in the negative, Senator Oberacker, ayes 55, nays 1.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 898, Senate Print 8708A by Senator Rhodes, enacted in relation to authorizing the John Thiessen Children Foundation Incorporated to receive retroactive real property tax exempt status.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this action takes effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sokens, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 898, voted in the negative, Senator O'Mara, ayes 54, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 959, Assembly number 9699 by Assembly Member Simon, enactment of the Public Authorities Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this action will take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sokens, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 55.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 969, Senate Print 6803B by Senator Gonzalez, enactment of the Public Service Law.
Read the last section.
Section 6, this action will take effect on the 30th day, shall become a law.
Lay it aside.
Calendar number 973, Senate Print 8649 by Senator Grenardez, enact to amend the Administrative Code of the City of New York.
There is a homeroom message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 2, this action will take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sokens, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 55.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1028, Senate Print 9047 by Senator Bailey, enact to amend Chapter 783 of the laws of 1974.
There is a homeroom message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 2, this action will take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sokens, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 55.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1037, Senate Print 2853A by Senator Skoufis, enact to amend the Alcoholic Beverage Control Law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this action will take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sokens, White.
Senator Borrello to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I'd like to thank the sponsor for this bill. As someone who's in the hospitality business, I can tell you that we have a lot of antiquated laws out there, but this one in particular is a good bill because it allows a restaurant, a bar, to go to a liquor store and purchase a small amount of bottles. This is the hospitality business. If you're out of something that a customer wants and it's Saturday or it's a Friday night after the wholesalers are closed, you should be able to go and get that bottle, be able to meet the needs of that customer or that guest. And that's really important here. So we have a long way to go to get rid of all the antiquated laws in New York State that really make it difficult to do business, but this is a step in the right direction, and I'll vote aye. Thank you.
Senator Borrello to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
Ayes 55.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1055, Assembly number 8947C by Assembly Member Reyes, enactment of the labor law.
Lay it aside. Lay it aside. The bill will be laid very much so aside.
Calendar number 1059, Assembly number 9369A by Assembly Member McDonald, an act from the elder law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 180th day, it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Dabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, so Cousins White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 55.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1060, Assembly number 5790B by Assembly Member Paulin, an act from the public health law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 30th day, it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Dabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, so Cousins White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 55.
The bills passed.
Calendar number 1061, Senate Print 8893 by Senator Comrie, an act from the real property tax law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, so Cousins White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 55.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1180, Assembly number 9105A by Assembly Member Anderson, an act from the public service law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect on the 90th day, it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, so Cousins White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 55.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1365, Senate Print 8799B by Senator Sanders.
I was holding on to this. It's 3 of them.
Oh, it's the wrong one? Sorry.
1311.
Read the last, excuse me. Secretary, read on calendar 1311.
Calendar number 1311, Senate Print 7736B by Senator Webb, an act to amend the Environmental Conservation Law.
Read the last section.
Section 5, this act shall take effect on the 30th day, it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, so Cousins White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 55.
Bills passed. Senator Webb to explain her vote. I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank our environmental chair, Senator Harkam, and Majority Leader Stuart Cousins for bringing this legislation forward. My district is home to one of the largest, I would most certainly say probably one of the most beautiful Finger Lakes, and that's Cayuga Lake. Cayuga Lake itself is surrounded by a multitude of communities and supports an agricultural and tourist economy relying on the natural beauty of the lake, its clean water, and the opportunity to visit the many vineyards found along the Cayuga Lake Wine Trail. For many years, it has been home to a salt mine, and in August of 2023, Cargill Incorporated began the process of putting up for sale the Cayuga Salt Mine and has operated for more than 5 decades beneath Cayuga Lake in Lansing, New York, which is in Tompkins County, where it operates on several thousand acres of land it leases from New York State. The Mine Safety and Health Administration has been able to inspect the Cargill Salt Mine for worker safety, but the DEC has not regularly inspected the mine for issues relating to the protection of the Cayuga Lake ecosystem to monitor more effectively for things such as salination, just to name a few. This legislation, its aim is to ensure that in the case of an accident, and more importantly, to ensure that the integrity of the lake is maintained, that the quality of the drinking water, which impacts about 100,000 residents, is protected. If it is put in jeopardy, it would endanger the region's 3 billion, 60,000 employee food, wine, and recreation tourism economy. This legislation would bolster existing protections by explicitly requiring an environmental impact statement for mining under a lake where there has not been one for the preceding 20 years, as well as updating reclamation plan along with appropriate financial security to ensure the communities relying on Cayuga Lake and its watershed are protected from potential harm. As climate change threatens freshwater resources worldwide, our precious Finger Lakes also must be protected. And this legislation is doing just that. It is aimed to prevent devastating and an expensive emergency. I proudly vote aye, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank
Senator
you,
Webb
Mr.
to be
President.
recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
Ayes 55.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1365, Senate Print 8799B by Senator Sanders, an act to amend the highway law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, so Cousins White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1365, voted in the negative, Senator Brisport, pardon me. Ayes 54, nays 1.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1380, Senate Print 1201C by Senator Parker, an act to amend the public service law.
Read the last section.
Section 5, this act shall take effect on the 180th day, it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, so Cousins White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 55.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1599, Senate Print 9425B by Senator Weber, an act authorizing the Kowal Rachmishkeva to receive retroactive real property tax exempt status.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Janoris Kruger, Ort, Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar number 1599, voted in the negative, Senator O'Mara. Ayes 54, nays 1.
Bill is passed. Announce the results. Oh, excuse me. All right.
Calendar number 1662, Senate Print 93018 by Senator Harkam, an act to amend the highway law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Janoris Kruger, Ort, Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1662, voted in the negative, Senator Bridgeport. Ayes 54, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1745, Senate Print 9812A by Senator Skoufis, an act to amend the retirement and Social Security law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Janoris Kruger, Ort, Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 55.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1751, Senate Print 9824 by Senator Bridgeport, an act to amend the Social Services law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Janoris Kruger, Ort, Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 55.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1752, Assembly number 10,284 by Assembly Member Glick, an act to amend Chapter 550 of the laws of 2013.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Janoris Kruger, Ort, Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 55.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1763, Senate Print 7609B by Senator Gianaris, an act to amend the labor law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Janoris Kruger, Ort, Cousins, White.
Senator Borrello to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. While I understand the purpose of this bill to eliminate a quick decision on a severance package, New York still remains an at-will work state. That means I think many employers, because of these, I think, very burdensome and restrictive rules, will just choose not to offer a severance package at all. I think that's bad for the workers. I'll be voting no. Thank you.
Senator Borrello to be recorded in the negative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1763, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Gallivan, Lanza, Martins, Butera, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rhodes, Steck, Disco, Weber, and White. Ayes 40, nays 15.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1766, Senate Print 8491A by Senator Breslin, an act to amend the Arts and Cultural Affairs Law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Janoris Kruger, Ort, Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 55.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1777, Senate Print 9063B by Senator Ort, an act in relation to authorizing the City of Niagara Falls to alienate and discontinue the use of certain parklands.
There is a home rule message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 5, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Janoris Kruger, Ort, Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 55.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1779, Assembly number 9616B by Assembly Member Rosenthal, an act to amend the General Business Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Janoris Kruger, Ort, Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 55.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1780, Senate Print 9219B by Senator Harkam, an act to amend the General Municipal Law.
There is a home rule message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Janoris Kruger, Ort, Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 55.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1793, Senate Print 9614B by Senator Martinez, an act relating to authorizing the State University at Stony Brook to lease certain lands for the purpose of constructing a facility to support research and development.
Read the last section.
Section 15, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Janoris Kruger, Ort, Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1793, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Kruger, Liu, Mayor, and Rivera. Ayes 51, nays 4.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1822, Senate Print 9830 by Senator Martinez, an act to amend Chapter 719 of the laws of 1982.
Read the last, oh, no, wait a minute. There's a home rule message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Janoris Kruger, Ort, Cousins, White.
Announce results.
Ayes 55.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1824, Senate Print 1292A by Senator Parker, An act to amend the environmental conservation law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Janoris Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, White.
Doesn't he need to sign? Announce result.
In relation to calendar 1824, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Brisport, Gallivan, Helmy, Lanza, May, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort. Ayes 46, nays 9.
Bill is passed.
Got it. Calendar number 1869, Senate Print 9721A by Senator Stavisky, enactment of real property law.
The bill is laid aside.
Calendar number 1874, Senate Print 9831A by Senator Jackson, enact to amend the retirement and social security law.
Read the last section.
Section 13, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Janoris Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, White.
Announce result.
Ayes 55.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1879, Senate Print 9842 by Senator Holman Siegel, enact to amend the insurance law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Janoris Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, White.
Announce result. Announce result.
In relation to calendar 1879, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Oberacker, O'Mara, and Steck. Ayes 51, nays 4.
Bill is passed.
Also, Senator Palumbo, ayes 50, nays 5. Calendar number 1880, Senate Print 9847 by Senator Janoris, enact to amend the agricultural markets law.
Read the last section.
Section 4 of this act shall take effect on the 90th day, and shall become law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Janoris Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, White.
Announce results.
Ayes 55.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1882, Senate Print 4246D by Senator Harkam, enact to amend the environmental conservation law.
The bill is laid aside.
Calendar number 1902, Senate Print 9673A by Senator Adabo, enact to amend the racing parimutuel rating and breeding law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Janoris Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, White.
Announce results.
In relation to calendar 1902, voted in the negative are Senators Brisport, Lanza, Oberacker, and Scarcella Stanton. Ayes 51, nays 4.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1906, Senate Print 9849 by Senator Comrie, enact to amend the New York City Public Works Investment Act.
Read the last section.
Section 6, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Janoris Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 55.
The bill is passed. Senator Gianaris, that completes the reading of today's calendar.
Madam President, I believe there's a report of the Rules Committee at the desk. Can we take that up, please?
The Secretary will read.
Senator Stuart Cousins from the Committee on Rules reports the following bills. Senate Print 3397A by Senator Skoufis, enact to amend the education law. Senate Print 4764A by Senator Lanza, enact to require the Commissioner of the Department of Civil Service to prepare a report on certain civil service titles. Senate Print 5188 by Senator Skoufis, enact to amend the civil practice law and rules. Senate Print 5481A by Senator Holman Siegel, enact to amend the insurance law. Senate Print 8472A by Senator Jackson, enact to amend the retirement and social security law. Senate Print 9195 by Senator Rhodes, enact authorizing the County of Nassau to alienate and sell parklands to Lakeside Inn Incorporated. Senate Print 9254 by Senator Palumbo, enact to amend the retirement and social security law. Senate Print 9334 by Senator Walczak, enact to amend the criminal procedure law. Senate Print 9356 by Senator Claire, enact to amend the elder law. Senate Print 9449A by Senator Ryan, enact to extend the duration of certain brownfield redevelopment and remediation tax credits. Senate Print 9688 by Senator Fernandez, enact to amend the real property tax law. Senate Print 9752 by Senator Bailey, enact to amend the vehicle and traffic law. Senate Print 9835 by Senator Skoufis, enact to amend the election law. Senate Print 9840 by Senator Ramos, enact to amend the workers' compensation law. Senate Print 9857 by Senator Holman Siegel, an act to amend the Court of Claims Act. All bills reported read to third reading.
Move to accept the report of the Rules Committee.
All those in favor of accepting the report of the Rules Committee signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The report of the Rules Committee is accepted. Senator
Let's
Janaris.
take up the supplemental calendar.
Secretary will read.
How many?
The Assembly clerks.
Secretary will read.
Senator Rivera moves to discharge from the Committee on Health, Assembly Bill number 8862, a substitute for the identical Senate Bill 7840, third reading calendar 82. Senator Lanza moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules, Assembly Bill number 5080A, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 4764A, third reading calendar 1908. Senator Holman Siegel moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules, Assembly Bill number 2898A, substituted for the identical Senate Bill 5481A, third reading calendar 1910. Senator Rhodes moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules, Assembly Bill number 6726A, substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9195, third reading calendar 1912. Senator Palumbo moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules, Assembly Bill number 10136, substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9254, third reading calendar 1913. Senator Claire moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules, Assembly Bill number 10142, substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9356, third reading calendar 1915. Senator Holman Siegel moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules, Assembly Bill number 8324, substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9851, third reading calendar 1921. Senator Jackson moves to discharge from the Committee on Finance, Assembly Bill number 8918A, substituted for the identical Senate Bill 8472A, third reading calendar 1911.
So ordered. Senator Janaris.
Mr. President, in getting through the previous calendar, Senator Ramos missed opportunity to explain her vote on calendar 211. By consent, can we allow her to explain her vote on that bill now?
Certainly, Mr. President. Senator Ramos will explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for letting me explain my vote. Today, I rise as a proud member of this body to vote aye on eliminating the minimum earnings requirement for the CCAP eligibility in childcare. This is a body that helped me put in place a task force with a mandate to cut child poverty in half by the year 2030. A body with who continues to prove we are taking that mandate seriously. As a single mother of two boys myself, I was proud to fight alongside all of you to expand the eligibility for child care assistance to more working families above the income thresholds that had been in place for years, because we were just leaving too many New Yorkers who are struggling behind. This bill corrects that by doing away with the minimum earnings requirement that kept many low-income families from receiving the help they need in order to take care of their families. Passing this bill means 10,000 more families in New York State will be eligible to receive child care assistance. Our most vulnerable families won't have to choose between putting food on the table and taking care of their families. My hope is that we continue to work together to ensure that no family has to make such a choice, and that in this state we will finally be able to enjoy universal child care. I proudly vote aye.
Senator Ramos to be recorded in the affirmative. Senator Janaris.
Let's now move on to the supplemental calendar.
The Secretary will read.
Calendar number 82, Assembly number 8862 by Assembly Member Paulin, enactment of the Social Services Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this action take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gennaro Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 57.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1907, Senate Print 3397A by Senator Skoufis, enact to amend the Education Law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this action take effect September 1st, 2025.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gennaro Kruger, Ort, Sewell Cousins, White.
Senator Skoufis to explain his vote.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I want to thank my colleagues for their support of this bill. I think I've carried this bill for 7 sessions, and I'm delighted it's finally moving, not just in this House, but it seems in the Assembly as well. Here in New York State, we have maximum temperatures for places such as even dog shelters, and yet we don't have maximum temperatures in place for the very classrooms that we send our kids to learn in and send our educators to educate in. Interestingly, we've long had a minimum temperature in classrooms set here in New York, and so the illogical sort of disparity here whereby the state has, I guess, felt that, we are not okay with children freezing to death in classrooms, but absent a maximum temperature, we have, I guess, implicitly been okay with setting up heat boxes and, in some cases, creating very dangerous learning environments. We are looking to finally bring an end to that disparity. And so I want to thank my colleagues again. I want to thank the Majority Leader, who also, especially she first got here, was very invested and involved, I think carried a similar bill, and look forward to sending this bill to the governor and hopefully it becoming law so that we finally have safe, conducive learning environments here in New York State. Thank you.
Senator Skoufis to be recorded in the affirmative. Senator Mayer to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, rise in support of this bill, and I want to acknowledge that it does pose complications for some of our school communities, certainly superintendents and boards of education, but we have an overwhelming need to address this problem, and this bill really sets us on the path to starting to deal with the fact that through climate change and old buildings, our children and our staff, including our teachers, are in buildings that are simply too hot during the summer months. So I recognize that there are challenges with the costs of upgrading to meet the needs of this bill. We look forward to working with the school community in next year's budget, assuming we are back here, to find ways to move forward on this issue. We look forward to working out some of the logistics that others are concerned about, and particularly the fact that if school is closed, children sometimes go home to an equally hot household. That being said, this legislature has clearly indicated it is committed to changing the temperature internally in our school districts so that our children and our staff do not get subject to unbearable heat. And I vote aye. I look forward to working with all my colleagues on working out the operational details as we move forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Mayer to be recorded in the affirmative. Senator Oberacker to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. As one who represents a very rural 7-county district, 61 school districts in that in my district, this is a huge undertaking cost-wise for our superintendents and those that are in charge of building and grounds. I don't think there's any doubt that, again, the bill is laudable in where it goes with being concerned about temperature and temperature ranges. In light of where we were just recently with the pullback of a lot of school funding, my building and ground superintendents reached out to me and just said to put this mandate on them and to not back it up or not to secure it with some sort of a funding stream really puts them at a disadvantage. And again, the ruralness of my district, the wealth ratios that are in my district, which are extremely challenging, this is a huge burden, a huge lift for my schools there, and I will be voting in the negative. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Oberacker to be recorded in the negative. Senator Matera to explain his vote.
Mr. President, I just want to, thank the sponsor, and I am actually a co-sponsor of this bill, which is very, very important. Somebody that's in the construction field, going to the same school, my high school, Smithtown East, and it looks exactly the same 42 years ago, but I went there. We need to make sure that we invest in our infrastructure. Yes, we need to have a certain amount of funding for this. I understand mandates. We have a situation with the EV stations also. In other words, it's an unfunded mandate that we need to make sure that there's a funding policy moving forward. But, I don't know how many of our colleagues went down into the heat box the other day, that last week or 2 weeks ago, and, I went to 104 degrees. I remember those days. I don't know if anybody went to maybe 90 degrees. I went to 104 degrees. And I remember those days sitting in my school in September and October and roasting and didn't want to be there. And I was not learning properly. Sorry, maybe today I've learned a little bit better. But we look at how cold it is in this chamber. okay, to go to school in that heat is just unacceptable. We need to make sure that we upgrade our HVAC systems, just like what happened with COVID, the situation with that, to make sure that we have clean systems and have upgraded HVAC system in our school districts. I know some of my school districts do have AC, and a lot of them don't. They're antiquated, they're old school districts. We need to make sure we invest in our infrastructure. So I am thank you very much. I am a yes on this bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Matera to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1907, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Oberacker, O'Mara, and Ort. Ayes 54, nays 3.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1908, Assembly number 5080A by Assembly Member Gunther, an act to require the Commissioner of the Department of Social Services to prepare a report on certain civil service titles.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 57.
The bills passed.
Calendar number 1909, Senate Print 5188 by Senator Skoufis, an act to amend the Civil Practice Law and Rules.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1909, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Martins, Matera, Murray, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Rollinson, Steck, Weber, and White. Ayes 42, nays 15.
The bills passed.
Calendar number 1910, Assembly number 2898A by Assembly Member Carroll, an act to amend the insurance law.
Read the last section.
Section 6 is act to take effect on the 1st of January.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 57.
The bills passed.
Calendar number 1911, Assembly number 8918A by Assembly Member Pfeffer Amato, an act to amend the retirement and Social Security law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect on the 60th day, it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 57.
The bills passed.
Calendar number 1912, Assembly number 6726A by Assembly Member Curran, an act to amend the County of Nassau to alienate and sell parklands to Lakeside Inn Incorporated.
There is a homeroom message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 57.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1913, Assembly number 10136 by Assembly Member Thiel, an act to amend the retirement and Social Security law.
There's a homeroom message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 57.
The bills passed.
Calendar number 1914, Senate Print 9334 by Senator Walzig, an act to amend the criminal procedure law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 57.
The bills passed.
Calendar number 1915, Assembly number 10142 by Assembly Member Kim, an act to amend the elder law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 57.
The bills passed.
Calendar number 1916, Senate Print 9449A by Senator Ryan, an act to extend the duration of certain brownfield redevelopment and remediation tax credit for certain sites.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 57.
The bills passed.
Calendar number 1917, Senate Print 9688 by Senator Fernandez, an act to amend the real property tax law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 57.
The bills passed.
Calendar number 1918, Senate Print 9752 by Senator Bailey, an act to amend the vehicle and traffic law.
There is a homeroom message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect on the 30th day, it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1918, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Griffo, Lanza, Martins, Ort, and Scarcella Stanton. Ayes 52, nays 5.
Bills passed.
Calendar number 1919, Senate Print 9835 by Senator Scoopus, enactment of the election law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this action will take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sue Cousins White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 57.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1920, Senate Print 9840 by Senator Ramos, enactment of the workers' compensation law.
Lay it aside.
Calendar number 1921, Assembly number 8324 by Assembly Member Raj Kumar, enactment of the Court of Claims Act.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this action will take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Sue Cousins White.
Announce the results.
Relation to calendar 1921, voted in the negative, Senator Borrello. Ayes 56, nays 1.
The bill is passed. Senator Gianaris, that completes the reading of the supplemental calendar.
Okay, we're going to move right to the controversial calendar, beginning with calendar 1882 by Senator Harkam.
Secretary will ring the bell. The Secretary will read.
Calendar number 1882, Senate Print 4246D by Senator Harkam, enact to amend the environmental conservation law.
Senator Steck, why do you rise?
If the sponsor would yield for a series of questions, and I hope he's got comfortable shoes.
A series, huh, Senator Steck? Will the sponsor yield?
Through you, Mr. President, absolutely.
The sponsor yields.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Harkam. And all kidding aside, appreciate in advance your time today, and more importantly, I think the effort you put in, the effort and attempt at cooperation and consensus building that you put in on this over the last few years. However, clearly I still have some issues with it, and I don't think I'm alone, and so I do want to delve into some questions. If you would, so we all get bill memos, memos of support and opposition on various pieces of legislation. We get a briefing memo. In my 12 years in the legislature, I'm not sure that I've ever seen as lengthy an opposition list on a piece of legislation as I have this. I'll be following with a question, but please allow me to read first the, we have opposition from Abbott, Air Conditioning, Heating, and Refrigeration Institute, American Beverage Association, American Chemistry Council, American Cleaning Institute, American Forest and Paper Association, Ameripen, Buffalo Niagara Partnership, Business Council Westchester, Consumer Brands Association, Consumer Technology Association, Farm Bureau New York, that one's probably worth highlighting, Food Industry Alliance, another big one, Household and Commercial Products Association, Kraft Heinz, National Waste and Recycling Association, New York State Chemistry Council, New York State Conference of Mayors and Municipal Officials, so NICOM doesn't like it. This one caught my eye, New York State Conference of Teamsters, New York State Restaurant Association, NFIB, Print Graphic Communications Association, Printing United Alliance, the American Cleaning Institute, the Business Council, probably another big one worth noting, the Household and Commercial Products Association, the National Supermarket Association, that's a big one, we'll circle back in a minute to the supermarkets, the Vinyl Institute, Upstate United, and U.S. Composting Council. Wide breadth, labor, the Teamsters, Business Council, NFIB, Business, Upstate United, Farm Bureau. It's a big bill. I mean, certainly if the bill was as simple as
Senator Steck, are you on the bill or are you asking the
I'm
sponsor?
about to ask a question.
Just wanted to clarify. There was a lot.
I know. Well, I told you, comfortable shoes. After all, this is the D print, so there's been a lot of iterations, a lot of negotiation. I've been in the room, and again, I led with appreciating you for it. But how do we feel that with all this outstanding opposition, that this bill is ready to become law?
Mr. President, there was a lot in what you said, so I will respond in multiple ways. First of all, the Teamsters are not opposed to this bill. The statewide Teamsters had a memo of opposition. They wanted a seat on the Producer Responsibility Organization. They wanted labor peace agreements. We gave them both. They withdrew the statewide memo of opposition. There is one particular small local from the Teamsters who do not speak for the statewide Teamsters who are in opposition, but the statewide Teamsters are not. You mentioned NICOM. NICOM is not. NICOM is supporting, as are NISAC. And I could stand here and read just as long a list of environmental groups, consumer groups, municipalities, our local municipalities. The reason they're supporting this is because this will save them money, that our taxpayers, our constituents, are paying to dispose of 15 million tons of waste a year that many of the folks who you read off on that list are producing. And what this bill is asking them to do is take responsibility for the waste they are creating. And why are they in opposition? Because that will cost them a little bit of money to think about. But some of the companies that are most vocal are already doing this in Europe. They're multinational companies. They are doing this in Europe. They are doing this in Canada. They've set out in other states to do this. This is an achievable thing. As you mentioned, Senator, we have made numerous changes to this bill. I have met personally with over 100 stakeholders, my staff, over 100 stakeholders, central staff, close to 100 stakeholders. We have made major revisions to the bill. You spoke about the Farm Bureau. We had a public hearing in March, or was it October of last year? October of last year, we had a public hearing on this bill. We had a number of folks from AG, and you remember at the time the threshold was $1 million. So we thought about changing that. Senator Hinchey arranged some meetings for me with some of the vintners and the beverage folks. And so with Chair Glick in the Assembly, we decided to raise the threshold to $5 million. And according to New York State statistics, these are not my statistics, these are state statistics, 99% of the farmers in New York State have a revenue of less than $5 million. So with that one act, we protected 99% of the farmers in New York State. But then we went a step further because some of the dairy co-ops are still small businesses, even if they have over that $5 million threshold. So again, thanks to Senator Hinchey, we met with some of the smaller milk co-ops who happen to earn more than $5 million in revenue, and lo and behold, what we did was we exempted agriculture. That if you're over $5 million but less than 50 employees, those are exempted. So we have exempted 99 point fill in the blank % of New York State farmers with this bill. And so if that's not good enough for the Farm Bureau, that's on them.
Fair enough. If the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Absolutely.
The sponsor yields.
I'll shift to a different and shorter question. If we could talk a little bit about the part of the bill that deals with the toxic and banned materials. And again, I applaud you for modifying the bill on the carbon black. I won't belabor that, but with that as a mindset, because you're very familiar with what that meant, and you removed it. Other items that are on the list include polyvinyl chloride. Polyvinyl chloride is used in a lot of materials all over that we have contact with all the time. Why is PVC a banned chemical, a banned packaging material?
I think through you, Mr. President, if you ask the residents of East Palestine, Ohio, why PVC is a banned chemical, they will tell you because of the environmental and public health destruction that was wreaked across their entire community when a train load of PVC derailed in their community.
President, interrupt and ask the sponsor to yield to a related question on that, please.
I'd like to finish my answer.
Senator,
I thought he was done.
Senator Harkin has the floor. After he continues to have the floor, you may at that point.
I'll be happy to entertain a question.
Senator Harkin, you have the floor.
So all of the chemicals and substances on this, public health experts have linked to health risks. That's why they are on this list. However, in response to entreaties from industries, there is a procedure for a waiver. So if companies who manufacture or use any of these materials feel that their product is not toxic, they can make their case to DEC and say why they are non-toxic. I personally don't think the folks who are manufacturing PFAS are gonna be coming forward and saying why we need PFAS forevermore in food packaging. But there is a process to deal with that, and companies may make their case to DEC. The other thing, two other things we did, then I'll yield, Senator Steck. Thank you for your patience. We also shifted that timeline back by 2 years. And then thirdly, what companies told us is there is this material in the production stream, unintentionally, inertly, and it will take them time to get it out of the production stream. Then on top of the first 2 years, we gave them another year to deal with the indirect toxins.
Senator Steck,
Do I have the floor still, Mr. President?
are you asking,
I'm asking if I have the floor.
are you asking to be on the bill, or are you asking the sponsor to
I'm
yield?
about to ask for another question.
I yield, Mr.
Thank you.
President.
So,
Senator Harkin,
Senator Steck, if I may clarify, if you're asking the senator a question, please, through the president, reference what you're trying to do.
The sponsor would continue
Will
to
the
yield.
sponsor yield?
Absolutely,
The sponsor
Mr.
yields.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Harkin, to be clear, I didn't mention PFAS. I said there's a list of chemicals, and I'm talking about PVC, polyvinyl chloride, not to be confused with the chemical that was involved in the train accident, which is vinyl chloride, which is very toxic and a known carcinogen. Vinyl chloride is a precursor that is used in a chemical process, you're familiar with my background, to create PVC. PVC is the white pipes that's in all our basement that carries. Do you believe that the white pipes in your basement are toxic chemical?
Public health experts have made these recommendations to us. If companies feel, and again, there's a difference between PVC running from a restroom to a septic tank than in food packaging. They're very different things. And so if a company wants to make that case to DEC, the procedure is there.
Does the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Absolutely.
The sponsor yields.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you, Senator Harkin. Are there any exceptions to this in the law or currently in place to PVC and the PVC ban because it's so toxic? Is there any federal preemptions that say, or that have led us to say this use of PVC is exempt from this law?
There is a federal preemption when it comes to packaging that says if there is no other way to comply with federal law under this law, then you are granted a waiver. So that is the federal exemption. And that is across the law, the bill for all packaging. Food, excuse me. Forgive me, that was for reductions. Apologies.
Mr. President, through you, the sponsor continue to yield.
Will the sponsor yield?
Absolutely.
The sponsor yields.
PVC is commonly used in the medical industry. It's used for holding blood that is reused in human bodies. It's used for medical tubing. Is that exempt from this law?
Through you, Mr. President, biomedical packaging is exempt. Medical foods are exempt. There's a list of exemptions, but what you mentioned, Senator, is exempt.
Mr. President, through you, the sponsor continue to yield.
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The
So I
sponsor
thought
yields.
that PVC was so toxic and so deadly. How is it that we're allowing human blood to be carried in it and medical procedures to use PVC if it's toxic to the human body?
It's not that the substance is exempt for that. It's that those products are exempt from this law. The law is silent on things like medical foods, medical packaging, medical products are not covered by this law.
Sponsor continue to yield.
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
So Senator Harkin, I'm still having a hard time following your law here with regards to what is and isn't toxic. You said that PVC is toxic. You talked about East Palestine, and PVC, polyvinyl chloride, is toxic, and that's why it is a banned substance in New York under your bill. And yet, the federal government is saying, not only is it exempt, it's okay to use in medical tubing. It's okay to carry blood in. It's okay to drink. It uses of PVC, blood bags, catheters, automotive interior trim, rain-wearing boots, flooring, pipes, garden hoses, mattress and mattress covers. The toddler, the little baby that is in a crib, you put the PVC liner on it so that it doesn't soil the entire bedding when babies do what they do. How is polyvinyl chloride toxic?
Through you, Mr. President, all of those products you mentioned are not covered by this law.
Mr. President, the sponsor continue.
Will the sponsor yield?
Absolutely.
The sponsor yields.
Advanced recycling. About 25 states have embraced advanced recycling, allowed and have invested billions of dollars to increase the amount of plastics that can enter the recycle and reuse stream. But advanced recycling is not authorized under this bill. Why are we an outlier here with 25 other states that have said that this is a good practice, one that they embrace when it comes to recycling?
That's, through you, Mr. President, that's an excellent question. Thank you. As yesterday in the mattress EPR debate, Senator Kennedy said that advanced recycling is not as advanced as it is made out to be. First of all, if you'll indulge me for a few moments. Number one, if every single one of these plants were operating at full capacity round the clock, they could address 1% of the plastic in America. 1%. So we would rather focus on the 30% reduction that is in the bill. We think that is a much more productive way to go, is the 30%. Secondly, the economics of this do not work. 2 plants have closed. A third was denied its permits in Pennsylvania for environmental reasons. That's more than 20% of the national capacity. I have spoken, as you know, to many, many stakeholders, and I've asked them directly, please tell me one product that your packaging uses polymers from advanced recycling, and not one has been able to tell us that. When I went to visit one, and I may be the only person in this chamber to have visited such a facility, is that they could not quantify how much of the polymer they were creating was recycled and how much was new polymer they were putting in. These plants are incredibly energy intensive, incredibly emissions intensive. They are often in environmental justice communities. And let me just give you a snippet of what the mainstream press is saying. CBS News, April 14th, critics call out plastics industry over fraud of plastics recycling. National Public Radio in December, the myth of plastic recycling. Again, National Public Radio in September of 2020, how big oil misled the public into believing plastic would be recycled. Reuters, the recycling myth, big oil solution for plastic waste littered with failure. And there's more. But what I would say is, I believe technology has got to be a part of the solution long term. So we are not closing the door. As Senator Kavanaugh said yesterday in his debate, people can still do it. It just does not count in the quota for what is considered recycled content. And as I just enumerated, they can't quantify that anyhow. However, what we did, I think it was in the B print, one of the tasks that we gave to the advisory committee is that every 3 years they're to issue a report to the legislature and the governor on new technology and on advancements in recycling, so that the legislature, if necessary, can take action. So we are open to technology advancing. We are open to hearing from the advisory committee, and we are open to taking appropriate action at such time. But the feeling that the sponsor in the House, in the other House, and I have is by opening this door now, we are creating another massive environmental problem to try and solve the one we have now, when the best solution is to focus on the 30% reduction in new material. You know, the whole thing about this law is to not think of ways for us to keep producing single-use plastics and say, oh, we found a way to discard them. I did. This entire answer, Senator,
I
has been
understand
on
the topic
advanced
can be. I
recycling.
understand the topic can be is important, but I would as colleagues, I would appreciate if you'd allow Senator Harkin to continue this conversation.
Mr. President,
Senator Gianaris has the floor.
If I may, Senator Steck is certainly willing to use his time to ask any questions as one. He's also able to be speaking on the bill if he chooses, but what he does not get to do is determine what the answer our members give or how long it is. So if you want to avoid Senator Harkin taking up any time, you're free to speak on the bill, Senator Steck.
Go ahead, Senator.
I'm finished. Thank you, Mr. President. Go ahead, Senator.
Senator Lanza, why do you rise?
Mr. President, I just want to offer a slightly different version with respect to the rules of the House. Senator Steck has the floor. It is true that Senator Harkin can answer the questions in any way he sees fit. But as Senator Steck has the floor, he may also, if he believes or for whatever reason that Senator Harkin may be using his time to ask the question to go through the 30 minutes, he may also, and it says I'm not advocating or advising anyone to interrupt, but he may also, at any point, having the floor, say, thank you, Senator Harkin. That answer is good enough for me, and I'd like to move to another question.
Well, Senator Lanza, reasonable minds can agree that that didn't take place.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, Mr. President, and I apologize to Senator Lanza, but that's just incorrect.
What is it?
The questioner does not get to determine when the answer is ended.
Mr. President?
Senator Lanza, please be advised that you are also using up Senator Steck's debate time.
Yeah.
30 minutes. You have approximately 9 minutes remaining, Senator Steck. Senator Lanza.
Mr. President, I did not say that. He does not decide. He does not get to decide what the answer is. But he does have the right, having the floor, to interrupt whatever anyone thinks about that.
Senator
Mr.
Steck,
President, on the bill.
Senator Steck on the bill.
On the bill for the remaining of my time, you let me know when my time's up.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you, Senator Harkin, for your thorough filibuster. Thank you, Senator Wyke. All right. The next question I was going to ask, and of course, I'm not legally trained. I'm just an engineer from the North Country, chemical engineer from the North Country. I was going to raise the issue about, I was going to ask if there was agreement on what advanced recycling was. Was it combustion? Was it incineration? The correct answer is no, it is not. It has nothing to do with combustion. You know, when I was in nuclear power school and you start talking about nuclear power, you start scaring people. They think Hiroshima, they think mushroom clouds. They don't think that 70% of France's electricity is nuclear generated, that there are sailors underneath the ocean as we speak right now that are breathing air and drinking water and living in an environment that is entirely produced by nuclear power. There's a scare factor. And when you start talking about processes and chemical names like that dreaded dihydrogen oxide, that you scare people. Advanced recycling might be having a hard time getting started because of the regulatory environment, because it's a new and emerging technology. But what it is likely to do is put more material, not less, into the waste stream and increase the overall recycling amount. Affordability. If I had a nickel for every time I heard somebody in this chamber talk about we need to make New York more affordable, more affordable. Of course, the municipalities support this because somebody else is going to foot their bill. They're not going to foot their bill. But it's still the same taxpayer. It's still the same wallet that it's coming out of. York University did a study that said this bill will cost New Yorkers $5 billion over the next 5 years. That's $1 billion out of somebody's pocket. So maybe your local town and county likes it because they don't have to factor it into their solid waste budget, but it's going to come out of somebody's pocket. Studies have said that $800 a year will be the average increase for a family's grocery bill. Now, to those of us in this chamber making $142,000 a year, $800 more in your grocery bill might not be a backbreaker, but for a lot of my constituents in the North Country, $800 more in the grocery bill a year feels an awful lot like 2 car payments, their property tax bill for the year. It is a huge increase, and that's how they will look at it. But they're not hearing that. What they're hearing is that anyone that dares to oppose the details of this voluminous bill that go far beyond merely saying recycling and good stewardship is good for the planet, and have actually done a little research and a little study, they're finding out that this is going to be an affordability issue, and they'll find out about it after this becomes law. The purpose of packaging is to make sure that materials get delivered safely. It's not for packaging companies to make money. It's to make sure that the goods and services, like food, that we rely on, get delivered safely with a reasonable shelf life. There aren't the adequate substitute materials available after going through what's going to happen in this bill to prolong those shelf life. So what's going to happen is you're going to have increased food waste because you're going to have less shelf times, or you're going to have more health problems because of spoilage. The opposition to this bill is tremendous. Again, I'm staggered by the breadth and the volume of entities, and they're not all in it for the buck. A lot of them are in it because it's just the plain science, and they know what is and isn't possible. The affordability impact that this is going to have, the tremendous cost, the reduction on choice that we're going to have. We won't be able to buy stuff that you'll be able to buy in 49 other states. The companies that are shipping materials to be sold in this state are not going to change the way that they can tuna fish because New York State said so. There's just not going to be tuna fish in New York State. Or there will be in little different kinds of bags that only last a couple days and not weeks. You know, we're not allowed props on the floor. And I talk about my Navy's nuclear power experience, my chemical engineering experience. Polyvinyl chloride is not the same as vinyl chloride. Vinyl chloride will kill you. Polyvinyl chloride is in every house. We handle it every day. It's commonplace. We use it to store blood. We use it in medical procedures. If it was toxic, it wouldn't be allowed inside a hospital. But we're going to ban it in this bill. So Admiral Rickover, the father of the Navy's nuclear power, he famously testified in front of Congress one time after 3 Mile Island. He was dragged in, an expert, certainly, and he drank a glass of primary coolant. Now, I'm not sure, and I understand the science behind it. I was educated in it. I still think pretty gutsy move. But we handle PVC every day. We handle polycarbonate. These eyeglasses that we're all wearing, made out of polycarbonate, but they're banned from use in the plastic industry because they're on a toxic list. I have big problems with the ban, the toxic substance, Senator Harckham. I think that that's an area of this bill, if I was going to highlight in the next round of trying to make this worthwhile goal.
Senator Steck, as a courtesy, you have 3 minutes remaining.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. You need to look at the toxic, the banned substances. That's something that hasn't been done in other areas around the country in their EPR legislation. We need to embrace and look at allowing for advanced recycling. We are not going to legislate away the use of plastics, period. It's not going to happen. I'm not interested in dog whistles. I'm not interested in feeling good and patting myself on the back to a group back home. I'm interested in the good science here, and the good science here is that there's a lot of bad science in this bill that makes this a bill that really is just, I cannot support, I won't support, but again, I thank you for your collegial work on this with me and others over the years, and today certainly, and I yield the last 60 seconds of my time.
Thank you, Senator Steck. Are there any other senators wishing to be heard? Senator Helming, why do you rise?
If the sponsor will yield for a few questions, Mr. President.
Will the sponsor yield?
Absolutely.
The sponsor yields.
Thank you, Senator Harckham. Through you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, I just want to point out that my questions are a little long, so don't worry, there's a question coming at the end. In the In the greater Rochester and the Finger Lakes area that I represent, there's more than 250 food and beverage manufacturers and suppliers who employ more than 10,000 people. These companies are popular companies I'm sure many of you have heard about: Barilla, Baldwin Richardson Foods, Mott, Seneca Foods, Kraft Heinz, Dr. Pepper, and packaging companies like Pactiv. Fairlife is making a very significant investment in neighboring Webster. These employers are more than just amazing job creators. They're enhancing our communities in so many ways. They're supporting our local governments, our local municipalities, through their donations and support of our volunteer fire departments, our veterans programs, our schools, and of course, numerous youth programs. These companies are also partners in our efforts to protect the environment. They are implementing and have implemented stringent sustainability practices and advanced recycling programs to reuse and repurpose packaging materials. So, Senator Harkin, it is incredibly important to these businesses and to our farmers and to me to understand just how long have these partners had to review the latest changes to this bill and to provide comment back.
President, thank you very much for the question. I couldn't agree more. Our businesses are vital to our communities, and all we're asking them to do is to be better stewards of their products, from the beginning with raw materials through their manufacture to how they're disposed and recycling. We have worked on this bill for 2 years. We had a public hearing. And then before Chair Glick and I picked this bill up, this bill had been around for several years prior. This is not a new conversation. As I mentioned to Senator Steck, I have personally had over 100 meetings with stakeholders. We put in this bill what people wanted. Ag wanted to be exempt. We exempted over 99% of New York ag in this bill. Industry wanted the PRO that was in the A-print. They said that to us loudly and clearly. And DEC didn't want the last version of the PRO. So to meet the request of industry, we put in the old PRO, which gives them much more control at managing the process. So we listened to them. They wanted a longer look-back time, from 5 years to 10 years. And through you, Mr. President, with that 10-year look-back, companies like Apple are in full compliance with this bill already. Because you're right, there are companies that are doing it. Many of these are multinationals, and they're already doing this in Europe and Canada, and now there are a number of other states in the country that are doing this. So we have spoken to them. We feel that we have really responded in this version of the bill. What we have given them back in this bill is exactly what they wanted. So if some of them want to continue to move the goalpost, you know, it is what it is. But others we work with collaboratively and will continue to.
Continue to
Will the
yield.
sponsor yield?
So the answer to that question.
Yes, Mr.
The
President.
sponsor yields.
The answer to that question is that this bill was just recently introduced, the most recent version of it. As a matter of fact, it was on our agenda for last night for debate, but it couldn't be debated because it was high. So that means that people didn't even have 3 days, interested citizens, businesses, et cetera, to review the bill, take it into consideration, and provide comment. I have the floor.
I'd like for us not to get into this perfunctory debate. If we could continue to be.
So the top issue I hear from my constituents, and the issue that the majority of New Yorkers are asking us as state lawmakers to address, is affordability. Probably just like every one of you, it doesn't matter what event I attend, I hear concerns about the rising cost of groceries, the cost of utilities, the cost of gas, and everything in general. And something I want to point out that I think is
Are you
unique.
on the bill or you're asking the sponsor to yield?
No, as I said earlier, my questions are long.
This is a long preamble. Are you asking the sponsor to yield or are you on the bill?
I asked the sponsor to yield. He said yes. I did that through you, Mr. President. So businesses and labor agree this bill will create uncertainty, increase food costs, and it will kill jobs. Numerous organizations have provided written testimony, and Senator Harkin, you pointed out that this bill has been around for 2 years and you've tried to meet in the middle, and yet all of the documents that I reviewed show the same concerns repeated over and over and over again. They're stating that this bill will drive up the cost of groceries and many everyday items that people rely upon, like cleaning products, home improvement products, automobile products, and even pet food. According to information in one of the memos from Upstate United, if this bill is enacted, a typical family of 4 will pay an additional $684 a year at the grocery store. The Buffalo Niagara Partnership puts this cost slightly higher at $720 a year. Now, some of you are probably thinking this is no big deal. What's an extra $1,000 a year on my groceries? But for the working class, for the struggling middle class, it is a major issue. Feeding America is reporting we are seeing the sharpest increase in food insecurity since the Great Recession. FoodLink notes in their 12-county region, increased food costs are contributing to this growing trend. So, Senator, my question, after hearing all of that, has an analysis of the increased cost of products to consumers associated with this bill been completed?
Mr. President, absolutely. This gives me an opportunity also to address a comment that Senator Steck made about the economics. But first, Senator Helming, you mentioned the majority of New Yorkers. Coincidentally, the Siena polling organization did a poll a few weeks ago. The majority of New Yorkers support this bill. 67% of New Yorkers support this bill. 82% of New Yorkers feel that plastics pollution is a problem. And that was a Siena poll. The crosstabs are public across all ethnicities, across all political groups. So I encourage you to look at that. Now, Senator Steck before raised the York study, and you are asking me if other studies have been done. There is a study by Columbia University that looked at nationwide EPR programs. The York study looked at an old bill that my predecessor had done, which was very different, and made some assumptions that other economists have questioned. They assumed, one, that there would be no price competition, and we know in this field there is intense price competition, which is why the margins are low. And two, they assumed that the costs would be 100% passed on and then multiplied through the distribution system. So Columbia University took a much different approach. They looked at USDA data. They assumed price competition. And for argument's sake, to make your point, they assumed a double in the cost of packaging. Now, let's be clear. The cost of packaging is pennies compared to the cost of product. You buy a pound of hamburger, the cost is the hamburger. The wrapping around the hamburger is pennies. But they assumed a doubling in the cost. And through their analysis, the cost to consumers would be $0 to $4 a month. So it's very different than the York study, and it used actual USDA data. And the other thing I would reiterate is our taxpayers are already paying for this. This is why NYSAC and NICOM, this is their #1 priority, this bill. New York City, it's #1 priority because our municipalities are awash in garbage. We are already paying for this.
Through you, Mr. President, the sponsor will continue to yield.
Will the sponsor yield?
Absolutely.
The sponsor yields.
Senator Harkin, does this bill include language that prevents our hardworking men and women of labor from striking?
This bill contains language that was negotiated with organized labor. Senator Steck earlier mentioned the labor opposition that was withdrawn by the Teamsters because they wanted two things. They wanted seats on the PRO, which we gave them, and they were the ones, remember, it's the Teamsters who do all this work, they were the ones who wanted labor peace agreements. So this language came from the Teamsters of New York State.
On the bill,
Senator Helming on the bill.
to address Senator Harkin's comment about municipalities, the organizations that represent some of the municipalities like NICOM, I think you mentioned NISAC, et cetera, saying that they want this. As I talk to my individual municipalities, they have no idea of the impacts of this bill until I do talk to them, and I explain to them, when they lose the largest employer in their district, like a Pactiv, like a Heinz Kraft, like a Barilla Pasta, when they lose that employer that pays so much in taxes, that supports their volunteer fire companies, their schools, their youth sports, et cetera, when they factor in that cost, they don't support this bill. Through you, Mr. President, the sponsor will continue to yield.
Will the sponsor yield?
Absolutely.
The sponsor yields.
Actually, Mr. President, I'm going to go on the bill.
Senator Helming on the bill.
According to the American Cleaning Institute, SUNY ESF, Center for Sustainable Material Management, is currently working to capture a holistic picture of New York's, the entire recycling system. They're completing a needs assessment and a gap analysis, and I should mention that that is being paid for in part by taxpayers' dollars. Their assessment is going to provide essential data, where, how much, and what type of material is collected, and it's also going to evaluate the greenhouse gas and job impacts of the current recycling system. Its intent is to identify existing infrastructure for collection, hauling, processing, recycling, and composting, as well as the need for infrastructure. So, through you, Mr. President, if the sponsor will yield for a question.
Will the sponsor yield?
Senator Harkin, are we passing this?
I didn't yield yet.
Oh,
I yield, Mr.
The sponsor
President.
yields. All right, good. Love you.
did you give me your blessing? I didn't hear.
The sponsor yields.
Senator Harkin, should we be waiting until that study is complete and we have the results before we pass an EPR bill?
Which study was that? I'm sorry, Senator.
I need to
Senator
yield to
Helming,
a
if you could
question.
repeat the question.
Are you familiar with the work at SUNY ESF, the Center for Sustainable Materials Management?
There is a study being undertaken right now, a waste management study, an assessment that New York State has contracted. That is part of the equation. But when the producer responsibility organization is impaneled as a nonprofit, one of their responsibilities for the first 2 years is a needs assessment of the local waste management and recycling. And one of the other things I should mention when we talk about our local businesses is many of our local waste haulers, they're either small businesses or part of larger conglomerates, they have already invested significant amounts of money in the contracts that they have with municipalities. We have protected those contracts. So nothing the PRO can do will impact those contracts. So we're protecting those small businesses. We're even protecting the larger businesses because they have made investments. Having said that, the study takes 2 years. Then there is a plan that is essentially another year. And then that goes to the advisory committee, again, which we talked about before. The advisory committee then recommends approval or disapproval to DEC. So there is still a lot of time before anything kicks in. And ultimately, the reductions we're talking about are 30% over 12 years. So the companies that you referenced, Senator, I think those are amazing companies. And what we value about American companies is our ingenuity and our advancements in technology. They have 12 years to come up with, with packaging that is more sustainable. I trust our industry to do that. We put a person on the moon in 12 years, and we're saying we can't find in 12 years a way to make a shampoo bottle that's 30% more sustainable? I should have been on the bill. I'm sorry, Mr. President. Sorry, Senator.
Through
Senator
you,
Helming.
Mr. President, I'm going to go on the bill for a moment.
Senator Helming on the bill.
So, Senator Harkam, I would just like to point out in my conversations with the businesses that I mentioned and many, many others throughout the state of New York, they feel frustrated by something that seems to always occur in this chamber and in this state. And that's when we talk about 12 years out. It sounds like such a long time. But these big businesses, they're making decisions right now, today, in plans for tomorrow. And what so many of them are evaluating is how much more uncertainty can we bear in New York State with these regulations that continue to come out? And is it more productive for us to just pull our company out of New York State and put it at another location in another state that is pro-business and pro-growth? If the sponsor will continue to yield for a question.
Will the sponsor yield?
Absolutely.
Sponsor yields.
Senator Harkam, I almost dread going back here, but I just wanted some clarification on that PVC question that was asked earlier, because it's my understanding is that you had mentioned that PVC is not covered in this bill. Are you saying that PVC used in food packaging is not addressed in EPR before us?
Through you, Mr. President, we said PVC in things like medical packaging is not covered. But let me talk about the harmful health effects of PVC, something that we didn't get to in the last discussion. It's a carcinogen. Both vinyl chloride and polyvinyl chloride particles have been shown to induce carcinogeniosis. Vinyl chloride exposure is particularly associated with a rare liver cancer, but that both PVC and vinyl chloride, it's an endocrine disruptor. Additives in PVC, such as phthalates, forgive me for the mispronunciation, can disrupt the endocrine system, leading to hormonal imbalances and related health issues. There's neurotoxicity involved in exposure to PVC, respiratory issues, developmental and reproductive harm, and the list goes on. So there are real health impacts from PVC, especially if it's associated with food packaging. One of the things that we know about plastic food packaging is the toxins leach into food, particularly if the food is fatty. It has more of a chance that the toxins from the packaging will leach into the food. So that's why PVC is on the list, Senator.
On the bill, Mr. President.
Senator Helming on the bill.
So based on what I heard, Senator Harkam, what you just said, and the responses that you gave to Senator Steck, unbelievable to me that you're saying that it's okay to use PVC in blood banks, so it's safe enough to protect literally blood and not consider it a contaminant or toxic, but it's not safe enough to use for single-use food items. I'd like to continue on the bill, Mr. President.
Proceed.
While there have been several rushed amendments to this legislation in recent days, the bill in its current form, it's still bad for consumers, it's bad for New York manufacture, and bad for the state's already lagging competitiveness. Just on the issue of consumer choice, the National Supermarket Association reports stores will have no choice but to increase food prices, and many of the top-selling products purchased with SNAP dollars will no longer be available because of this bill. You've all heard the comments about the Lunchables, the Kraft cheese slices, the hot dogs, et cetera, but let me tell you what else is included. fresh cut or frozen fruits and vegetables sold in flexible packaging, popular children's items like chicken nuggets and fish sticks, refrigerated items sold in flexible packaging, which would include the wrapped single-sliced cheese, meats, hot dogs, bacon, snack cups, and yogurts. Shelf-stable items sold in flexible packaging like snack foods, coffee, baking supplies, and condiments. Items which have tamper-proof bands, seals, or flexible lidding. Single-serve food or drinks like yogurt, the Lunchables, the dried fruit snacks, tater tots. Philadelphia cream cheese manufactured right here in New York State. Cool Whip manufactured right here in New York State. But so many of these products are products that busy parents rely on. They're products they know their kids will eat. They rely on them for the convenience and the cost. And I'm very concerned that those who utilize SNAP benefits are going to be unfairly disadvantaged by this legislation. As drafted, this bill has questionable environmental benefits. It continues to grow our state government and creates all of these questionable task force and councils, inspector general, and it goes on and on. It kind of reminds me when we were originally talking about creating the Office of Cannabis Management. Look how dysfunctional and what a failure that has been. That's what this has written all over it. The comment was made that the Farm Bureau, if they're not happy with this final version, well, too bad for them, that's on them. Mr. President, we can't afford to lose any more farms and food production in our state. According to the latest ag census, and we had, during our ag committee meeting, we heard that New York State has lost nearly 3,000 farms, and the USDA is predicting farm income will be down another 25% this year. Farm Bureau is saying that this bill will jeopardize food production in our state. You know, when we were at that ag committee meeting, the president of Farm Bureau talked about fruits and vegetables that were being flown in from Europe into New York State, not exotic products. He was talking about peppers. Peppers. What's the environmental impact of that compared to the impact to our farmers? Mr. President, we must work on a more balanced, data-driven, and scientific approach to protecting our environment and protecting our local employers, local jobs, and consumers who are already struggling with higher costs. For these reasons, Mr. President, I am voting no on this bill.
Thank you, Senator Helming. Are there any other senators wishing to be heard? Senator Obaracker, why do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I was wondering if the bill sponsor would yield for a couple of questions.
Will the sponsor yield? The sponsor yields.
Thank you, Senator Harkin. Good to see you. Mr. President, first on the bill.
Senator Obaracker, on the bill.
Thank you. So I think as maybe some of you know, or maybe not, that, my background is food. I was a sausage maker. I guess I still am in some respects. And, they always say the two things you should never see being made, right, is laws and sausage, and I've done both. Being a chef and being a food scientist, which together now they collectively call a research chef. I have delved into a lot of what we had talked about discussion-wise, and so, Senator Harkin, first off, I'm going to kind of focus in on the food side of the equation. I have worked with packaging. I have worked with the polymers that go into the actual food production and packaging. I've worked what's called OTR rates, oxygen transfer rates, when it comes to those polymers. Working on barrier film, non-barrier film, right? Cook in the bag technology. When I was executive chef for ConAgra Foods, the largest food company in the United States at that time, I think it was as much as 60% of our business was RTE, ready-to-eat foods. So they actually sent me to packaging companies to learn what is in our packaging, what it does, and what we can expect from it. An area that I had expertise, which is in HPP, high-pressure pasteurization, taking certain polymers and certain film that can withstand the pressures, that are needed for the pasteurization process, which in turn makes our food that much safer. Taking care of E. coli, OH157, Listeria monocytogenes, Campylobacter, as just some of the, and Salmonella, by the way, some of the really nasties, as we say in our industry, out there. I was told about health risks and the health risks that some of these films potentially promote, and that the DEC is going to be the entity that kind of decides that part of it. That part alarms me. I don't think they're experts in food production, and I don't say this with any ill malice. I just simply say that that is not their forte, just as with anything DEC-wise, I'm not. I know how to make a roux and a fantastic sauce and gravy, but when it comes to the other things, I will concede, Mr. President, I am not an expert. You know, I'm familiar with the termination or the terminology called GRAS, okay, and that's not what that's not to some of our folks cannabis-wise and or otherwise, but GRAS is an analogy that says generally regarded as safe. FDA, USDA use this analogy because of the amount of testing that went into ingredients and packaging and processing. Mr. President, if at this time, if the bill sponsor would now yield for a couple of questions.
Senator Harkin, do you yield?
Absolutely, Senator.
The sponsor yields.
Thank you, Senator Harkin. So again, outlining where I went with safety being a concern, and I was really glad to hear in when it came to ag, you had had some exemptions, medical, you'd had some exemptions. So I was really glad to see that this wasn't just kind of a knee-jerk reaction. There was some thought put involved. So in the production of R2E, ready-to-eat meats, those, as I explained, and we're worried about health concerns. What, in your opinion, is a greater health concern if going into a deli and getting some turkey breast and that not being produced under a cook-in-the-bag technology which uses these polymers and these films to eliminate the Listeria monocytogenes and so on, versus the post-effect or the recycling and the waste that's generated with the packaging around that. So if you could give me just a little bit of your thoughts on that.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for your thoughtful question and statement. I appreciate your professional experience. I am not a food safety expert. I stayed in a Holiday Inn Express last night. But, you know, what we do, as you know, as lawmakers, is we reach out to the folks who are. And one of the elements of this bill, especially when it comes to food safety, is that nothing in this bill overrides FDA guidelines. So if there's a wrapping that needs to be for all of the properties that you described, and it can't be met under this law, then the company can use the existing material. So if it's not technologically feasible in the next 12 years to get to that place, they can still use what they're using to meet FDA guidelines, because food safety needs to be paramount.
Through you, Mr. President, if the bill sponsor would continue to yield.
Will the sponsor yield?
Absolutely.
The sponsor yields.
Thank you for that, Senator Harkin. That brought my anxiety level down quite a bit. I truly appreciate that. So getting into, say now, the beverage side of the equation, which, again, I've been known to enjoy, except for last night, some late-night beverages. I understand that the beverages covered by the returnable container law that we had just passed are exempt from the provisions of this proposal. But I just want to clarify that in addition to beverage containers, the retail is retail packaging in there exempt. Is that correct? So in other words,
anything that is covered by the existing state bottle bill is exempt from this bill.
Thank you for that, Senator. I believe I have one more, through you, Mr. President, if the bill sponsor would yield.
Will the sponsor yield?
Absolutely, Mr.
Sponsor
President.
yields.
I didn't want to get you excited, Senator Harkin was saying I had one more, but I am looking for, there we go. So as the ranker on transportation, in one of my previous experiences, I was also I chaired Public Works for Otsego County, which our highway fell under. At one time, we were looking at taking plastics through a recyclable and actually reusing them in road emulsions. In the UK, there was a big push for that. The petrochemicals that are in some of the plastics that we were using actually looked at reducing costs for that. So my question becomes, would there be any interest, would there be any areas on this side of the aisle concerning this piece of legislation to look at that as a way of extending the runway, if you will, for some of our producers that are in the packaging and film production business?
Through you, Mr. President, first of all, there's nothing in this bill that would be a prohibition to the activities that you described. Secondly, the advisory committee every 3 years will make a report to us and the governor on new technological advances and on new advances in recycling, whether that would be considered for consideration for recycling or that's just another way of extending, the product life of certain things. The appropriate environmental officials would need to weigh in on the safety of that, but that is not currently excluded under this law, and there is a mechanism whereby every 3 years the legislature would receive a report on such technologies like that.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. President, if the bill sponsor would yield for one more question.
Will the sponsor yield?
Absolutely.
Sponsor yields.
Thank you. And getting back to our conversation with DEC being kind of the, and correct me if I'm wrong with this, Senator Harkin, the lead agency when it comes to kind of the health risk assessment, would there be an opportunity for the bill sponsor to consider either a individual or the entity of Ag and Markets, our Commissioner Richard Ball, someone that has a kind of a more of a input and food-based knowledge on that, if they could be at least one entity on this determining factor when it comes to that process. Is that something that would be?
Yeah, through you, Mr. President, as it's envisioned right now, the Toxic Packaging Task Force, 9 members, DEC Commissioner, DOH Commissioner, a packaging industry rep, an environmental justice organization, a chemical industry rep, a toxicology expert, and a public health expert. And all of those members are appointed by the DEC. And then there is a much more extensive list for the advisory council, including appointments by the majority and the minority side in both chambers.
Thank you, Senator Harkin. Mr. President, on the bill.
Senator Oberacher on the bill.
Thank you, Senator Harkin, for those answers. I truly appreciate it. Not that I need to also, not that I need to add to my plate, and the analogy, of course, being a chef, I think is there, but I would truly like to be a source of information. I would like to be a source to help through this process because it is complex. It is complex. And I think, too, as we look at our food companies here, a huge part of it, the tentacles from food production to agriculture, to our supermarkets. I'm trying to envision, Senator, what it would look like at the end of 12 years with these adjustments, walking into a supermarket and looking to see how it is, how it looks, asking for a pound of sliced ham, and how is it going to come to me? And more appropriately, how does that product look when we talk about it needs sustainable color, it needs to be sustainable flavor, it needs to have shelf life, it needs to be safe. Oh, and by the way, it needs to be nutritious. It needs to hit a bunch of buttons, and it sometimes, when I look at the requirements and I see what's being proposed here, in the background I hear the theme from Mission Impossible. That's not to say it can't be done. We have got a Herculean effort ahead of us to implement this. And the other part of this, I will say, and then Mr. President, I'll sit down and concede the rest of my time. We're not very good here at rollouts, and I would like to see us take that under consideration. I've been here now 4 years. I've seen us roll out some periodic pieces of legislation. You can always armchair quarterback and say some should have been done better, but in this case, the impact is so wide, the impact impacts every one of us, not only in this room, but our families, our grandchildren. And I would like to see us really do due diligence and make sure that we do this in a well-thought-out plan. So again, Senator Harkin, thank you for the questions. Much appreciated. Mr. President, thank you, and I can see the rest of my time.
Thank you, Senator Oberacker. Senator Borrello, why do you rise?
Mr. President, would the sponsor yield for a question?
Will the sponsor yield?
Absolutely.
Sponsor yields.
Through you, Mr. President, so let's fast forward to when you can no longer purchase say a bottle of plastic with ketchup in it, okay? So let's say a restaurant owner like me, who lives on the border of Pennsylvania, goes to a food wholesaler, cash and carry, in the state of Pennsylvania, and buys a case of plastic bottles filled with ketchup and brings them back and uses them in my restaurant. Is there some kind of plastic bottle police that I have to worry about? What's going to happen?
Through you, Mr. President, first of all, just the assumption of the question, you will still be able to buy a plastic bottle of ketchup. It just either needs to be sustainable through mechanical recycling, which many of the clear plastics are. In fact, Heinz just announced with great fanfare they had spent over $1 million to develop a cap that could be recycled through mechanical recycling. So products like that will still be fully available. We're just asking them to use 30% less plastic and use more recycled content through conventional means of mechanical recycling. So you'll still be able to get that plastic bottle of ketchup.
Mr. President, will the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Absolutely.
Sponsor yields.
With all due respect, sir, they've already said that they're not going to make any accommodations for New York State. In fact, Heinz, we've already heard from Kraft Heinz, they're just going to pull their products from the shelf. So the thought that they are going to come up with some more expensive boutique version of a plastic ketchup bottle is, I think, a fallacy. So let's continue on. I'm going to answer, if you could answer my question. I buy a case full of the current Heinz red bottle plastic ketchups, and I bring them to use in my restaurant. What happens?
First of all, through you, Mr. President, I would just like to comment on the assumption people are not going to leave the New York market. We are one of the largest economies in the world. They are not going to leave. They didn't leave the European market. Europe has been doing this for over a decade. They're a decade ahead of us. People, prior question, what does the supermarket look like? Go to Germany. Stroll around a supermarket. That's what this will look like, is that every product that we currently have will be available. The other thing is New York is doing this. California's doing it. Maine is now doing it. Oregon, Washington. So manufacturers will be adjusting because there is a national movement to do this. All of the provinces in Canada do this, but one. But the assertion is, the assumption that people are going to leave the New York market, I think is just wrong with all due respect. To your question.
Mr. President, the sponsor continue to yield.
Will the sponsor
want me
yield?
to answer your question?
I'm sorry.
Senator
To my
Borrello,
question.
Senator Borrello, he was.
I know you were done.
He was getting
Just very quickly to
he was
your
getting to the
question.
end.
To my question.
The onus is on the producer. It's not on you. So if you want to go to Pennsylvania and buy what you want to buy, the onus is not on you. The onus is on who sells what in New York.
Mr. President, sponsor continue to yield.
Will the sponsor yield?
Absolutely.
Sponsor yield.
Okay, so what you're saying is that in a district like mine, and I will add, even in the New York City metropolitan area where we border New Jersey, Connecticut, which have not heard any plans for them to do this type of extensive ban on things. So there's going to be no penalty. This is not contraband. You're still going to be able to buy these things. You're going to be able to buy them across state lines and bring them in. What about like Amazon? Well, Amazon has a commercial wholesale program. You can buy restaurant products on Amazon and have them delivered. We don't do that. We use our local distributors. But what happens now if someone wants to order those same products on Amazon?
All right, sorry, Senator, we need to get clarification. If you're buying from Amazon, the product inside, if it's going to be sold in New York, is the responsibility of the producer to meet New York standards. The external packaging, the boxes, that is up to Amazon for their requirements on the secondary and tertiary packaging. So there would be two levels there, but you know, if the assertion is, you know, you want to buy from somewhere and it's a different bottle, you know, the onus is not on you. The onus is on the producer and it's on the packager. But I would also suggest that because of the size of New York and California, that what you're going to see happen is for the smaller states like Connecticut and Rhode Island, they're going to be getting the new packaging that New York and California are driving. That's going to be the national model, and that's part of the goal here.
Mr. President, sponsor continue to yield.
Will the sponsor yield?
Absolutely.
Sponsor yields.
Well, these are also global corporations, and I know you're talking about certain places, but you know, first of all, Canada only has a recycling mandate. They do not delve into what New York is delving into. In fact, New York's, as usual, is the most extreme. So I have a feeling that when it comes to drilling down to what the real requirements are going to be, especially after the special panel of people that are going to probably make it so restrictive that it's going to further encourage these companies not to participate in our market here. And I'm sure there will be others at a much higher price that will create those boutique brands. But to say that we are going to somehow impact a global product like Heinz ketchup here in New York and California, I think is, without a tremendous increase in cost, is foolish. But let me ask you this. So what you're saying is Amazon then will have to now ensure that that plastic ketchup bottle needs to be sustainable, all these things that you just talked about, but then it'll be wrapped up in some styrofoam wrap and some bubble wrap, put in a cardboard box, shipped on a diesel truck and delivered to my house so we can make sure that we have a sustainable ketchup bottle inside. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. President, 2 points. First, just getting back to your comments on this organization of people, the Producer Responsibility Organization are all business people. There are some environmentalists, there are some labor people, but this is the structure that they requested. This is the structure from the A-print that was, this is a nonprofit run by industry. They're the ones who come up with the plan. This is not big government, as was alluded to by Senator Helming. This is not big government telling them how to do it. This is us saying to business, you know better, you come up with the plan. So that's one assertion. The other is we want to get rid of the bubble wrap. We want to get rid of the styrofoam. And I bring back the analogy of Apple. Apple is one of the largest conglomerates in the world. And if we pass this today, and when we do pass this today, with the 10-year look back, Apple Computers is across their entire product line is fully compliant. Now, the other thing that I didn't add, if you give me 1 second for clarity, one of the other changes we made in this bill was we also recognized, and to Senator Oberacker's point, it could be hard on a product-by-product, package-by-package basis to meet the mandates of this law. So we said if you can't make it on a unit basis, you can do it on a corporate basis. So if you can't make it on the yogurt cup, you can make it on the soup can. And so we've given corporations that much more flexibility.
Mr. President, sponsor continue to yield.
Will the sponsor yield?
Absolutely.
The sponsor yields.
So we've said you can do this, but not that. We've said that we're not restricting people from actually owning these things. It's not contraband, so you can go and order it online. You can go pick it up in Pennsylvania, New Jersey. So what's the real impact of this going to be? If we've given we give exceptions to agriculture, you just said. So what's the real? Is this just kind of for show?
Through you, Mr. President, I don't honestly think that people are going to be driving across state lines and figuring out how to get around this law to buy contraband packaging. I really don't see that as something that people are going to do in their lives. But I thank you for the question. What this is going to do over the next 12 years is reduce the amount of packaging waste by 30% in New York State. We have a massive waste crisis. Our landfills are closing. We have 10 waste incinerators in New York State. May sound like an elegant solution. Ship your waste to someone else's community to incinerate. I have one of these in my district in Peekskill, New York. Hundreds of diesel belching trucks going through the community on a daily basis. That is not a helpful solution. Our landfills, the last landfill in Long Island, and correct me, my colleagues from Long Island, is closing next year. And we heard Senator Lanza yesterday speak about the horrors of the Staten Island landfill. So who in this room wants a waste incinerator in their district? Who wants a new landfill in their district? So the way we improve the situation and get the toxins out of our bodies and out of the waste stream and out of nature is simply to reduce the waste and eliminate the packaging at the source.
Mr. President, the sponsor continue to yield.
Will the sponsor yield? Absolutely. The sponsor yields.
So you talk about the people that have been involved in these decisions. Here's one of them. Beyond Plastics. They were quoted as suggesting that instead of giving children at Halloween pre-wrapped, packaged pieces of candy, that you should just take unwrapped candy and throw it in a paper bag and give it out at Halloween. Do you think that's a good idea?
As a parent, no. But that's not in this law.
Mr. President, sponsor continue to yield.
Will the sponsor yield?
Absolutely.
The sponsor
Yeah,
yields.
I realize that putting food into a paper bag hanging it to kids is not in the law, but certainly a lot of the packaging that would be used to hand out sanitary candy is. So what are we going to do about that? Are we talking about taking a very small piece of candy that costs pennies, and you said packaging is a small cost. It is, but when you're talking about a 2-cent piece of candy, you're talking about doubling the cost of that candy. I don't know if you've given out candy on Halloween. I spent hundreds of dollars on that. So what are we going to do for things like that, where the cost of the food is pretty much equal to the cost of the packaging?
Through you, Mr. President, as I said earlier, I have great faith in American industry and their potential to innovate. We all talk about that. We all brag about how productive American industry is, how innovative American industry is. We're proud of the industries in our district. And all of a sudden, when we ask them to reduce the amount of packaging by 30% in 12 years, we hear from some of the biggest multinational corporations in the world, we can't do it. Of course they can do it. We believe they can do it. We put a man on the moon in 10 years. We can come up with a new piece of candy wrapper in 12 years that has 30% less packaging or is made from a more sustainable material.
Mr. President, will the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor,
Absolutely.
Sponsor yield? Sponsor yields.
I know you have this, view that the companies are going to step up and do what you've asked, but Kraft Heinz, one of the world's largest food purveyors, is saying they're just not going to sell the products here in New York State. They haven't committed to producing anything that meets these needs. So who else is going to be making Cool Whip and Philadelphia cream cheese and Heinz tomato ketchup, Lunchables, Kraft Singles, Philadelphia cream cheese? Who else is going to be making that if they're not going to make it for us?
Through you, Mr. President, the notion that a multinational corporation that's already doing this in Europe, they're already doing this in Europe. They've been doing this for well over a decade in Europe, are going to walk away from the New York market and the California markets, which are among the largest economies in the world, I think is pure bluster. It's absolute bluster. They are not going to walk away from these markets. There are companies that are already doing this. The issue of Kraft, the cheese product singles that so much has been made about. Number one, they are making a choice to do that. There is nothing in federal food regulation that says you have to wrap every single slice individually. If you buy Sargento cheese, all the cheese is in one package separated by thin wax paper. They're not individually wrapped. But as we have said numerous times, they have an opportunity across their entire corporate line. So let's just say they want to continue to wrap slices individually. They can find the reductions elsewhere across their corporate line. But, you know, if just to finish up on the cheese issue, if they want to die on that hill, you know, we can talk about the unhealthful effects of the plastic in constant contact. That's one of those fatty foods that we talked about earlier that the harmful toxins from the plastic can leach into. So, you know, there's a strong public health argument to be said that they may want to rethink that strategy. But if they don't, then they can certainly meet the targets of this bill across other products in their product line.
Mr. President, sponsor continue to yield.
Will the sponsor yield?
Absolutely.
The sponsor yields.
I know that sometimes free market economy escapes some of you folks, but when you start talking about a boutique item that's made for Europe where the cost of living is much higher, the cost of food is much higher, the cost of everything is much higher, they can probably afford to do some kind of advanced packaging that meets those standards in Europe. But what happens here in New York? Like, for example, they could just say, from now on, all Heinz ketchup sold in New York State is going to be in a glass bottle. Will that change meet your standard?
If it meets the recyclability requirements, but that's up to the company, that's up to the PRO. There are, for instance, let's see that glass bottle right there? That glass bottle is recyclable through mechanical recycling. If they were to use the polymer that is in that bottle, that is fully recyclable, it's clear, it doesn't have colors, it doesn't have pigments. You know, where all most of the harmful chemicals come in are the colors and to hold the shapes and those things. There are options out there for clear plastic containers that they can use today through mechanical recycling. They were the ones who did the press release a couple of months ago touting the money and the R&D they put into a cap that can be recycled through conventional recycling, mechanical recycling. So if they're going to tout that they've already done this, why would they walk away from the New York market? They're doing this now.
Mr. President, sponsor continue to yield.
Will the sponsor yield?
Absolutely.
The sponsor yield.
First, to answer your question, developing a cap, which is maybe, 10% of the total package, which I understand is a great PR move for them. We've made this cap that's recyclable, but the big part is not recyclable. And when you start talking about glass, you know, and the reason I brought up glass is that, quite frankly, we all thought glass was wonderful and recyclable. It turns out it's not. Glass is not being recycled. The only thing we're actually really good at recycling is aluminum. So pretty much everything is going to have to be put into aluminum if we want to meet that standard. We're not good at glass. We're not good at plastic. So to go back to my question, if they're going to move this into glass because it meets the standards, but glass is no more recyclable than plastic at this point, what good is it?
Through you, Mr. President, there is no assertion that they need to be moved into glass. Let me, if this is helpful, talk about what the PRO does is they look at across industries what is the packaging that's most sustainable, what is the least sustainable, and how do we get more. And the fee structure, it's called eco-modulation. So the companies that have the worst product types in terms of sustainability and recyclability, those companies will pay more, and that's what their incentive is to better excel. And the companies that are already performing and have highly sustainable packaging, they will pay the least. And so that's the whole premise of this, is that companies will now have skin in the game. Right now, the only skin in the game is you and me and you. We're paying this to our taxes, to our tipping fees, to our carters. So for the first time, the manufacturers of non-sustainable packaging that we are paying to dispose of, they will just have to think about the life cycle of that package, from the sourcing of the raw materials to the end on how we dispose it, and they are going to be contributing to your local municipalities, my local municipalities, on the investments in the technology and the disposal and the recycling of these products.
Quickly, a time check, Mr.
Senator Burrell, I was just about to tell you you have 10 minutes and 30 seconds.
All right, wonderful, thank you. One more question, if the sponsor will continue to yield.
The sponsor yields.
Absolutely.
Sponsor yields.
So you brought up the fact that we are going to save money through tipping fees, the landfill, and so forth. I spent 10 years in county government. Our landfill was a big issue, some good, some bad, but it was definitely a profit generator. So are we going to require that whatever so-called savings from this is going to be passed along to taxpayers? Is that in this bill?
Through you, Mr. President, number one, as we mentioned before, the private companies that are currently carting and distributing the waste have contracts with the counties, with local municipalities. We've protected those contracts. So nothing that the PRO decides will override those contracts. But that money, New York City is estimating they will save $150 million annually. NYSAC is estimating the rest of New York State will save $100 million annually. That's $250 million that municipalities can give back to taxpayers. I'd like to see that. But that's also $250 million more that could be for firefighters, for police officers, for social workers, for teachers. That's up to the municipality to figure out how to dispense those savings.
Thank you. Mr. President, on the bill.
Senator Burrell on the bill.
Yeah, $250 million. That's almost a day's worth of running state government. It'll be an amazing amount of money we're going to save. Look at folks. No matter how you slice this, this is going to lead to less choice for our consumers. It's going to lead to higher costs. Could there be a solution that would be provided? Maybe. Maybe they'll make good on their promise that they're just not going to sell the products in New York State. Somebody else will, but it'll be at a higher cost. We talk about affordability, the affordability crisis in New York State. This is not going to make New York more affordable. But more importantly, it's not going to do a damn thing to impact plastic waste on a global scale, not even on a national scale. You know, we used to have a national strategy for things like this. The reality is back in 2018, China decided they were going to stop taking plastic waste. So we have all these containers full of crap that nobody needs coming from China, and they're leaving to go back to China empty. They used to go back with all of our plastic waste, and that plastic waste was recycled. Now, the President of the United States could solve this problem in a day. He could say to the Chinese government, we're not going to take any more of that stuff that you're making unless every container goes back full of plastic waste and that it is properly reused, recycled, whatever. But we don't have that kind of leadership in Washington right now. So that's why we're dealing with this crisis. If you want to do this on a national scale, yes, perhaps then, you know, Kraft Heinz, all these other companies would come up with some kind of a strategy. But at the end, it's still going to cost everybody more money. Let's not make any mistake about that. But the fact that we think that we are going to actually impact the policies and the manufacturing of a global company without tremendous cost to our consumers is just a fallacy. Now, Senator Harkin brought up the fact that 67%, according to a Siena poll, 67% of New Yorkers think that plastic waste is a problem. I think plastic waste is a problem. I agree. But do they agree on the solutions? Because it's funny, folks, when it comes to CLCPA and all these environmental issues, everybody's all in until they realize what it's going to cost them. And there's probably no greater example of that than most recently. When Ithaca, the liberal bastion of Ithaca, just voted down the electric school bus mandate. So apparently it's a climate crisis until it raises their property taxes, then no longer a crisis they want to pay for. If Ithaca, filled with environmental radicals, filled with all kinds of liberals, isn't going to actually pay for electric school buses, then what are most New Yorkers going to do when they realize what it's going to cost to implement this? What are most New Yorkers going to do when they realize that jobs are going to be chased away? More jobs, more families, less affordability. That's the impact of this. And on a global scale, this isn't going to make a dent in the plastic problem. Should we use less disposable one-use products? Absolutely we should. That takes personal constraint. It takes a national policy. And it certainly takes the realization that perhaps the best thing you could do is buy something locally. The packaging that's involved to buy one item on Amazon is tremendous, absolutely tremendous. And we're actually going to encourage more of that. We're going to encourage people to drive in their fossil fuel vehicles a little bit further to go get that item that they want, those Lunchables that their kids want to take to lunch, that package of cheese, whatever it is. And if you don't think that's going to happen, it's already happening. My district borders the state of Pennsylvania for about 100 miles straight, and people go to Pennsylvania all the time for all kinds of things. And they will go. Instead of going to the Wegmans in Jamestown, New York, they'll go to the Wegmans in Erie, Pennsylvania, and get the products that they want. So at the end of the day, you're going to continue to backpedal and backpedal and backpedal to try to satisfy the most radical elements of our political process here, because that's really what this is about. This is about appeasing the radicals. They just had a big punch in the gut, for courtesy of the governor. Congestion pricing. That's not going to happen. They're all very upset about that. So we got to throw them a bone, folks. Here it is. Here's the bone we're going to throw them. Something that's going to damage our economy, and in the end of the day, do nothing to actually impact the amount of plastic waste. It's time to stop this. It's time to stop letting the radicals rule the policies here in Albany. That's what this is, and that's why I'm voting no. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Borrello. Senator O'Mara, why do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the sponsor yield for some questions?
Will the sponsor yield?
Absolutely.
The sponsor yields.
Thank you, Senator. Just to clarify, I think you said in response to the last questioners that any container currently covered by our 5-cent deposit is excluded from this?
Through you, Mr. President, yes.
So the producers of those, through you, Mr. President, the sponsor will continue to yield.
Senator O'Mara, I just want to remind you, you have 30 minutes left in the entire debate, and you have your 30 minutes, so just wanted to keep you abreast of that. Will the sponsor yield?
Absolutely.
Sponsor yields.
No, I forgot what I was going to ask, but I don't need 30 minutes, I guess. No, so those producers of those bottles and containers that have a nickel deposit on them, they're not going to participate in this producer responsibility?
Well, through you, Mr. President, they may because they have other products. Many of them have snack lines. They have fast food restaurants. So the beverage bottles are exempt, but they have other lines of business, so they may be involved in the PRO.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Absolutely.
The sponsor yields.
Senator, I certainly appreciate what we're trying to get at here, and the reduction of waste overall is certainly a laudable goal and something that we need to really focus on. I'm just not sure that this is the correct way to do it. But this bill, the language says producers are responsible for reduction, refill and reuse, collection, transportation, recycling, and disposal. What is meant by disposal?
Well, that is part of the plan. The producers come up working with local municipalities and knowing where the investments need to be made based on the materials, whether that is recycling. To Senator Borrello's point about local products, that's reuse and reuse. It was a long time ago when some of us were young and you'd go to the supermarket to buy soda. They would come in glass bottles. You'd store them in the basement, and then the next time you went back and you exchanged them. That was a reuse and reuse economy in Europe. Very often the wine bottles are reusable. They're thicker gauge, they're still the same product, but then you return them. That's sort of what Senator Barillo is alluding to, is the reuse and the reuse. But the notion, and to your point, Senator O'Mara, about what this process is, this is not a group of radicals, as my good friend Senator Barillo alluded to. These are Fortune 500 companies. These are some of the largest companies in the world, companies that have balance sheets that are bigger than most countries. They're the ones who said, give us the responsibility, and that's what they're doing. They will figure out the life cycle of the process. They will work out with the waste haulers and the recyclers the best way to approach this.
Thank you, Senator. Mr. President, will the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Absolutely.
The sponsor yields.
Okay, now, we have a variety of waste collection programs throughout the state. Different municipalities do it different ways. Some don't provide anything at all, and it's private haulers. Some people take their own trash to the transfer station. So, you know, under this thing, producers are responsible for all of this that we just talked about. Let's just take New York City as an example, and they have about a $1.9 billion municipal waste program, sanitation department budget. What's going to be left for the city of New York to do that all these producers are requiring to do?
The figure you quoted, that $9 billion figure?
1.9 billion.
1.9. That is exactly why this is New York City's #1 legislative priority this year, this bill. Because this will save them anywhere from $150 million, I didn't quote the top end before, $150 million to $250 million a year, because they will be collecting less material and they'll be collecting it smarter, because it will be a honed system working with the manufacturers as to what actually can be recycled and what can't be recycled. You know, the point that Senator Barillo made, and this goes to your point, Senator O'Mara, is you know, that China should somehow magically recycle all this stuff. The truth is, plastic cannot be recycled. 5 to 6% of plastics can be recycled. The rest of it cannot be recycled. And that's why it's going to landfills and incinerators. And so that's where the savings to places like New York City will come in, is when we have real recyclable. The other thing I should mention is we're creating markets for this material, because we have recycled content requirements that are going to help spur the marketplace. And this is also happening in New Jersey. They don't have the same law we do, but they are also have now a law about recycled content minimums. So we're finally driving a marketplace for these materials which did not exist before.
Through you, Mr. President, will the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Well,
Senator Harkin, do you yield?
Yes, I do. I'm
The sponsor
sorry.
yields.
Senator, the issue that only so much plastic is recycled on a percentage basis is certainly restricted by the removal of advanced recycling in this legislation. And we don't have the ability to pursue that under this. But back to the New York City sanitation budget of $1.9 billion, and you say,
Senator Merrick, go ahead.
yeah, back to the $1.9 billion New York City sanitation budget. And this may save that, this legislation may save them up to $250 million?
Yes, that's their estimate.
Okay, then what's left for the city to do?
Well, they will still be doing the same things that they do, but they will be being reimbursed from the producer responsibility organization. As we mentioned, They're eco-modulated fees. So for the folks who are producing the least sustainable packaging, they will be paying more. The folks who produce the most sustainable packaging will be paying less, but those fees are going to go to New York City and to your small municipalities and my small municipalities to help reimburse running the costs for disposal of all of this waste.
Through you, Mr. President, the sponsor will continue to yield.
Will the sponsor yield?
How are we doing on time?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yeah. So then out of that roughly $1.7 billion left after the savings from this, what is left in the waste stream for the city to deal with? Why is this only making up a couple $100 million of a $2 billion budget?
Because it's not intended to replace municipal programs. It's to augment and to make smarter. And for the folks that are producing the waste that is the most problematic, for them to contribute to the disposal. In New York City, the unionized folks who collect waste each and every day will continue to do that. They may go to different MRFs, the materials recovery centers, but part of this will be that the PRO will determine, all right, in the New York City area, the materials recovery centers really need X, Y, and Z in terms of new advanced technology. They will invest in that so that our recycling programs and our waste disposal programs become smarter and ultimately more cost effective, and hopefully dealing with less raw material to begin with.
Through you, Mr. President, the sponsor will continue to yield.
Will the sponsor continue to yield? Will the sponsor yield?
Yes,
the sponsor
absolutely.
Yields.
Of all the producers contemplated by this legislation in New York, how many jobs are accounted for in either the manufacturing, the distribution, or the retail sale of these products? How many jobs?
It would be across the spectrum. It would mean many jobs. And the fact of the matter is, almost all of those jobs will not be changed. Marketing will not be changed. Food production will not be changed. The normal conduct of commerce will not be changed. All we are asking companies to do is be better corporate neighbors and rethink the life cycle of their products, from how they extract raw materials to the sustainability of the product to the end life cycle of the product, because we are paying for that. We're paying for it in taxes. We're paying for it in public health costs. And this is not an unreasonable demand to ask of corporate America. And let's think about, when we talk about innovation, innovation means new jobs. You know, when we talked about the CLCPA and the green economy, and we heard a lot of poo-pooing from certain folks, we have created already tens of thousands of good, high-paying green jobs right here in New York. Innovation spurs jobs. It doesn't remove jobs.
Through you, Mr. President, the sponsor will yield.
Does the sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
What is the requirement on a municipality to reduce their taxes by the amount being saved here that's being paid by the producers?
Through you, Mr. President, there's nothing in the bill that mandates a local municipality has to do anything with the money. That is a decision to be made at the local level. If they want to return it to the taxpayers, that's a great benefit. If they need to hire firefighters, whatever, they can do that. And quite honestly, there's a provision in the bill that if a municipality wants to keep doing what it's doing on its own, it can opt out. It doesn't have to participate. I mean, that will mean they will lose fees, but if they don't want to participate, a municipality doesn't have to.
Okay, through you, Mr. President, the sponsor will yield.
Will the sponsor yield?
Absolutely.
The sponsor yields.
So there's no requirement that the savings to the municipalities get passed on to the taxpayer.
It's a local decision.
How much do you anticipate the cost of goods in New York to increase as a result of this legislation?
Through you, Mr. President, as we spoke before about the, if I can just find it again, the Columbia study was $0 to $4 a month. There was a study done on the Oregon program that said the cost was de minimis. The York study, which seems to come out every time a different state or province comes up with one of these programs, has a much higher cost. But I highlighted at the beginning of the discussion what the procedural flaws were with that study and why the Columbia study is much more in line with what we can expect based on price competition and real USDA numbers.
To you, Mr. President, the sponsor will continue to yield.
Will the sponsor yield?
Absolutely.
Sponsor yields.
In your most recent revision to this bill 3 days ago on the D-print, you removed the ability of DEC to be able to reduce the target for reductions given certain circumstances. Why has that ability been taken away from DEC for what may be unforeseen inability to reach these targets?
Well, there are two things. Number one, in exchange for that, we gave companies the flexibility to meet these targets across their entire corporate line. Before, in the earlier versions of the bill, they had to do it on every individual package. And that was the pushback that we got from municipalities, municipalities, companies. They said, give us more flexibility across, let us do it across our entire portfolio, which we did. So that was the trade-off there. The other thing, as we discussed with Senator Oberacker, is if under this law, the technology is not available to meet FDA requirements, they can still apply for a waiver.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. On the bill.
Senator O'Mara on the bill.
As I said at the beginning, this is certainly a laudable goal and something I am interested in seeing in the reduction of waste. We've seen far too much landfilling across the state of New York, particularly handling New York City's garbage for them. But I don't believe this is the way to do it. And I believe that this is going to raise costs significantly to everyday New Yorkers based on the cost of this being passed along through the price of every good that you're going to buy in a variety, so many different ways. The prices are going up. The cost of living in New York is going up as a result of this. And the majority in this chamber and the governor of this state loves to talk about affordability and the problems we have with affordability in New York State. Yet virtually every action that gets taken decreases affordability in New York State and will cost jobs. We're seeing it through the CLCPA that this body approved, with significantly increasing utility rates already. NYSEG RG&E last fall were approved for an excess of 30% increase over 2.5 years. National Grid has put in for an over 40% increase of their rates, and that's just for the delivery charges. We haven't even gotten to the impacts of what the costs are going to be to New Yorkers on the supply of their electricity that's just passed through by the utility, because those are going up significantly as well. The costs of new transmission lines are not onto people's bills yet. The cost of offshore wind is not onto people's bills yet. This legislation before us today is going to further rise costs on everyday New Yorkers, on their budgets, and their ability to afford to be in New York. And it's going to directly cost jobs. Manufacturers will pull out of New York State if they can't utilize their products here. We're already seeing it on something that was passed just 3 or 4 years ago, in the banning of polystyrene packaging. There's a manufacturer in Middletown, New York, in Orange County, Genpack, just announced last week that due to the restriction on the use of their product in New York, they're shutting down their plant. Okay. Genpack, closing. 138 jobs. Good paying AFL-CIO union jobs leaving the state. We're seeing manufacturers close up and leave this state in a variety of sectors and industries because of the rising cost of doing business in New York, because of the restriction of the use of their products in this state. We have no idea telling what the implementation of this is going to mean in reduction of jobs. Now, we just received this morning a letter from the Teamsters Local 812 representing 3,000 Teamsters in New York City. They're strongly opposed to this bill. The mandates in this bill will negatively impact our union members, costing them jobs, job hours, and income. This is going to severely impact and curtail their activities as Teamsters and the jobs they do in New York State, and they're concerned about those good-paying jobs. There's the warning. You see it with Genpack. You're hearing it from the Teamsters. This is going to be a disaster. It's going to raise the cost of living for every New Yorker, and it's going to cost jobs in New York State. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator O'Mara. Senator Palumbo, we have approximately 9 minutes of debate time remaining.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. President. Will the sponsor yield for a couple of quick questions?
Will the sponsor
It
yield?
will be quick.
Absolutely, and
Sponsor
Thank you,
yields.
Chairman. Nice to see you. Through you, Mr. President. Senator Harkin, would food banks be subject to this bill as producers?
through you, Mr. President, no, they would not. We had a request a couple of weeks ago from folks who provide food to those in need, and they were written out of the bill.
The sponsor continue to yield.
Will the sponsor yield?
It's only the delivered food.
Clarification.
So excuse me, through you, Mr. President, so
Sure,
for
please continue.
organizations that deliver meals, for instance, to the homebound, those are exempt.
The sponsor continue to yield.
Will the sponsor yield?
But if I may, to finish answering the question, a food bank is not the producer. So any of the packaging requirements would fall to the people producing the food, not the food bank. So the food bank is exempt from this.
The sponsor continue to yield.
Will the sponsor yield?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Sponsor yields.
Three yields for one question. Pretty good. Okay, so just to be clear then, because they use plastic to secure pallets, but more importantly, they collect and do distribute to veterans and seniors prepackaged individual meals. Would that fit within the purview of this bill? And that's really the concern, that is technically, even if they're not leaving the building, the veterans and seniors are coming to the food bank to pick up a prepackaged meal that they packaged at the food bank. Would that be subject to this bill?
Through you, Mr. President, it's the manufacturer of the packaging. The food bank has no responsibility for this. So if this is covered under this bill, which meals are, whether they're frozen meals, fast food meals, they would be covered under this law, but the food bank itself is not. It's the company, whether it's, John Lew Food Products, then John Lew Food Products would be responsible for the packaging under the bill. It's a conglomerate.
The sponsor continue to yield.
Will the sponsor
One more
yield?
question, please.
Absolutely.
Sponsor yields.
Thank you, Chairman. Through you, Mr. President. So then, just to be clear, because they do prepare meals on site, so if there was a food bank that had the means to create some sort of packaging for distribution, then I think they would fit within the parameters of this bill, and that's really the concern. And if we could just, for legislative intent, be clear that that would still be exempt, I'd appreciate it.
Through you, Mr. President, good question. The food bank is still exempt. It's a manufacturer of the packaging, not the end user in this case.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Palumbo. Are there any other senators wishing to be heard? Seeing and hearing none, debate is closed. Senator Liu.
Mr. President, on consent, we've agreed to restore this bill to the non-controversial calendar.
The bill will be restored to the non-controversial calendar. Read the last section.
Section 4, this action will take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Giannaris Kruger, or Sue Cousins-White.
Senator May to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I want to thank the sponsor for incredible work on this very complex and important piece of legislation. For centuries, our economy has worked on the principle that manufacturers make stuff and they sell stuff, and people buy it and use it and throw it away. But in the 21st century, we finally have come to understand that there is no away. That PVC item that may be safe to use in your household, when it goes to an incinerator or a landfill, or gets thrown on the ground and eventually washes out to the ocean, it breaks down into toxic components. And it comes back to us through the air, through the water, through the fish that are dying, through endocrine disruption, all kinds of things. And we have got to start thinking differently about how we get from the start to the end of a product and what happens when it can't go away. So extended producer responsibility is the gold standard for getting producers to figure that out. What is going to happen to the product when it can't go away? And this is, a compromise. There is still a lot to be done, I think, but this has the potential to move the needle a long way toward getting a lot of materials out of the waste stream and back into useful life rather than just assuming that it's going to go away. I am so proud to vote aye. I'm grateful to everyone who worked on this bill and to my colleagues who support it, and I vote aye.
Senator May to be recorded in the affirmative. Senator Matera to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is something that's very interesting, and Senator Harckham, I applaud you, but when you said that the Teamster unions with the New York State were okay with this bill, but the little small local doesn't matter. That is very upsetting to me as a union leader that would even be said. There's 3,000 members that belong to Local 812, my brothers and sisters of the building trades on Long Island, that depend on their jobs, middle-class workers that depend on their jobs, that haven't been heard, what's been going on with that, to have jobs that are going to be lost, that are going to be eliminated. As a union leader, I create jobs. We do not lose jobs. So I'm a little bit of appalled, in other words, to say, they're only a little union. Really? I don't think all the men and women of that local of 812 out of Great Neck would appreciate that very much, and I don't. So another thing, too, the labor peace agreement, in other words, that there's a no strike clause, you can't picket. This isn't the Taylor law that we have civil service workers with the building trades. We depend on, in other words, that we have a collective bargaining agreement that we can go and we could bargain, and guess what? When we have a bad negotiations, that we could strike and and work hard for a decent wage, a decent health care, and a decent pension. So this clause, I'm not so happy with this, that I'm seeing this, that's in this bill. So, Mr. President, I am a no on this bill. and I would appreciate that, in other words, that Senator Harkam, that you would go to Local 812 and say that, in other words, you do care about all the hardworking men and women of that local. Thank you.
Senator Matera, to be recorded in the negative. As a housekeeping note, this is that time of the year we have to recognize that there are 2 minutes for non-sponsors to speak on a bill and 5 minutes to speak on the sponsor, for the sponsor to speak on the bill. Senator Sek to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, for the dozenth time, and I think it matters to be honest and thorough and accurate, and with my background in chemistry, vinyl chloride is toxic and a carcinogen. PVC, polyvinyl chloride, is not. It's inert. If you don't like it, for whatever other reason, that's fine, but it's inaccurate to say that it's toxic. The polycarbonate that is in our eyeglasses is not toxic. The toxic section needs work, but more importantly, $800 a year to the average grocery bill for New Yorkers adds to our affordability crisis in this state. And for those reasons, the reasons I covered, I think, on debate thoroughly, I will be a solid no.
Senator Steck to be recorded in the negative. Senator Harkam to close.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. First, I just want to say a couple of thank yous. I want to thank my colleagues from across the aisle for a very vigorous debate. I think we sort of covered all of the points. I don't really need to, I think, revisit that. I would just say to Senator Matera, I don't need to justify my labor record on this floor. The provisions that are in the bill were negotiated with the Teamsters. That was their language. If you don't like it, I suggest you take it up with them. Just quickly, a few thank yous. You know, this was a team effort. First, I want to thank our Majority Leader, Andrea Stewart-Cousins. You know, we would not have gotten to this point without her leadership, providing us with the resources and the counsel we needed to get this across the line. Want to thank members from Central Staff, Eric Katz, Mike Press, who did an amazing job, Paul McCarthy, Malik Dare, the rest of the Central Staff team. My team, Brian Pugh, Marie Kelly, Sarah Perez, Dan Lee. Just an incredible community in New York State of environmental advocates, municipal advocates, environmental justice advocates who refused to say no, who refused to lose, who went against some of the largest corporations in the world, corporations that, as we mentioned before, have balance sheets bigger than many countries. And I'm not saying they're bad corporate citizens, but one of the ways they get there is they create products that are at the lowest cost to them, and in this case, pass the cost on to all of our constituents to dispose of. In carting costs, in municipal costs, in public health costs. We didn't even get into microplastics in the debate, how microplastics have poisoned our environment, how microplastics have poisoned human health, the endocrine disruptors. The New England Journal of Medicine, two months ago, a study that microplastics are now causing strokes and heart attacks because they're in our blood system the way cholesterol and plaque are. Last week, endocrine disruptors, microplastics in human testicles. So the health impacts of these products cannot be understated. And the costs have been passed on to our consumers and to our taxpayers. And so all this bill is doing is asking for them to be better corporate citizens and to be more sustainable with their practices and their packaging. So again, I want to thank just the thousands of people in New York State who refused to take no for an answer, who kept pushing us and pushing us. I want to say that we truly did take stakeholder into account, and much of what is in this bill is exactly what they wanted. So if some folks want to keep pushing the goalpost out, you know, I understand that. That's our business. At some point, there are pencils down. And this is a balanced bill This bill addresses the concerns of industry, it addresses the concerns of public health, and it addresses the concerns of our environment. I just want to share one little anecdote, and then I'll close, Mr. President. As I was leaving the other night, I ran into a lobbyist who I've gotten to know over the years, and we were the only two in the hallway, and he said, you know, I may be the only lobbyist in New York State who doesn't have a dog in this fight. And he said, but as a father of a 6-year-old girl, I want to see you do something here. And her name is Sophie. And this bill is for all the Sophies so that we can create and preserve a planet so all of our members who have young kids here can grow up in a planet that is healthy and sustainable and with amenable standards of life. I'm proud to vote aye.
Senator Harkam to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1882, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Kazan Fitzpatrick, Gallivan, Griffo, Helmy, Lanza, Martinez, Martins, Matera, Murray, Obrecker, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rhodes, Rollison, Ryan, Scarcella, Steck, Tedisco, Weber, and White. Ayes 37, ayes 23.
The bill is passed. Senator Liu.
Mr. President, returning to the controversial calendar, please take up calendar 1055 by Senator Ramos.
Secretary will ring the bell. The secretary will read.
Calendar number 1055, Assembly number 8947C by Assemblymember Reyes, enactment of the labor law.
Senator Murray, why do you rise?
Mr. President, would the sponsor yield for a few questions?
Will the
please?
sponsor yield?
Mr.
The
President.
sponsor yields.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Ramos. So at the end of the budget, we, many in this chamber, voted in favor of budget provisions related to retail theft prevention, put together a task force, and some of those on the task force include a lot of law enforcement, legal minds, New York Attorney General, multiple district attorneys, multiple representatives from law enforcement, including the New York State Police. Were any of those consulted when you put together this bill?
Mr. President, this bill is drafted with the retail workers' safety in mind and was inspired by the survivors of the top shooting in Buffalo who remarked that they had not been trained in the location of the emergency exits. And this bill has been consulted by lots of advocates and many different parties, not law enforcement, but does follow in the model planning that we have voted for in this body to protect schools and other institutions.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
I do.
The sponsor yields.
Thank you. Who does the bill apply to? When we talk about retail, who does it apply to?
Through you, Mr. President, the bill is really has two pieces. The first part requires retail employers with 10 or more workers to develop a preventive workplace violence plan. And then the second part requires panic buttons for employers who have more than 500 employees at a location.
Mr. President, would the sponsor continue to
Will
yield?
the sponsor yield?
I do.
Sponsor yields.
I think it actually might be three because it says all private sector employees, or employers rather, with more than 10 employees would be required to adopt a retail workplace violence protection policy, and then also
They need a workplace violence prevention training program. So those are the smaller. Now, would the bigger also, would that also apply to the bigger stores as well? So that applies to all of them, correct?
The preventive training and planning, which I counted as one, applies to all of the employers.
Let's continue to yield.
Does the sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
Okay, thank you. So this would encompass the mom and pop shops, a little knick-knack shop or something, farm retails out in the urban areas, so big and small. But when we talk about 10 employees, are we talking full-time, part-time? Is there a differentiate? Do we differentiate?
Through you, Mr. President, this does not include knick-knack shops that have fewer than 10 employees. And again, the bill is designed to save retail workers' lives, no matter what type of employer they have.
Mr. President, would the sponsor continue to yield?
Does the sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
So now moving on to the large, well, I would beg to differ, because if we're including part-time to cover during the day, many times, if you're open weekends as well, you'll many times, even the little knick-knack shops will have as many as 10 employees. But moving on to the larger ones, where we're talking about, I believe it's 500 or more nationwide. Is that correct?
Mr. President, I don't believe, unfortunately, that shooters can differentiate between part-time and full-time workers. I don't believe they ask before they pull the trigger.
I don't believe she answered the question, but
Would you ask me to yield?
I'll ask again. Would the sponsor yield?
Sure.
Would the sponsor yield? Sponsor yields.
So to repeat the question, we're talking about the larger 500 or more is the requirement regarding the panic button aspect nationwide. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. President.
Would the sponsor continue to yield?
Does the sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
So in a situation like the Southland Corporation, and I'm just asking for clarification, Southland Corporation is the parent company for 7-Eleven. They have both corporate and they have franchisees. Are they treated as one or are they separate? For example, on Long Island, we have about well over 100 stores, maybe 5% are corporate, the rest are all franchisees. An individual franchisee may be 7-Eleven, but may only have 2 or 3 stores, wouldn't have 500. So do the franchisees also count?
Through you, Mr. President, there is no differentiation between franchise employees and the others. Again, this is a bill that's designed to protect the most number of retail workers as possible.
Would the sponsor continue to yield?
Would the sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
Thank you. So again, the True Values, the Ace Hardwares, all of these that are franchisees, so someone that owns one store would still have to fall under this. So what is the criteria? So they then qualify for the panic buttons. What is the criteria as far as the panic buttons? How many would be needed? Is it based on per square footage? Do we need one button per 50 square feet, or how would that be determined?
The employer to decide where, how many panic buttons there are and where they're situated. What we're doing with this bill is establishing a minimum standard of what needs to be provided to the workers by their employer.
Through you, Mr. President, would the sponsor continue to
Will the
yield?
sponsor yield?
I do.
The sponsor yield.
So in a situation like a Home Depot, they can have one panic button up front behind customer service? That would be adequate? That would fulfill the qualification here?
Through you, Mr. President, while unfortunate, yes. I mean, I would think that it's up to, we should be able to trust the companies, right? To be able to determine what their preventive plan is, how many panic buttons are needed depending on the number of employees at a certain location. And I would argue that at a mere $1,600 a pop to Home Depot, it's peanuts.
Would the sponsor continue to yield?
Does the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
So I just wonder, I mean, so we have no criteria here, basically. It's a panic button. It could be 20 panic buttons. It's up to them. So I wonder what good it would do if there's no guidance here as to what is needed. Why are we requiring panic buttons?
This bill is all about providing guidance. The point of the bill is to mandate employers to create a plan and train their employees on that plan so that they know what to do in cases of emergency. Teaching them de-escalation tactics and teaching them where emergency routes or how emergency routes should take place in case of an emergency. And for panic buttons, we're requiring the installation of panic buttons and leaving it up to the discretion of the employer, hopefully in tandem with the employees, to decide what the best possible landscape for security might be.
Through you, Mr. President, would the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
So I'm going to back up for a second, go back to the smaller employees and putting together this plan. So we'll agree to disagree on the knick-knack shop, but I'll just move over, say, a nail salon or something like this that might have 10 or more employees. So who exactly is putting together this plan? Is it the owner of the store? And what qualifies them to put together a safety plan with everything you've listed here under the safety plan? Let me give you an example. De-escalation tactics, active shooter drills, emergency procedures, instruction on use of the panic buttons. So we're going to have the owner of the nail salon is going to put together this emergency plan. How are they qualified? How is that making their employees safer?
Through you, Mr. President, the Department of Labor will actually be tasked with creating a model plan that employers will be able to customize to their sites.
Mr. President, would the sponsor continue to yield?
Does the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor
So
yields.
I'll go back to the panic buttons then. Will the Department of Labor be the ones determining the amount of panic buttons then? Or again, no, it's just, we just say put
Through
in
you,
panic
Mr.
buttons.
President, as previously stated, no.
And would the sponsor continue to yield?
Does the sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
And is there anything in this bill that would address, as you mentioned, the violence? I've seen, and we've all seen, videos of these criminals that are coming into a Rite Aid or something with bass carts, just crashing into people and pushing employees aside and filling up their carts and running out of the stores. Then they get arrested and they're released immediately, and they're doing it again the next day. They're coming in with garbage bags, with gangs coming in, getting caught, getting released, back doing it again the next day. Is there anything in the bill that addresses that to prevent them from coming in and harming the employees?
You, Mr. President, that part of the issue we actually addressed in the budget earlier this year. We increased the penalty for retail theft, and, well, we're attempting to deter, through that measure, people to feel inspired to steal. I would argue that that is reactionary. And while we should provide a deterrent, we should also have preventive measures in place in order to save lives and not simply react after the fact.
Mr. President, would the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
So back to the panic buttons, and one more question. So as far as the panic buttons, if the employer would put together a plan, and the plan includes the panic button, but in an emergency situation, the employees dialed 911 instead, didn't use the panic button because they couldn't get to it, there weren't enough, or whatever. They didn't get to the panic button. Instead, it was faster to dial with 911. Then something goes wrong. They thought it was more expedient to use their phone. The plan said use the panic button. Is the employer now responsible? Are they responsible for what goes wrong? Are they going to be held liable?
Mr. President, I appreciate the, how can I qualify this? Interesting hypothetical, but no, the answer would be no.
Thank you. On the bill, Mr. President.
Senator Murray, on the bill.
Thank you, Senator Ramos. So in this situation, and the senator brought up an extremely tragic and horrific event that happened in Buffalo at the Top supermarket. But I would say that perhaps if this were in place at the time, it could have been worse. And here's why. The shooting actually started in the parking lot. And it was 911 calls that came in that got the police there as quickly as they did. I bring that up because NYPD, and this is a quote from them, this is what the police are saying. The police said, while we support store owners installing comprehensive security systems, the department is not able to receive a direct notification from a panic button. Even if the technology could accommodate such an alert, it is not advisable. Panic buttons of any kind are not the ideal method to alert police and have become far less necessary with the prevalence of mobile phones. Unfortunately, at times, a panic button may be the only option, but calling 911 allows the call taker to gather information so that the officers know what they are walking into, which is safer for everyone involved. If they had hit a panic button that day, the police would have been showing up not knowing there was an active shooter, not knowing what was happening, and unfortunately, it could have been much worse. So when we look at these and we look at the details, I think, you said it was reactionary, but I think it is vital that if you're putting together any plan, you collaborate with law enforcement, and there be methods in here to deal with the biggest problem, which is these offenders, these criminals that are coming in time and time again and harming the employees. It's not employee-on-employee violence that's happening. We're not hearing a rash of that. We are hearing a major rash of these criminals coming in, pushing around or violently hurting the employees while they're stealing and getting away with it. There's no deterrent whatsoever because they do it time and time again. They head out the door, and even if the police catch them, they're back doing it again the next day. And there's nothing in here addressing that. You want to save your employees? Let's start cracking down on those criminals that are harming them. For that reason, I will be voting no. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Murray. Senator Martins, why do you rise?
No, but thank you, Mr. President. If the sponsor would yield for a few questions.
Will the sponsor yield?
Happily.
Sponsor yields.
Thank you, Senator Ramos. And I agree with you. Through you, Mr. President, I agree with you. The tragedy in Buffalo should be a wake-up call to a lot of us. And I'm just not sure myself that a statewide policy like this actually addresses the problem. And I want to drill down a little bit about what exactly we're dealing with, if we're dealing with an incident that happened in Buffalo 2 years ago, or whether we have incidents in our own districts where we have retail workers committing crimes against other retail workers in a workplace such that the employer should be intervening. Is that what this bill is trying to avoid?
Mr. President, this bill is designed to help workers call for help when they need it. I think no matter who the aggressor is. Sometimes it's managers, sometimes it's customers, sometimes it's people who are interested in doing wrongdoing once they enter the store. The idea is that whether there's an external panic button or even now they have panic buttons that are an application on your phone, whatever the employer decides, that they have that lifeline and that ability to call for help when they need it.
Thank you. Mr. President, through you, if the sponsor would continue to yield.
Does the sponsor
I
yield?
do.
The sponsor yields.
Thank you. So I want to drill down a little bit into what those sometimes are, because it's my experience that in my district and certainly in surrounding districts that I've seen, certainly recently and going back a little further, I don't see the kind of retail violence that we should be covering here. So I want to be clear for the record what it is we're voting on. And so I'll ask, Mr. President, through you, whether or not there have been incidents of retail worker violence in the workplace in your district that led you to want to bring this as an example or as a legislation to prevent or to avoid those incidents happening, and perhaps you can relay some of those incidents to us.
For you, Mr. President, I am the proud state senator for the Queens Center Mall, located just off Queens Boulevard in Elmhurst. And like any other mall or big box store, I think they're susceptible to retail theft. But no matter whose district we're talking about, we want to make sure, again, that these workers are able to get the help they need in cases of emergency. And I know that the senator sees the merit in that bill since he voted without rec in committee. So I appreciate the debate. This is about addressing preventive measures, not just reactionary ones, in order to save lives.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you, if the sponsor would continue to yield.
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yield.
Yes, I did vote without rec in committee, but I did so without recommendation for precisely the reason that I'm asking the questions now. Certainly wanted to make sure that the bill made it to the floor, but certainly also wanted to reserve the ability to ask questions and get clarity, and which is what we're doing now. So for that purpose, certainly I have malls in my district as well. Many of us have malls in our district, and I want to make sure what it is we are dealing with. Are we dealing with an issue of retail worker on retail worker violence in the workplace, such that our employers have an issue that they're not dealing with? And if we are, can you share some examples with us?
I guarantee you that managers and employers can do a better job of establishing policies against workplace bullying between employees, between managers and employees. Again, this is designed to address any and all of that in case a worker feels that their life somehow is in jeopardy and they need to connect to law enforcement.
Do you, Mr. President, if the sponsor would continue to yield?
Sponsor yield?
I do.
Sponsor yields.
So I'll ask perhaps a different way. Have you received any complaints from retail workers in your district, in stores that would qualify under the parameters that you have in this bill, where they felt fearful and didn't have recourse in their workplace, or employers didn't respond, and therefore they've asked you to advance this legislation?
Mr. President, yes, I have. I actually have had constituents who are retail workers after the top shooting tell me that their workplace does not conduct active shooter drills and that they do not know what to do if a white supremacist were to enter the store in Queens, who more likely than not is managed and operated by people of color. Yes.
Mr. President, through you, if the sponsor would continue to yield.
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
So with regard to concerns that were voiced to you, are we dealing with stores in a mall? Are we dealing with stores on a main street? Can you give us some flavor as to the types of relationships that these employees had with the stores, the employers, so we can understand the fix? Because it seems like we're offering a solution, but I'm still trying to get clarity on what the problem is that you're trying to fix through a statewide bill that will provide, frankly, some really significant changes in the workplace for many employers throughout New York State.
And Mr. President, this bill is designed not to address any particular type of violence, but really to encompass any and all in order to provide some peace of mind to the worker. So I get that he is, Senator Martins feels very passionately about worker versus worker violence, but this is all encompassed here. I'm happy to answer more questions, but that's what the inspiration is here.
Mr. President, first of all, thank you. I want to thank Senator Ramos for your answers. I appreciate it. I'll go on the bill.
Senator Martins on the bill.
You know, when I read the legislation, Mr. President, my initial thought was that we had a problem in New York State with retail workers getting into fights or altercations on or at the job. And I was concerned about it, and certainly it wasn't an experience that I had in my district, but I certainly was willing to understand that perhaps that was experiences in other people's districts, and so let's move it forward, because if there are ways that we can prevent workforce violence, and certainly if there are employers out there that are not properly supervising their workplace, then there are things that we should do about that. And frankly, if this bill did that, if it required training, required people to know where the emergency exits were, required people to know what they do in the event of an emergency, which what I am told is not de-escalate, it's run. It's not confront somebody who's attacking or committing violence, but to get out of the way and allow law enforcement to do what they're supposed to do. What I've also been told is that you also don't use panic buttons that use third parties in order to call law enforcement. You actually allow people to use their cell phones and call 911 directly, which is, by the way, the comment that we got from the police department directly, because that is best practice. So I have to question, what is the purpose of the bill? Because if it's workplace safety, which we all, everyone in this room believes in, no one should have to work in an environment where they are subject to the threat of violence and should have the ability to protect themselves and to be safe everywhere they are. But that's not what this bill does. It creates the facade that we are doing something, that we're putting in panic buttons. We're going to require all kinds of things. We're going to require the DOL to actually come up with policies that we're going to implement depending on the size of the employer, the number of employees they have. Locally and nationally, how many employees do you have? Without regard for what the circumstances are and whether or not there are any particulars that involve any workplace violence. We have collective bargaining units, Mr. President, who represent retail workers and wholesale workers and department store workers who provide training as part of being a journeyman and a member of that union. I can't believe that members of those unions are committing violence to each other. I also believe that the leadership of those unions are providing some level of guidance and training for their membership as well. So, again, if this bill required some level of training, asked people to watch a video, told them how they should perceive or proceed when it comes to someone who comes in from outside, or someone who's committing violence within the workplace, such that we are holding employers accountable, I would agree. You know, we oftentimes here in this chambers, we interject different things into dialogue. Maybe it's sometimes to be a little provocative, maybe. We use terms here that perhaps we should think twice about. We have the ability to de-escalate in our own conversations here on the floor. But when somebody comes in from outside of a store and causes harm to somebody in the store, it is our responsibility to make sure that we, I believe, support law enforcement and create laws that will at least hold people accountable. And I agree with the sponsor. There were steps that were taken as part of this budget that went, or at least take a step in the right direction. I don't think it went far enough. I think there are a lot of us in this chamber who would have liked to have seen a lot more done with regard to that. Perhaps it was a missed opportunity, perhaps it's an opportunity that can come again. But I think what we have found, and statistics bear this out, is that the people who are breaking the law on a retail level each and every day and are putting workers in harm's way each and every day do so over and over and over again. People being arrested and released, only to go back and commit crimes and put people in harm's way again. So I'll make it clear. We stand ready to work with everyone in this chamber when it comes to protecting retail workers who are affected by people who are coming in off the street and want to do them harm. Whether it's a petty criminal, whether it's a recidivist, or yes, whether it's a white supremacist who walks in and kills people. We all stand together, prepared to do what we need to do to pass laws that keep our retail workers safe. But that means supporting law enforcement, putting resources in place that allow them to respond, and not asking our retail workers to confront people who come through the door and de-escalate, because that's not their job. Their job is to stay safe and allow law enforcement to do their job. So yes, let's talk about training. Let's talk about making things available so people understand when they go to work where that exit is. Basic stuff that we shouldn't take for granted. And for that, I thank the sponsor for highlighting these things, because all too often we do not tell people where that exit is. All too often we don't tell them what to do in the event of an emergency. Something as simple as dialing 911 on their phone and telling whoever answers, the police dispatcher, where you are and what you're doing. And you know what, Mr. President? Technology is great. Technology is great, because right now, if we dialed 911 and we couldn't actually tell them where we were, they'd be able to tell where we are just simply by virtue of the fact that we're using a cell phone. So maybe we have the ability to pass laws in New York State that allow for these things, for basic protections and training that would actually make a difference. But if we really want to make a difference from people who come from the outside and put retail workers in harm's way, then let's go back, do what we can to support law enforcement and make sure they have the resources so when someone does call, when there is an emergency, that they have the resources they need to respond immediately, protect those workers, protect members of the public who are in harm's way. So although I do appreciate the sponsor's effort and I appreciate the spirit of this, it doesn't address that, and it goes too far in terms of trying to create a solution that doesn't necessarily solve the problem that's out there. Mr. President, I support the initiative, but I'll be voting no on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Martins. Are there any other senators wishing to be heard? Senator Borrello, why do you rise?
Mr. President, on the bill.
Senator Borrello, on the bill.
You know, I have met with retailers in my community to talk about the rash of shoplifting and robberies and issues in our retail locations. I sat down with small retailers, large retailers, law enforcement. The biggest threat to them has been the change of policies in this chamber. So now we're going to have some kind of a Band-Aid we're going to throw at this gaping wound that we've cut open in this chamber with policies we passed here, and tell them this is going to make everything better. Panic button, a map of where to go if somebody, comes in. This is about the fact that we have emboldened criminals to come in and brazenly steal, and then release them again to go do it again. This is not going to make a difference here. In fact, we're giving a false sense of security, I believe, with this bill. We're telling them that the panic button. And I heard the sponsor say, well, if they had a confrontation with their manager, I did not hear that. Okay, so you have a bad conversation with your manager, you're going to hit the panic button? Is that what we want our law enforcement responding to? Absolutely not. In fact, NYPD has said they are not going to be able to handle this. They cannot take a direct panic button call. So how is this going to function? Particularly when we start talking about folks that are really big proponents of defund the police. Less money, less cops, more calls, which is what this bill is going to do. Hypocrisy, absolute hypocrisy. It's ridiculous to think that we are going to create a program where at first it's going to be up to the folks that are the retailers, then it's up to the Department of Labor. The reality is we really don't know because we haven't gotten any clear guidance in this bill. I take offense to the idea that we're going to solve a problem as serious as the top shooting, which happened in Western New York, where I come from. A friend of mine works at that store as a pharmacist. You're telling me that anything in this bill would have changed anything there? Absolutely not. You actually, I hear people say all the time, you got to meet people where they are. I did that. I talked to retailers and law enforcement in my district. From the manager at Walmart to a small grocery store, all impacted by the violence that we've seen from the increase in shoplifting and robberies. This bill isn't going to do anything to help those folks, but we're going to give this false sense of security that we've done something, when the reality is we have to fix what we've broken here, and we have to reform the so-called criminal justice reforms. I'll be voting no. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Borrello. Are there any other senators wishing to be heard? Seeing and hearing none, debate is closed. Senator Gianaris.
Mr. President, we've agreed to restore this bill to the non-controversial.
The bill will be restored to the non-controversial calendar. Read the last section.
Section 3, this action will take effect on the 180th day and shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Dabo, Gianaris Kruger, Orso, Cousins White.
Senator Sanders to explain his vote.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank the sponsor for a common sense measure. I'm astounded to hear of a problem. I have used panic buttons in my offices for years. For years. They're connected to the local police station. The local police, not the 911. The local police station you connect it to. There are people who come into our offices, and I encourage everyone in here to consider getting a panic button. There are people who come into your offices that you may not want them to see you dialing for the police. You may want to do it quietly, like touching a thing like the banks do. Touching something right under your desk so that you can help try to diffuse the situation, but you know that backup is coming. There's no one thing that would solve all problems. I don't think that the sponsor ever said that this would solve all problems. Were there only one thing that we can do? We should do it yesterday if there's one thing. Sure, should we try to make sure that people who should be in jail are put in jail? Absolutely. I don't have a problem with that personally. And I think that this will make a safer workplace, and I, again, encourage all of my colleagues, if you don't have such a thing in your office, you're really not treating your people well. You should consider doing that so that, therefore, no one needs to see them pressing anything, and you keep your people safe while they're coming in there. Again, thanks for doing this. And all of us, we need to have this in this crazy day and age that we live in, where strange people come into our offices, along with the great people, I'm sure not so much in my district, but other districts. So under those conditions, thank you, Mr. President, and on that, I vote yes.
Senator Sanders to be recorded in the affirmative. Senator Rhodes to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too want to thank the sponsor for the intent of this legislation, but I believe it misses the mark. Similar to my colleagues, obviously, I've spoken with many business owners, a family member who is an owner of retail business. What terrifies her is not worker-on-worker violence. It is people coming into the store, shoplifting, people who are confrontational, people who are suddenly coming behind the counter, people who are creating encounters that present a real and present danger that are the result of some of the policies that we have passed in this chamber. Things like cashless bail, criminal justice reform, raise the age. We spoke about during the course of debate, and I know I'm limited in terms of time, we spoke about during the course of the debate some of the retail theft provisions that were inside the budget, but realize that as a result of what was passed in the budget, the only retail theft crime that is actually eligible for bail is if you steal in excess of $1 million of product in the aggregate. How does that provide a disincentive to anyone? And when we see over and over again stores actually closing, major retailers shutting down and moving out of communities because theft is out of control and it's putting their employees at risk, how do we pass a bill like this yet ignore the much larger problem that is out there facing us? And we have been in this chamber, to be honest, part of the problem. There is a pandemic of lawlessness out there, and for the last 6 years, this chamber and our colleagues in the Assembly have been nothing more than super spreader events in that pandemic. We need to buckle down and solve the problems that we've created. This bill, though well-intentioned, misses the mark, and I sadly will be voting in the negative.
Senator Rhodes to be recorded in the negative. Senator Ramos to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, in 2019, this chamber unanimously passed legislation for employers to create a model plan on sexual harassment. In 2022, this chamber unanimously passed legislation, Alyssa's Law, requiring schools to consider the use of silent panic alarm systems when conducting review and development of their school safety plans. Unanimous means that the superminority also voted for those measures. This plan for retail workers, which I did not hear the senators across the aisle say they spoke to, because it's important to not just speak to the managers and the owners, but the workers themselves, especially if you claim to protect labor. And they will tell you that they need a plan, that they need peace of mind in knowing where panic button is located, where exits are located, knowing what to do, and knowing that their employer is willing to protect them. That is the point of this bill. It's a simple but mighty bill. We're simply asking employers to keep their workers safe, because a healthy work environment is not just about the workers, it's even about the customers. It's about ensuring that we still have commercial corridors in our communities. They're not being driven out by the retail theft, they're being driven out by Amazon because they can't compete. They're being driven out by commercial real estate that laughs all the way to the bank while small businesses and mid-sized businesses are trying to figure out how to make rent. That's why. So keeping workers safe, knowing tactics on de-escalation when it's needed. Sometimes de-escalation is not appropriate because the situation is way out of their hands. And that's the point of this. That's the point of having active shooter drills and planned exit routes that are going to make a world of a difference. And they don't even have to do it alone, because the Department of Labor is going to be there to help once this bill is signed into law. And yes, we've had a lot of talk about retail theft in this chamber this year. Despite the post-pandemic spike in retail theft, over half of retail workers surveyed by RWDSU shared that they had received no training on how to deal with theft in the moment. In contrast, 57% of workers have experienced verbal or physical abuse from customers and managers in the past year. And a note on bail. For all the talk I've heard these years in this chamber about bail reform, I wish our colleagues across the aisle could at least be honest and admit that what they want is remand. They don't want bail. You pay bail and you're out. What you want is remand. You want to be able to keep people incarcerated despite not being convicted of the charges they're accused of. And that, Mr. President, is unconstitutional. It goes against the very same document, that the most sacred document in our country, that we, each and every one of us, have sworn to honor and to protect. And for that reason, I vote aye.
Senator Ramos to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1055, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Canzeri Fitzpatrick, Gallivan, Helming, Lanza, Martins, Matera, Murray, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rose, Ralston, Steck, Tedisco, Webb, and White. Ayes 41, nays 19.
The bill is passed. Senator Gianaris.
Returning again to the controversial calendar, let's take up calendar 969 by Senator Gonzalez.
Secretary will ring the bell. Secretary will read.
Calendar number 969, Senate Print 6803B by Senator Gonzalez, enactment of the Public Service Law.
Senator Palumbo, why do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the sponsor yield for a few questions, please?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
Good afternoon, Senator. Thank you for yielding. Through you, Mr. President, I have a few questions regarding what this bill actually does and why it's necessary. Maybe we can just answer that, the sponsor can answer that question generally, just to kind of get us discussing the specifics.
Yes.
Senator Gonzalez.
Through you, Mr. President, this bill is important because we have a crisis right now amongst certain utility customers in our state. When utility companies are under a formal investigation, we have customers who are paying what is credibly too high a fee, in addition to late fees and interest, with the possibility of termination. And so our utility customers are struggling, and what this bill aims to do is protect those customers during the time of a formal investigation from late fees, from interest, and of course from termination of non-payment. So in a system where we have a disadvantage for utility customers, what we're really trying to do is build a more equitable playing field for them and give them some key protections.
Thank you, Senator. Will the sponsor yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
Thank you, Senator. And so in that regard, I guess on page 2, I see here at line 19, or really again at line 5, it uses a lot of the same language, but line 5, 2A, utility corporation shall not impose late fees, interest, or penalties during an investigation if such utility corporation is the subject of a pending investigation. Provided, however, that such late fees, interest, and penalties may be imposed retroactively if such investigation is issued a final order in favor of such utility corporation. And then further down, in section 3 at line, really, I'll cut right to it, line 22, that, or I'll start at 20, that they should not be terminated, to residential accounts shall not be terminated for non-payment of an overdue charge from the commencement of any commission investigation until 120 days after the findings of such investigation have been published and a determination has been issued by the commission. So in that regard, I know it's kind of a long question, but it looks to me as if now if a public utility is investigated, through that investigation, up to 4 months or not until 4 months after that investigation is concluded, can they charge any late fees? And also they're prohibited from removing customers for non-payment. Is that accurate?
Thank you, Mr. President. So depending on the determination of the investigation, either the PSC rules in favor of the consumer or in favor of the utility company. What I think you're getting at is, through you, Mr. President, I think what is being discussed here is when, the utility companies essentially ruled that they were billing their customers fairly, that the consumer then has 120 days to pay back what may be owed, in addition to what the PSC will determine as late fees and interest. So again, the PSC is determining how much is due to the utility company in the case that they are ruled in favor of. That being said, well, I do want to give more context on just how to get to that point. So through you, Mr. President, just some clear, pieces of context for this bill that are important. One, when we talk about investigations, we're talking about either 25 customers or more submitting the same complaint, or a municipality submitting a complaint, or the Department of State. Those are the three mechanisms to trigger this type of investigation. You're talking about the DPS having reviewed those complaints, seeing them as credible, right? And then during the formal investigation, which can last on average 1 to 2 years, that is when customers would be protected. So we're talking about a specific subset of investigations, and we're talking about credible complaints. So most of the time we're actually seeing results that favor the consumer.
Continue to yield.
Yes.
Will the sponsor yield? The sponsor yields.
Thank you. Well, this applies during the pendency of an investigation, so there's been no negative finding, and you get 4 extra months without a finding. That's favorable. And so this could certainly also apply to what end up being completely unfounded investigations as well. Is that accurate?
Mr. President, of course, in any investigation, the PSC may rule that the utility company was operating fairly. And in that case, the utility company will be made whole because the customer will be required to pay those late fees, interest fees, and whatever the PSC deemed as the reasonable amount. That said, throughout the formal investigation, there is still a requirement for that customer to pay their utility bill. But of course, what we're finding is that is incredibly difficult when ratepayers are seeing, in certain cases that are being investigated, thousands of dollars of increases, which can be untenable.
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
And we understand that there's still an obligation for the ratepayer to pay. But if they don't, they cannot be the collections action, or they cannot be terminated for non-payment. So they continue to get electric, despite the fact that the so-called complaint ends up being unfounded. Isn't that accurate? Regardless of how many customers. The way I read this, it says 0 customers can be, with residential service, can be terminated. And that's really the crux of my first batch of questions here, is that we still have an investigation that can take years. Yet we have residents who can just decide not to pay. The utility gets to play bank, and the PSC may be just looking into a general audit. And that's where we're going to get into investigation in a minute and the definition of it. But can you explain to me how that is necessary and how that makes sense, that the utility cannot even pursue collections just simply because they're being investigated for any reason, including those that may just be a general audit?
Mr. President, I appreciate the opportunity to clarify the language of this bill. Again, in the case, this isn't a case that a single ratepayer or single customer has submitted a complaint. These are only investigations that come of 25 or more customers or municipality or the Department of State submitting a complaint. So again, we're talking about a smaller subset altogether, and an informal review process that happens from the DPS, which has to then determine if those complaints are credible. If the DPS does see them as credible, then they are credibly seeing that those ratepayers are likely paying thousands of dollars more than they need to. So we have to also, in the context of this bill, during that formal investigation, put ourselves in the shoes of New Yorkers who have now submitted something through an informal process, have been validated that their claim that they are paying more than they should at a time where it's already so costly to live in this state, is higher than it needs to be. And so they are still required to pay through that formal process, but all we're saying to make, again, the burden a little bit easier during the formal review process is that those consumers should be protected from interest and protected from late fees. And I think the issue that's being brought up is, in the case of non-payment, no, we do not believe that the customer should have their service terminated. And what we're seeing in real time, for example, in the case of Central Hudson, where they are being investigated, within the last week, 3 ratepayers that tried to keep up with the additional costs or the increase in their light bills were not able to keep up and had their service terminated. And so we are, again, this is a consumer protection bill. We're trying to protect the customer during this time. And they have a credible claim. And so this creates a clear process. And of course, at the end of that process, if it is found the utility company did not do anything that was outside of the realm of what is reasonable, then they will be made whole. And so, again, this is it is for specific cases, but we are not encouraging non-payment. We are ensuring that the company is still being paid, and we are just simply protecting our consumers during, what is potential improper practices by utility companies.
Sponsor yield.
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor
Thank
yields.
you. Through you, Mr. President, is the sponsor aware that the Public Service Commission already has the authority to suspend late fees and termination? during an investigation.
Through you, Mr. President, yes, that is true.
Thank you. And will the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
Now, the scope of an investigation is what I have a real concern with. And we have here that an investigation is a formal proceeding conducted by the Commission to examine the policies, practices, rates, charges, services, facilities, operations, or management of a utility corporation. So that's essentially every proceeding to set utility rates. Is the sponsor aware that those proceedings, just to simply set rates, which is a common thing that the Public Service Commission engages in, not that there's any untoward or inappropriate behavior, that's just what they do, is the sponsor aware that those proceedings can take 12 to 18 months?
Madam President, I believe you're talking about a standard rate hike case. So when the PSC reviews a utility and reviews claims that the utility company has to increase the rate for their customers. So yes, that is a lengthy process, but that is outside of the scope of this bill in that we're dealing with individual utilities being investigated for potential malpractice. So I guess through you, Madam President, I have one question for my colleague, which is just to clarify the role or in the context of why they're bringing up the larger rate hike case.
The sponsor yield.
Does the sponsor yield?
Yes.
Yes, sponsor
Certainly,
yield.
Senator. And I'll tell you, let me direct you because it's kind of the same language throughout. And I'll go through just on page 2 here, right, because I have it up. It's section 54, line 12. Investigations relating to residential gas, electric, and steam utility service. For the purposes of this section, the term, quote, investigation, close quote, shall mean, not may, a formal proceeding conducted by the Commission to examine the policies, practices, rates, charges, services, facilities, operations, or management of a utility corporation, or to determine compliance with any law, rule, regulation, order, or tariff applicable to such utility corporation. The term investigation shall include proceedings conducted pursuant to Section 71 of this chapter. And then I'll read the whole section. Notwithstanding anything to the contrary, the term investigation shall not include Commission inquiries triggered by an individual customer complaint filed pursuant to Section 43 of this article, and that's because, as you said, you prescribed it needs to be other investigations triggered by other agencies or 25 individuals or more. So my question is, and this is my concern, that is so broad in scope that these public utilities throughout the state are almost constantly under some sort of a, quote, investigation by that definition. So what we're doing is now creating a situation where the utility can't terminate residents, can't collect late fees, can't pursue any of those late fees, and is required, pursuant to this mandate by statute, instead of having a potential effort by the Public Service Commission, when they do see some untoward conduct, where they can indicate, they can initiate a pause. This mandates it no matter what, plus an extra 4 months. So if you could reconcile that for me, Senator, I would really greatly appreciate it.
Through you, Madam President, this is a perfect moment to clarify the language within this bill. This bill does not include routine proceedings. And we understand that there are routine proceedings and investigations that happen for utility companies, which is why we were very intentional about the language in this bill. The bill's intent is to protect consumers from the impacts of major systemic issues, not to interfere with routine regulatory reviews, such as rate cases or standard system reliability assessments. And so, of course, we mentioned rate cases. Every 3 years, utility companies have the opportunity to come before the PSC, argue their case, provide substantial evidence to increase the rate if they believe that that is reasonable. And they will still be allowed to do that, but that is certainly outside of the purview of this bill, in addition to, again, routine proceedings. Yes.
Thank you, Senator. And just one or two other areas, just regarding that these investigations, they need to come to a conclusion or a determination. And I've been advised, and let me know if you believe differently, or if you can identify for us for the purposes of legislative intent, what the completion of a proceeding is, because rate orders issued by the Public Service Commission typically end by stating, quote, "this proceeding is continued." So in effect, utility rate proceedings don't end. At least not until the next one has begun, because it's an ongoing evaluation. And since that is within the definition of investigation here, it seems as if it would be never-ending. And you would still then have a finding of no inappropriate conduct by the utility. However, they still can't pursue late charges and back fees. And we know what happens to keep them solvent. They have to charge the rest of us that are paying the electric bill. So can you reconcile that for me? Or just tell me what you mean by that language?
Through you, Madam President, again, routine proceedings are not within the purview of this bill, but I'm very happy that my colleague brought up an issue that, is persistent in our system, or in our investigation system. So it is true that sometimes after a formal investigation is called, there isn't an outcome. And the PSC doesn't necessarily determine, in favor of one, the customer or the utility company. And so it's left open-ended. Part of this bill is to actually incentivize that when there are formal investigations, that there is a clear outcome. And to the point that these can often run for a long period of time, it is also a deterrent for a longer investigation and to create urgency so that both in the best interest of the utility company and in the consumer, we have a shorter investigation, a clear outcome, and of course, a resolution that is fair to the parties involved as determined by the PSC. So this is, of course, actually part of why I believe the bill is needed in this moment.
You, for just one more question.
Yes.
Hopefully one more question, right? The famous last words for me, usually. With respect to the final determination, also has some language that the 120 days doesn't start until after the determination is final. So if there's an appeals process, say 30 days to appeal, or if there's an Article 78 proceeding, until 30 days after that determination, that would ultimately be the time to file your notice of appeal in a civil case. Can the complainants also appeal? Because under Article 71, any mayor or town board or 25 individuals could initiate a complaint. And then that process takes a long time as well. As we know, the court process, if there's, by any chance, an appeal to, say, an appellate division, we're talking years. So can the complainant also extend that time out?
Madam President, yes, it is absolutely true that there may be an appeals process. That said, we are talking about cases where ratepayers have a credible claim that they're paying too much over a long period of time. And so I would say, especially, and to my colleague's point, especially if this is taking a significant amount of time, we really should be protecting New Yorkers who we represent as much as possible. And again, even after the appeals process, if there is money owed to the utility companies, they will receive that money. But if we're insured, but all we're saying is during that time, either formal investigation or appeals process, late fees and interest should not be accrued. That actually is a very reasonable and fair claim to ease the burden on customers who are potentially being wrongly billed. And I believe that utility customers have a responsibility to pay their utility bills. Again, they're required, even through the appeals process, to continue to pay their bill. That said, I also believe that utility companies have an obligation to provide timely and fair and accurate bills. And that latter part is really what this specific piece of legislation gets to. Thank you.
President, thank you so much, Senator Gonzalez. Thank you, Madam President. And I understand, of course, the intent of this. I think I'm maybe a little bit more cynical. My colleague, the sponsor, I've always had very lovely interactions, very kind person. But I would respectfully suggest that that's not really how this bill will work in practical effect. That we now have a complaint and appeals process for an unfounded complaint that runs the investigation length plus 4 months. 3 complaints means that no one can be terminated, no late fee, no service can be terminated, no fees can be collected over the course of a year. And so this is something that is going to create such an outrageous issue for all of these companies that they'll probably be bankrupt, quite frankly, and I hate to be so dramatic. But when you have these combined gas and electric companies, this bill provides that if you're investigating one side, the other side also is exposed to the moratorium. Not only that, and this is the real kicker, and I don't really see the reason for this provision, that within 3 days, the utility must notify put it on their website, notify the consumers. Within 10 days, I believe, they had to also individually notify the residential customers that they're under an investigation. So when you put this together, you're now broadcasting to every single person in the service area, we're under an investigation, guys. If everyone decides to not pay at that point, there's nothing they can do about it for the period of an investigation plus 120 days. Or if there's an appeal, if either side appeals, we're talking years and years that this can go on. And I understand the intent of this bill is to go after unscrupulous rate hikes. We do have a Public Service Commission that is supposed to be doing their job. And they also have the authority to suspend, as I indicated, late fees and service termination in the event they do find such conduct. But overwhelmingly, these investigations don't end up with some smoking gun of horrendousness. They're just simple audits. That's what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to oversee our utility system. So for those reasons, Madam President, I'll be voting in the negative. I urge my colleagues to do the same. I understand the intent of this bill, but unfortunately, this is way too far afield to be implemented in a reasonable manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Palumbo. Are there any other senators wishing to be heard? Seeing and hearing none, debate is closed. Secretary will ring the bell. Senator Gianaris.
Madam President, we've agreed to restore this bill to the non-controversial calendar.
The bill is restored to the non-controversial calendar. Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, or Stuckey-White.
Senator Hinchey to explain her vote.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to thank the sponsor for bringing this bill to the floor and to thank my colleagues for voting in favor. I represent the Hudson Valley, and one of our main utility companies right now is under investigation. We have spent the last 4 years trying to get this company to be a better steward of the energy that they provide their customers. We have spent 4 years with people receiving inaccurate bills, some people not receiving bills for months. And right now, that same utility company that is currently under investigation for their bad billing practices is asking for a 16% increase for electric rates and a 19% increase for their natural gas rates. Pulp estimates that if those were to go through, it would make residential electric customers see their bills increase nearly $17 a month on average. And for residential natural gas heating customers, their bills would increase about $16 on average a month. This is unconscionable. Our utility companies, what seems like, have been running amok, and it is incumbent upon us in this body to make sure that we are holding them accountable to provide the services that we need from them, both in a transparent and a true timeline, but also to make sure that it's affordable and they're not gouging customers for their own errors. So again, I thank the leader for bringing this bill to the floor, I thank the bill sponsor, and I proudly vote aye.
Affirmative. Senator Gonzalez to explain her vote.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank my colleagues for their comments. Certainly want to thank my colleague across the aisle for the robust debate. I am really proud to sponsor this bill because I have seen firsthand the effects of when a utility company is overcharging everyday New Yorkers who are already struggling with the rise of the cost of living here. And if the choice is between allowing our utility companies, as Senator Hinchey said, to continue running amok and choosing to side with our constituents who are dealing with the effects of that, I choose my constituents every single time. And this bill is incredibly reasonable in its approach. It's a specific set of investigations that are deemed credible by the PSC, whom I trust to have clear discretion and clarity when they make that decision. And it also is only regarding a separate set of companies, residential gas, electric, and steam utility services. I think these are critical. I think they're needed right now, and I'm really proud to not only have been working on this, but I want to thank the staff who were part of writing this bill, part of talking to advocates, consumers who are struggling with this. And with that, I vote aye. Thank you.
Senator Gonzalez to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 969, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Councilman Fitzpatrick, Gallivan, Griffo, Hellman, Martins, Patera, Murray, Obraca, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rhodes, Steck, Tedisco, Weber, and White. Ayes 42, nays 18.
The bill is passed. Senator Gianaris.
Madam President, we have another situation where a member would like to explain a vote on a previous bill, so by consent, can we return to calendar 1910 and let Senator Hoyman Siegel explain his vote on that bill?
Senator Hoyman Siegel to explain his vote.
President, I rise to speak on S5481A, our bill that would amend the insurance law in relation to requiring insurance policies to cover neuropsychological exams for dyslexia. Some of you may know that my 13-year-old daughter is dyslexic, and my husband and I went through trials and tribulations to first determine that she had dyslexia, and secondly, to get an examination, specifically a neuropsychological examination. Those neuropsychological examinations can cost anywhere between $5,000 and $10,000 per exam. They haven't been covered by insurance plans until we passed our bill today, and hopefully the governor will sign it into law. A special note, one is that last session, we in the Senate, along with our colleagues on the other side of the Capitol, passed the Dyslexia Task Force Act. Thank you, Madam President, for your support as chair of the Education Committee that will set in place standards for both educators and screening of our children with dyslexia or dysgraphia. And two, next week is my 13-year-old daughter's graduation from the Windward School, which is a specialized school for children with dyslexia. The education she has received there has been transformative to her young life. You know, when I introduce myself in front of her among constituents, I often say, Senator Brad Hoylman Siegel. She will usually interject State Senator Brad Hoylman Siegel. Nevertheless, we have a wonderful relationship, and I'm very proud of her and her efforts. And so, Sylvia, this is not just for you, but for similarly situated parents and young people across the state of New York. I vote aye.
Thank you, Senator Hoyman Siegel. Senator Gianaris.
Back to the controversial calendar now. We're up to calendar 1869 by Senator Stavisky.
There's a substitution at the desk. The secretary will read.
Senator Stavisky moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill number 10,467A, substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9721A, third reading calendar 1869.
Senator Palumbo, why do you write?
Thank you, Madam President.
Excuse me. Substitution so ordered. The secretary will read.
Calendar number 1869, Assembly number 10,467A by Assembly Member Braunstein, enactment of real property law.
Senator Palumbo, why do you rise?
Thank you, Madam President. Would the sponsor yield for a few questions, please?
Senator Stavisky, do you yield?
Yes.
Senator yields.
Thank you, Senator, and good afternoon. It's me again, 2 in a row. Could you just tell us generally what a ground lease is and why this legislation is necessary?
Thank you. Good afternoon to you and to everybody. A ground lease is a lease where a residential co-op does not own the land on which it sits, on which it was built. We're dealing here with a very limited scope, so to speak. There are a number of co-ops, some really all over the city, but the ones I know best are obviously in Queens, and they have been having difficulty in the 30-year mortgage because of the renewal aspect. It does not deal with rent or anything else except the renewal or the expiration of the lease. And in fact, the brief summary of the bill says that any ground lease with a renewal and/or extension clause exercisable prior to the expiration of the ground lease at the sole option of the ground lessee, may be executed at any time prior to the expiration of the ground lease in accordance with all other terms of thereof. It kicks in only when the lease is about to expire or it's up for renewal.
Continue to yield?
Yes.
Senator Yields.
Through you, Madam President, how long are these leases typically? My understanding is they're long, like 99 years, right?
My understanding, these leases go for 99 years.
The sponsor continue to yield.
Do you continue to yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yield.
Thank you, Senator. And and just to reiterate, so the cooperative corporation owns the building with all the apartments or condominiums, and the landowner owns the land. These are negotiated leases, correct, between quite sophisticated parties. You've got people who own millions of, who are building or who own millions of dollars worth of the building, and then you have the landowner beneath. So these are extensive contracts that are negotiated at the beginning of the lease term. Is that accurate?
Mostly, the people who reside in the co-op, in the residential cooperatives, they own, as you know, shares in the corporation that owns the put up the building. They do not own the land.
Understood. The sponsor continue to yield.
Yes.
Yield. The sponsor yields.
And thank you. And so, through you, Madam President, Senator, would the so this just now allows a renewal, and I seem to recall, is it within 30 years of the expiration or at any time?
May mortgage is usually a 30-year mortgage loan. But this would take effect only with the expiration or renewal. In other words, this ground lease legislation deals with the timing, not the terms of the contract.
The sponsor continue to yield.
You continue to yield?
Yes. And my understanding from reading the sponsor's memo is that this is because, and as you indicated, that certain people who are looking to secure financing are unable to get it because the renewal would come up prior to the end of their 30-year mortgage on their shares for their unit. Is that accurate? The sponsor continue to yield.
You continue to yield? Sponsor yield.
And now, and Senator, you may have been around for my arguing or debating a similar bill that was introduced previously regarding how, with a lease, they're pretty straightforward documents, right? Other than these really nuanced ones where they have very valuable property, they have mechanisms for determining market value, and intermittently, they agree to this in their contract, that they'll maybe have an appraiser that they agree upon who will adjust the rent for the land that the cooperative would pay. So they're really pretty sophisticated things. But ultimately, my concern is with a lease, there's two real material terms. How long and how much? The length of the lease and the costs. And those are all negotiated. So this document, and I'll cut right to the chase because we've had a long couple of days here, my concern is that this is now interfering with the term because really, they always, when in these leases, from my understanding, they'll have a 99-year lease and they'll negotiate an option to renew. So the terms of renewal are already agreed to. But because they can't just suddenly say, we're not going to renew, we want your property because you can't remove this building, this cooperative apartment complex from the land. You can't just pick it up like it's an automobile. So my question really is, how does this not change a very material term and substantially impair, as you may know, and That's the contracts clause of the United States Constitution. How does this not substantially impair the length of time? Because now we're imposing by statute an adjustment where the cooperative can now say, you know what, we want to renew now so people can get mortgages because the renewal is only 25 years away. Does that make sense?
You are referring to a different measure, far more complex. This legislation before us deals with the timing and nothing else, the ability to renew the ground lease.
Continue to yield.
Do you continue to yield?
Yes.
Senator yields.
And Senator Stavisky, if I could just direct you to, I guess, the last page here. It's a pretty short statute. What is this page? I guess this would be page 2, line 26, at the end of subdivision F, that notwithstanding any term of a subject residential cooperative ground lease to the contrary, so overriding their lease, if a subject residential cooperative ground lease authorizes the ground lease residential cooperative to renew or extend its lease at the sole option of the ground lease residential cooperative, then the ground lease residential cooperative may exercise such right to renew or extend at any time prior to the expiration of the subject residential cooperative ground lease in accordance with all other terms thereof. So, and I know this seems kind of somewhat innocuous because it's still allowing a renewal subject to the agreed upon terms, but it's shortening that window now that they can, instead of having a 99-year lease, they actually have, say, a 75-year lease based on this statute, which is impairing the term of that lease.
If the lease gives them the right, we are just dealing only with the timing and not the terms of the lease.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that, Senator. Thank you for responding to my questions. It's always nice to see you on the bill, please, Madam President.
Senator Palumbo on the bill.
Thank you. And this is, I think, a much better version than there was a previous bill that completely impaired the agreements between the parties. And as I indicated, these are very sophisticated parties. You're not going to have someone who's owns or is building a cooperative complex and the owner who owns the land doing this on a cocktail napkin. These are very sophisticated parties. They all hire very sophisticated lawyers, and all these terms are in agreement. And I'm glad to hear that this is not intended to impair any of those terms regarding how they determine rent, how they determine really every other provision within that lease. My only wrinkle and concern is that this is constitutionally defective because the parties could agree to negotiate that into their contract, that in the event there are some of the cooperative owners, shareholders who are having a tough time getting a mortgage, that there could be some sort of a clause that could be executed or an option. But more importantly, I think the wrinkle is that the mandating of a very significant modification of the ground lease, because let me just give one more point before I wrap up. It jumped into my head that when we think about this, that the option to renew is built within the contract. I don't see how the lender would actually want to invest or would not invest because the option to renew is right before them. Their underwriters can take a look and they'll issue the debt. Say, great, we'll give you a mortgage. Because now with this, I think it's almost counterintuitive to that idea because the banks may not want to invest. Because now you're going to renegotiate new terms which may affect the costs. They may renegotiate because you're now renewing prior to the expiration. You're really, it's not a 99-year lease. It's subject to the whims of the cooperative, if that makes sense. So that's really my concern. So I just feel, I get the intent is a wonderful intent to help the cooperative owners so they can get financing and stay in their homes. I'm just really concerned about the constitutional nature of this. I don't think it complies, and as a result, I'll be voting no. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Stavisky, you want to explain your vote? You were not there. On the bill. Senator Savitsky on the bill.
Bill, thank you for your comments, Senator. I think what you're getting at is an issue that is misunderstood. I think you are implying that we are impairing contracts, which obviously, according to the federal Constitution, Article 1, we cannot do. There was a court case in 1977 which addressed this issue that I think is important. It was a case involving Energy Reserve Group v. Kansas Power and Light. And the judge in that case, and incidentally, that was a unanimous decision by a conservative Republican court, and the opinion was written by Justice Blackmun. And he said that first, the state regulation must not substantially impair a contractual relationship, and this does not. Secondly, the states must have a significant and legitimate purpose behind the regulation, such as the remedying of a broad and general social and economic problem. The problem is with Fannie Mae and obtaining the 30-year mortgage. And third, the law must be reasonable and appropriate for its intended purpose. And this legislation deals only with the timing, not with the contract. And that, I think, is a very important distinction. And we believe that the bill does not substantially impair the existing contractual relationships under these leases, as it applied only to the timing, as I said, and the renewal at the expiration. This is prospective, not going back, but going forward with future leases. So, Madam President, I think this is a very important bill for middle-income cooperatives. I've written many letters on behalf of co-ops in Queens on the ground lease issue to Fannie Mae because they're just not getting those mortgages, and this will remedy that situation. Thank you, Madam President.
Are there any other senators wishing to be heard? Seeing and hearing none, debate is closed. Senator Gianaris.
Madam President, let's restore this to the non-controversial calendar by agreement, please.
Bills restored to the non-controversial calendar. Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 90th day after the child become a law.
Call the roll.
Dabo, Gianaris Kruger, or Cousins White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1869, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Ashby, Borrello, Cancel Fitzpatrick, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Martins, Matera, Murray, Oberacker, O'Mara, Orr, Palumbo, Rose, Robinson, Schofield, Steck, Tedisco, Weber, and White. Ayes 39, ayes 21.
The bill is passed. Senator Gianaris.
Let's move back to the controversial calendar 1920 by Senator Ramos.
The secretary will ring the bell. The secretary will read.
Calendar number 1920, Senate Print 9840 by Senator Ramos, an act to amend the workers' compensation law.
Senator Oberacker. Why do you rise?
Thank you, Madam President. I was wondering if the good senator would yield for a couple of quick questions.
Senator Ramos, do you yield?
I do.
Senator yields.
Thank you, and thank you, Senator. Senator, through you, Madam President, Senator, what is the current average short-term disability insurance premium for businesses when, or whether annually or monthly? Do we have a figure to put to that?
President, DFS approves the rates of insurance, and those premiums are really dependent on the number of employees at that particular work site and the rate of injury, et cetera, et cetera.
Thank you for that. Through you, Mr. President.
My how I've
It's
changed.
Pride
Would,
Month.
would, would
We're all
the
day.
sponsor yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
I do.
Sponsor yields.
Thank you, thank you. So my understanding is we don't know what anticipated premiums are. We don't know what it would be for either monthly or an annual premium. So my question is, and as a businessman, and we're looking at legislation that's going to affect that, why wouldn't we have looked at this before voting on this piece of legislation today?
I didn't hear it. I apologize. Senator O'Brien, do you mind repeating that question?
Not at all, Senator. Through you, Mr. President. So if we don't know, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we don't know what the short-term disability premiums for the businesses, whether annually or monthly, would be. I don't know what the anticipated would be because we don't know that. So my question is, if we don't know what those are and what the impact they would have on businesses, why haven't we looked at that? And then therefore, why are we voting on this piece of legislation without those key pieces of input for this bill?
The first increase through this bill would be set by January 1st, 2026, and DFS would have to set those rates in the fall, so that's more or less when we'd know by.
For that, Mr. President, if the bill sponsor would yield?
Do you yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
So, and again, correct me if this number isn't correct. The bill proposes what we are, or what I am being told, is a 600% increase in short-term disability benefits. So, to that end, has there been any studies on what the program's utilization will be once the increased benefits go into effect?
Mr. President, right now, we don't know what that number might be, but I'd like to share that the intent behind this bill is really to bring up temporary disability insurance to a similar place where paid family leave has been, largely because the payout on TDI has been stuck at $170 since 1989. And therefore, right now, it's actually easier to take time off of work to take care of a sick loved one than it is to take care of yourself.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the bill sponsor yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
So as a business owner, one who tries to plan and put together my business plan, my budgets moving forward, much like our budgets here in this house, two things. It would be extremely appreciative, I guess would be the word, that since we're voting on this piece of legislation, if some of that information, if some of those numbers, if some of that algorithm, I guess, that we would use to come up with this, could be somewhat put out to the business people because of those reasons, because we will be planning and looking at this. So to that end, the short-term disability is not required for the public sector employers. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. President, you know, right now, oftentimes workers find themselves in situations where they get injured and it's easier to quit their job. And so I would argue that it ends up being a lot more expensive for the employer to figure out how to deal with that high turnover. And then additionally, I would say, give me 1 second. Additionally, the insurance companies are supportive of increasing this, this benefit to injured workers, and I'm sure are going to be working with their clients, the businesses that they represent, in order to help them prepare for 2026.
Mr. President, if the bill sponsor would yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
So to go back, bringing it to public sector employers, are they or are they not required to have this insurance? The short-term disability. It's not required, correct, for the public sector employers?
Through you, Mr. President, TDI is not required in the public sector. Additionally, because of the paid sick leave or the personal sick leave program, that's largely the protection that public sector workers would have.
And one last question through you, Mr. President, if the bill sponsor would yield?
Sponsor yield?
I do.
Sponsor
Yes,
yields.
thank you, Senator. So public sector employers are not. So what would happen, and I know I don't usually like hypotheticals, but in this case I hope to just again, only one. So what happens if a state or city employee suffers from a non-work related injury or illness? How does that affect?
Through you, Mr. President, this is a good question to kind of explain the union difference. Actually, these kind of things are usually laid out in a collective bargaining agreement when there's a union on site. And when there isn't, well, the worker has the option of applying for disability benefits.
Thank you, Senator Ramos, for that, and thank you, Mr. President. I'm done.
Thank you, Senator Oberacker. Are there any other senators wishing to be heard? Seeing and hearing none, debate is closed. Senator Gianaris.
Also restore this bill to the non-controversial
Bill will be
calendar.
restored to the non-controversial calendar. The second, read the last section.
Section 17, this action will take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Janoris Kruger, Orsu Cousins-White.
Senator Mayer to explain her vote.
President, I certainly want to thank my colleague, Senator Ramos, for steering this very important change through the Senate and the Assembly, together with the governor's office. This is a transformative change in updating a very outdated system that provides short-term disability benefits. But there's another provision of it that is important, that wasn't discussed, that is important to me and many of my colleagues. For the last several years, there has not been coverage for stillbirth under the paid family leave program. It has been a real travesty for women who have experienced a stillbirth or a death of a child upon birth. And those women have organized and made their voices heard. To the credit of Senator Ramos and our majority leader, this bill provides temporary paid family leave coverage for birthing parents who experience stillbirth from January 1, 2026 to January 1, 2029, and then it moves into the full TDI benefit when it will be in parity with all the other, those who are eligible for the benefit. We ought to take a moment to realize what a significant development this is for the women who have experienced stillbirth and their families, to be able to know that they will have coverage of this benefit and move to full parity. I'm extremely grateful. I vote aye. And again, I thank Senator Ramos, Majority Leader, and our colleagues and the Governor's Office for getting to this result. Thank you.
Senator Mayer to be recorded in the affirmative. Senator Martins to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise to support this legislation. I want to thank the sponsor for shepherding it through the House. Folks, $170 a week, $170 a week if someone is disabled. Been on the books for 35 years, and here we are, creating parity. We passed paid family leave in this House half a dozen years ago, more, that created a greater benefit for people than we had, and we missed the opportunity at the time to deal with TDI. I'm glad we have the opportunity to do it now. Mr. President, I vote aye.
Senator Martins to be recorded in the affirmative. Senator Scarcella-Spanton to explain her vote.
Thank you, and thank you to Senator Ramos for bringing this bill to the floor today and for all your advocacy in modernizing this benefit. I'd like to echo what Senator Mayer has said. This is incredibly, incredibly important for families who have dealt with the tragedy of stillbirth. I cannot begin to tell you how many stories I have heard, but I always think back to the Tigers who I met back in 2009, Lori and Jeff, who sadly and tragically lost their son Daniel due to this. Lori, I believe she had told me and shared with me that she got pregnant again shortly thereafter, and she had to use her paid family leave that she had with her son into what happened with her daughter. So this is important in actually covering stillbirth specifically. I know I have another constituent, Penny, who recently gave birth, and she was advocating for this. So really, to all the advocates to help get this done, thank you, and thank you to Senator Ramos as well. I proudly vote aye.
Senator Scarcella-Spanton to be recorded in the affirmative. Senator Ramos to close.
Mr. President, there is a lot to celebrate with this bill here in this chamber. It's a huge success for us, for workers, and for pregnant people. You know, this all started early on this year in January with the governor's executive budget and with my bill, making an earnest effort to update this very outdated safety net for workers and pregnant people. In 2016, New York had passed a groundbreaking paid family leave law, building on the decades-old temporary disability insurance program, a benefit created to allow one to address their own health needs. But when we did it, we left TDI untouched. This left New Yorkers without access to crucial employment protections or meaningful benefits when they need to care for themselves, as opposed to a new child or a sick loved one. While the cost of living and inflation has climbed, this benefit has been stubbornly capped at $170 a week since 1989. Having had 2 children myself, I can't imagine how someone recovering from birth is supposed to focus on those critical first weeks of postpartum on that little amount of money. I mean, many of us spend a lot more on lunch alone a week. I can only imagine the burden on mothers while they're trying to heal and bond with their baby. But this bill is the result of a tremendous amount of work that balances the various constituencies who make the safety net possible and does more than just raise the benefit. We are expanding job, health care, and retaliation protections. We're covering stillbirth mothers. We're phasing in a raise in the benefit in a way that truly bears low-wage workers in mind, eventually getting us all to a benefit that is just above 2/3 of a worker's paycheck. We're adding daily and permanent leave that is completely comprehensive for all health challenges, and we're capping employer contributions so as to not overburden small businesses as we modernize the system. TDI, like paid family leave, like unemployment insurance, like workers' compensation, is an economic stabilizer. These are safety nets that make sure New Yorkers don't go into free fall when the unexpected happens. I want to shout out former state senator, now Congressman Tim Kennedy, for his work on this benefit as well. And all of the advocates, including Push Pregnancy and Ashley Spivey, so many others who have worked alongside me, my team, the AFL-CIO, to make this historic update possible. I vote aye.
Senator Ramos, to be recorded in the affirmative, announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1920, those senators voting in the negative are Senators Borrello, Griffo, Obracker, O'Mara, Ort, and Steck. Ayes 54, nays 6.
The bill's passed. Senator Gianaris.
Controversial calendar for what we hope might be our final debate. Calendar 638 by Senator Hoyman Siegel.
Secretary will ring the bell. Secretary will read. The substitution of desk. Secretary will read.
Senator Hoyman Siegel moves to discharge from the Committee on Environmental Conservation Assembly Bill number 10,140, substituted for the identical Senate Bill 3185A, third reading, calendar 638.
Substitution so ordered. Secretary will read.
Calendar number 638, Assembly number 10,140 by Assembly Member Glick, an act to amend the Environmental Conservation Law.
Senator Rhodes, why do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I hope that the sponsor will yield to a few questions.
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
Thank you. Thrilled to be a part of the what may be the final debate of our session. Thank you, Senator Hoyman Siegel, for being a part of that as well. If you could explain, Senator, the bill was recently amended on the third reading. What's the difference between this legislation and prior versions?
Mr. President, and thank you. The bill essentially places a moratorium or a ban on prohibiting the taking of horseshoe crabs for commercial and biomedical purposes. I don't know if you're familiar with horseshoe crabs. You probably are. They are a species that is in decline, but they are called living fossils because they've been around before the dinosaurs, 445 million years. That's about 200 million years before the T-Rex roamed the planet. They've survived 5 extinction events on the planet, which I guess says something about their durability, but they are in steep decline throughout the United States, and particularly the Atlantic seaboard. To answer your question specifically, Senator, the bill actually adds an additional component that prohibits the taking of horseshoe crabs, not only for commercial purposes, but also for biomedical research purposes.
Thank you, Senator. Will the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sorry, that was kind of loud. The sponsor yields.
Thank you, Senator. So was the additional restriction the restriction on commercial purposes or the restriction on biomedical?
Commercial is both fishing and for purposes of biomedical research. Because, again, you may know this, but our colleagues may not, the horseshoe crab has a special kind of blood. It's actually a blue blood, not because they're aristocratic or NYPD, but it's actually the color blue. And it is used in research purposes because it has a special component that actually has clotting purposes, but also has an enzyme which is, contains an endotoxin that's used for research. The fact is that there's an alternative that has been cloned called RFC for recombinant factor C that came into the market in 2003. So my Assembly colleague, Assemblymember Glick, thought that this would be an additional good step because we want to encourage the private sector to produce this synthetically cloned blood substitute rather than continue to decimate the horseshoe population.
Senator, will the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yield.
Thank you, Senator. On that point, are you aware that in 2019, the United States Pharmacopoeia, which sets the standards for medical safety testing, considered the inclusion of recombinant factors for endotoxin testing as an alternative to LAL? And I believe you're referring to Limulus ambiocyte lysate. Is that substance that you're referring to, that enzyme that you're referring to? They considered the alternative, and the microbiology expert committee did not move forward with it because it was not as effective. And that's as of 2019. Were you aware of that?
I have, through you, Mr. President, I have done research to the extent that we are able and have read a bit about the synthetic alternative. You know, my sources, if you will, say it is a suitable one.
Will the sponsor yield? Senator Hoyman, do you yield? The sponsor yields.
And if you don't mind my asking, what are your sources?
Times, through you, Mr. President, and we have a number of learned that there's another alternative synthetic product that is due to hit the market soon. So we don't think it's necessarily a good idea to continue to rely on the horseshoe crab when there are synthetic alternatives. But here's the real point that I wish to make, which is DEC informed us, having spoken to them, that there are no permits currently active for biomedical companies to fish horseshoe crabs for biomedical purposes. So it's in effect a moot point in New York State currently.
And will the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yield.
Thank you, Senator. I know that you said you're using the New York Times as a source, but the United States Pharmacopoeia, its USP, is the organization that actually sets the standards for medical safety testing.
President, well, I don't know if that's a question, but I appreciate the information. The fact is there are no DEC permits. No biomedical research company is fishing for horseshoe crabs. Horseshoe crabs are used primarily for bait. They are chopped up into small pieces for the fishing of conch and eel. There are no examples of DEC permits currently in New York State for the point of biomedical research.
Will the sponsor yield? The sponsor yields.
Thank you, Senator. I'm not questioning the portion of the bill that has to do with commercial fishing, the portion of the bill that has to do with using them for bait. I'm solely focusing on the medical use of the horseshoe crab. The LAL enzyme obtained from horseshoe crab blood cells functions as a sophisticated sensing system that allows for the extremely sensitive detection of bacterial and fungal cells, and currently the LAL test is the most sensitive and reliable method applied to detection of bacterial endotoxins. So it has a significant medical use that we are suspending without there being a suitable alternative. I know that you've indicated that there's something that you think will be on the market shortly, but what is the plan for what happens in the interim?
Mr. President, first, again, and let me emphasize once again, no biomedical research driven fishing of the horseshoe crab is occurring in New York State. So I think it's a moot point. But secondly, and something I do want to discuss, the horseshoe crab is what's called a keystone species, like the keystone of an arch. It literally suspends the food chain on either side. And there is a very important species that is threatened that actually eats the horseshoe crab. It's called the red knot. It's a type of bird, you might be familiar, that is very important to the ecosystem, but threatened at the moment. That's why other states, including our sister states in the region, New Jersey and Connecticut, as well as states up and down the eastern seaboard, have taken steps where New York has not. And that would include states like South Carolina, Maryland, Virginia, and just across the Sound, as I said, Connecticut. So we're concerned, without the suspension of horseshoe crab fishing, that we will have other fishermen come to New York and deplete our stock of horseshoe crabs. They're a magnificent creature. I actually presented a model to our conference today, much to the chagrin of our leader, but because it is related to the spider after all. So it's not exactly, cuddly. But it is fascinating. It is a wonder to witness, and it survived much longer than any other species. I think we need to make certain that it continues to exist.
Will the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
Thank you, Senator. Again, if this bill were solely about fishing, we wouldn't be having this conversation. I'm focusing solely on the medical use. So are you aware that the production of critical drugs and therapies, including vaccines and injectable drugs, rely on LAL for endotoxin testing to ensure patient safety? I understand the importance, and I don't question the importance of the red knock bird that relies upon the horseshoe crab for food. But through this bill, are we placing the safety of the red knock bird above the safety of actual people who rely upon the vaccines and rely upon the drugs and therapies that the testing for the endotoxin through the horseshoe crab makes possible?
Mr. President, no. Again, I think for the fourth time, there are no permits for horseshoe crab fishing for biomedical purposes in the state of New York. So it's non-existent. Let me also say that the biomedical research companies, including Eli Lilly, Sanofi Pasteur, Pfizer, and Roche, all have synthetic alternatives. So again, both the fact that there's no fishing for biomedical research purposes in New York State and the fact that so many companies have alternatives suggests to me that we should, in fact, endorse the moratorium on horseshoe crab fishing as stated in this bill.
And will the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
Has the DEC recommended this bill?
Again?
Has the Department of Environmental Conservation, Federal Department of Environmental Conservation, recommended this bill?
Mr. President, no, but I'll say that New York is an outlier in that our stocks are lower than any other of the states I've mentioned, possibly, and I would suggest probably, because they have bans and moratorium and more stringent regulations than the state of New York. So New York needs to act, and whether the federal government suggests we should do so, I think is beside the point, because our sister states have already done so.
Continue to yield?
Does the sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
But if the State Department of Environmental Conservation is the one that issues permits for any use of horseshoe crabs, for any fishing, for any purpose of horseshoe crabs, and there are no permits issued, why is this bill even necessary?
The bill is necessary because of the extensive fishing for commercial purposes, non-biomedical, that currently is occurring, which is resulting in a steep population decline. I can give you some of those statistics. The International Union for the Conservation of Nature considers horseshoe crabs to be vulnerable to extinction along the East Coast. And that has led, as I mentioned, to the faltering of other species, including the red knot bird, which has crashed in effect with the decline of horseshoe crabs, resulting in the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service as listing that species as threatened.
Sponsor continue to yield?
Yes.
Does the sponsor yield? The sponsor yields.
So we've spoken quite a bit. We've spoken quite a bit about. We've spoken quite a bit about fishing, and that seems to be the primary driver to this bill. And I certainly understand that portion of it. Talking specifically, though, about the biomedical research portion and the medical uses for the horseshoe crab blood, which is so important, can you break down what portion or what percentage of horseshoe crab fishing is commercial for the purposes of bait, for the purposes of eating, versus the portion that's used for biomedical research?
Eating?
Yes, eating. In other words, you can't really eat it. It's not a
Americans, generally speaking, don't dine on horseshoe crabs.
Mm-hmm. You can't, and they do in
You may
Asia,
be an outlier in that regard.
Yeah.
But it's 100% commercial fishing used for bait in the state of New York, given that there are no permits for biomedical research purposes. There would be no other reason to fish for a horseshoe crab in the state of New York, if not for bait purposes. So we're literally chopping up a species and using it to catch other fish, which seems like, frankly, a poor approach. And for the fish that it is used, so it's used for bait for, as I mentioned, conch and eel. So there are bait options for those two types of fish. For conch, there are bunker, spider crabs, green crabs, Asiatic crabs, and other clams that process waste. And for eel, unfortunately, that fishing has more or less died in New York because the eel is now mostly farmed in Asia, which is a less expensive source.
Will the sponsor continue to yield?
The sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
So if 100% of the fishing of horseshoe crabs, and apparently I just learned it's apparently some sort of delicacy in Asia. I'm fairly certain that no one's fishing here for something for the Asian markets, but If 100% of it is for the purpose of bait, why not just ban bait and leave open the possibility, given the importance of it, for medical use?
President, as has been commented by both marine biologists and researchers in the field of biomedical research, they feel strongly that unless we place a ban on the biomedical research, we're not going to continue to encourage the development of the synthetic alternative, which is viable and, as I mentioned, which has multiple large pharmaceutical and biomedical corporations engaged in its production. So we want to stave off through this ban the farming of this threatened species for biomedical purposes because there is a synthetic alternative.
Will the sponsor continue to yield?
Does the sponsor yield? Senator Holman Siegel, do you yield? The sponsor yields.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you, Mr. President. You, Senator, you mentioned the word farming. Obviously, other species of fish, oysters, clams, salmon, for example, are raised in controlled environments, in farms, so that they will not impact the overall population that's out in the wild. Again, not from personal knowledge, if horseshoe crab farming is possible, would this bill ban horseshoe crab farming in a controlled environment, even though that controlled environment would exist to protect the general population in the wild, which is what this bill drives at?
There is no farming of horseshoe crabs.
Will the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
Thank you, Senator. And this is a hypothetical. If horseshoe crab farming were possible, are we, through this legislation, banning it? Yeah.
DEC, it's my understanding, will have to come up with a whole new section of law to allow the farming of horseshoe crabs. But it doesn't seem that it is a viable commercial enterprise. I'm not aware of any farming of horseshoe crabs anywhere in the United States.
Thank you, Senator. On the bill.
Senator Rhodes on the bill.
I want to thank Senator Holman Siegel for our robust discussion of a topic that seems somewhat foreign to both of us, but we're both quick studies. Obviously, my concern is not the intent of the bill. The intent of the bill is to save what is rapidly becoming an endangered species, the horseshoe crab. I appreciate that and respect Senator Holman Siegel's intent in bringing forward this bill. However, the much less common but much more important use of the horseshoe crab is for biomedical research, as was discussed during the debate, that it's involved in the production of critical drugs and therapies, including vaccines and injectable drugs that rely upon the enzyme that's in horseshoe crab blood for endotoxin testing that ensures patient safety with respect to all of these vaccines and drugs. As was discussed during the debate by Senator Holman Siegel, there are therapies there are other substances, synthetic substances, that may be on the way but are not there yet. And when I referenced the United States Pharmacopoeia, USP, which sets the standards for medical safety testing, the ones that are on the market now are not as good. And while I respect the intention, which is to protect both the horseshoe crab and other species that are in the food chain, such as the red-knocked bird, I don't understand why in this bill we couldn't prohibit farming, prohibit fishing solely for the purpose of bait, but allow open the possibility of what has proven to be an effective use of the horseshoe crab and limited use of the horseshoe crab for biomedical research. For those reasons, I am voting in the negative on this bill. I would encourage my colleagues to do the same, though I am open, certainly, to the possibility of amended legislation that just deals with the issue of farming for commercial purposes other than biomedical. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Rhodes. Are there any other senators wishing to be heard? Seeing and hearing none, debate is closed. Senator Gianaris.
Let's, by agreement, restore this bill to the non-controversial calendar.
The bill will be restored to the non-controversial calendar. Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect January 1st, 2025.
Call the roll.
Dabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Senator Ryan to explain his vote.
Senator Hoylman Segal, a renowned naturalist from Manhattan, we thank you for this bill. But a few things. One is if you're harvesting horseshoe crabs for biomedical, you're only supposed to do it during a very short season, and they actually take the blood out of the crab, and they're then supposed to return them to the wild. But it's widely suspected that most of the harvesters don't return them to the wild. They sell them to the people who are using them for conch traps. So they don't end up back in the wild. And New York State needs to take this action because New Jersey took this action several years ago, but New York State's supply of horseshoe crabs in the wild has gone down precipitously. And then it's a unique species, right? It's blue copper blood, but it can detect bacteria in human blood. So we use it all the time. But there's been a patent since 2003 on a homemade alternative. But nobody wants to pay for that because it's under patent. The cheaper thing is to keep harvesting the horseshoe crab. So we want to keep the horseshoe crab a keystone species, as Senator Hoylman said. But there's another weird factoid that goes along with the blue blood of the horseshoe crab. The red-knot bird, it's just this little bird. It looks kind of like a woodcock, kind of like a sandpiper, but it starts every year in the Arctic Circle, and it ends every year at the tip of South America. And guess what it eats on the trip, on the way down? Stop at New York beaches and they eat eggs from horseshoe crabs. But because the horseshoe crabs have been declining so much in New York State, the red knot species has almost disappeared. That's why New Jersey took this action. They saw a decrease in horseshoe crabs along with the increase of red knots, and that's exactly what we're looking for. And the red knot, mind you, it's a little bird. It's the size of a robin. It weighs 3.5 ounces. It's
Senator
like
Ryan?
Slice and a half of bread. It's fascinating. I know you find it fascinating, Mr.
Very much
President.
so.
So for those reasons, I vote in the alternative, but I do thank Senator Hoylman Segal for bringing this important bill to our desk.
Senator Ryan, in the affirmative, announce the results.
In relation to calendar 638, those senators voting in the negative are Senators Griffo, Lanza, Ort, Palumbo, Rose, and Skoufis. Ayes 54, nays 6.
The bill is passed. Senator Gianaris, that completes the reading of the controversial calendar.
Mr. President, we are going to call a
little bit of order, please. Thank you.
Majority conference for 6 o'clock and session to resume at 6:15. Please recognize Senator Lanza.
Senator Lanza.
Thank you, Senator Gianaris.
Well, I'm sorry, Senator Lanza. Majority conference to resume at 6 p.m. and majority conference at 6 p.m. Session to resume at 6:15. Senator Lanza.
Thank you, Senator Gianaris. Mr. President, they'll be in the meeting in room 315 of the Republican Conference.
Immediate meeting of the Republican Conference in room 315. Senate stands at ease. The Senate will return to order. Senator Gianaris.
Mr. President, I believe we have a supplemental active list 2, which contains one bill, calendar 703. Can we take that up, please?
Secretary Reed.
Calendar number 703, Senate Print 2852A by Senator Skoufis, an act to amend the Alcoholic Beverage Control Law.
Read the last section.
Section 7 is act to take effect on the 90th day. It shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Senator Skoufis to explain his vote.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I truly want to express my gratitude to all my colleagues for this rather late addition before we gavel out for, I would say the year, but maybe not the year. And this is a bill that I and a number of people have worked for several years on to get to this point. I understand the Assembly is debating it right now as I speak. And all throughout New York State, over the past 15 years, we have done so much to support our breweries, our cideries, our distilleries, all of our craft beverage manufacturers. I'd say in the space of economic development, it's been one of our shining bright stars over the past 10 or 15 years. But coming out of the pandemic, we're at a point here where our distilleries and cideries, many of them are hanging on with their fingernails on the edge. And really, the one proposal that has languished up here in Albany that would, for some, allow them to survive, for others, allow them to thrive, has been this bill that is before us today. I want to express my gratitude to certainly the majority leader for supporting bringing this bill to the floor at this time. I also want to express my gratitude to Senator Rachel May, who has championed the cider component of this legislation for some time, as well as our Ag Chair, Senator Hinchey, who's been a staunch advocate for this legislation, my Assembly counterpart, Assemblywoman Donna Lupardo, and from my staff, in particular, Evan Gallo, who's worked extremely hard on this bill. In my 12 years, I don't know that I've carried a bill that has elicited more misinformation from opponents, unfortunately, than this bill that we are about to vote on, which is a shame. But it heartens me that we were able to break through that misinformation and bring this bill to a vote. This will be a game changer for our hundreds of small distilleries and cideries. And make no mistake, this is just for the small guys. Grey Goose and all the big brands, whether they're here in New York or in other states, will not be able to ship under the authority that is proposed in this bill. This is strictly to support our small businesses in New York State, and with those states with reciprocity, other states around the country. I proudly vote yes in support of this pro-small business piece of legislation and this bill that will bring convenience to responsible drinkers throughout New York State. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Senator Skoufis to be recorded in the affirmative. Senator May to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I want to thank Senator Skoufis for championing this cause for such a long time and through such headwinds. I have, as he mentioned, sponsored the bill just for cider, and we've passed it through this chamber 6 times without much help on the other side, and in the other house. And so it's exciting that finally this seems to be able to move forward. The cider producers in my district and across the state use only New York State apples. They are making some of the best cider in the world, and they deserve to be able to compete on a level playing field with the cideries in Washington State and Oregon that can already ship to New York State because they call themselves wineries. So we are leveling the playing field here. We're making it possible for these wonderful small businesses to keep doing their work and to share their tremendous product with people all across the state. I am excited to vote aye. Thank you.
Senator May to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 703, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Addabbo, Ashby, Cancer Fitzpatrick, Chu, Fernandez, Martinez, Martins, Matera, Murray, Ort, Rhodes, and Thomas. Ayes 48, nays 12.
The bill is passed. Senator Janaris, that completes the reading of Supplemental Active List number 2.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe there are several privileged finance resolutions at the desk. Can we take them up, please?
Secretary will read.
Resolution 20.
Secretary will read.
Resolution 2685 by Senator Stewart Cousins. Resolution amending Senate Resolution 2866 of 2022, establishing a plan setting forth an itemized list of grantees for certain appropriation for the 2023, 2022, 2023 state fiscal year.
The question is on the resolution. Call the roll.
Addabbo, Janoris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to Resolution 2685.
The resolution is adopted. I'm sorry. No. You got to call them all? Okay.
All right. In relation to Resolution 2685, voted in the negative are Senators Morello, Cancer Fitzpatrick, Galvin, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Matera, Murray, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Rhodes, Steck, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 45, nays 15.
The resolution is adopted.
Resolution 2686 by Senator Stewart Cousins. Senate Resolution 2861 of 2002, establishing a plan setting forth an itemized list of grantees for a certain appropriation for the 2022-2023 state fiscal year for grants and aid to certain agricultural organizations.
The question is on the resolution. Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to Resolution 2686, voted in the negative, Senator Borrello, Councilor Fitzpatrick, Galvin, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Matera, Murray, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Rhodes, Steck, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 45, nays 15.
The resolution is adopted.
Resolution 2687 by Senator Stewart Cousins. Resolution amending Senate Resolution 2857 of 2022, establishing a plan setting forth an itemized list of grantees for a certain appropriation for the 2022-23 state fiscal year.
The question is on the resolution. Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to Resolution 2687, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Councilor Fitzpatrick, Galvin, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Matera, Murray, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Rhodes, Steck, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 45, nays 15.
The resolution is adopted.
Resolution 2688 by Senator Stewart Cousins. Resolution amending Resolution 2864 of 2022, establishing a plan setting forth an itemized list of grantees for a certain appropriation for the 2022-23 state fiscal year.
The question is on the resolution. Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to Resolution 2688, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Councilor Fitzpatrick, Galvin, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Matera, Murray, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Rhodes, Steck, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 45, nays 15.
The resolution is adopted.
Resolution 2689 by Senator Stewart Cousins. Resolution amending Senate Resolution 2860 of 2022, establishing a plan setting forth an itemized list of grantees for a certain appropriation for the 2022-23 state fiscal year.
The question is on the resolution. Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to Resolution 2689, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Councilor Fitzpatrick, Galvin, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Matera, Murray, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Rhodes, Steck, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 45, nays 15.
The resolution is adopted.
Resolution 2690 by Senator Stewart Cousins, amending Senate Resolution 2859 of 2022, establishing a plan setting forth an itemized list of grantees for a certain appropriation for the 2022-23 state fiscal year.
The question is on the resolution. Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to Resolution 2690, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Councilor Fitzpatrick, Galvin, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Matera, Murray, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Rhodes, Steck, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 45, nays 15.
The resolution is adopted.
Resolution 2691 by Senator Stewart Cousins. Senate Resolution amending Resolution 1397 of 2023, establishing a plan setting forth an itemized list of grantees for a certain appropriation for the 2023-24 state fiscal year.
The question is on the resolution. Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to Resolution 2691, voting in the negative are Senators Borrello, Councilor Fitzpatrick, Galvin, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Matera, Murray, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Rhodes, Steck, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 45, nays 15.
Resolution is adopted.
Resolution 2692 by Senator Stewart Cousins, amending Resolution 1408 of 2023, establishing a plan setting forth an itemized list of grantees for a certain appropriation for the 2023-24 state fiscal year.
The question is on the resolution. Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to Resolution 2692, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Councilor Fitzpatrick, Galvin, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Matera, Murray, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Rhodes, Steck, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 45, nays 15.
The resolution is adopted.
Resolution 2693 by Senator Stewart Cousins. Senate Resolution amending Resolution 1406 of 2023, establishing a plan setting forth an itemized list of grantees for a certain appropriation for the 2023-24 state fiscal year.
The question is on the resolution. Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to Resolution 2693, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Councilor Fitzpatrick, Galvin, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Matera, Murray, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Rhodes, Steck, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 45, nays 15.
The resolution is adopted.
Resolution 2694 by Senator Stewart Cousins. Senate Resolution, amending Senate Resolution 1401 of 2023, establishing a plan setting forth an itemized list of grantees for a certain appropriation for the 2023-24 state fiscal year.
The question is on the resolution. Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to Resolution 2694, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Kenzari Fitzpatrick, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Matera, Murray, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Rhodes, Stack, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 45, nays 15.
The resolution is adopted.
Resolution 2695 by Senator Stewart-Cousins, amending Senate Resolution 1396 of 2023, establishing a plan setting forth an itemized list of grantees for a certain appropriation for the 2023-24 state fiscal year.
The question is on the resolution. Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to Resolution 2695, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Kenzari Fitzpatrick, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Matera, Murray, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Rhodes, Steck, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 45, nays 15.
The resolution is adopted.
Resolution 2696 by Senator Stewart-Cousins. Resolution amending Senate Resolution 1410 of 2023, establishing a plan setting forth an itemized list for grantees for a certain appropriation for the 2023-24 state fiscal year.
The question is on the resolution. Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to Resolution 2696, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Kenzari Fitzpatrick, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Matera, Murray, Oberacker, Ort, Rhodes, Stack, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 45, nays 15.
The resolution is adopted.
Resolution 2697 by Senator Stewart-Cousins, establishing a plan setting forth an itemized list of grantees for a certain appropriation for the 2024-2025 state fiscal year.
Question is on the resolution. Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to Resolution 2697, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Kenzari Fitzpatrick, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Matera, Murray, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Rhodes, Steck, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 45, nays 15.
The resolution is adopted.
Resolution 2698 by Senator Stewart-Cousins, establishing a plan setting forth an itemized list of grantees for a certain appropriation for the 2024-25 state fiscal year.
Question is on the resolution. Call the roll.
Dabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to Resolution 2698, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Kenzari Fitzpatrick, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Matera, Murray, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Rhodes, Steck, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 45, nays 15.
The resolution is adopted.
Resolution 2699 by Senator Stewart-Cousins, establishing a plan setting forth an itemized list of grantees for a certain appropriation for the 2024-25 state fiscal year.
The question is on the resolution. Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to Resolution 2699, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Kenzari Fitzpatrick, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Matera, Murray, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Rhodes, Steck, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 45, nays 15.
Resolution is adopted.
Resolution 2700 by Senator Stewart-Cousins, establishing a plan setting forth an itemized list of grantees for a certain appropriation for the 2024-25 state fiscal year.
The question is on the resolution. Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to Resolution 2700, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Kenzari Fitzpatrick, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Matera, Murray, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Rhodes, Steck, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 45, nays 15.
The resolution is adopted.
Resolution 2701 by Senator Stewart-Cousins, establishing a plan setting forth an itemized list of grantees for a certain appropriation for the 2024-25 state fiscal year.
The question is on the resolution. Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to Resolution 2701, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Kenzari Fitzpatrick, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Matera, Murray, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Rhodes, Steck, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 45, nays 15.
Resolution is adopted.
Resolution 2702 by Senator Stewart-Cousins, establishing a plan setting forth an itemized list of grantees for a certain appropriation for the 2024-25 state fiscal year.
The question is on the resolution. Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to Resolution 2702, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Kenzari Fitzpatrick, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Matera, Murray, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Rhodes, Stack, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 45, nays 15.
Resolution is adopted.
Resolution 2703 by Senator Stewart-Cousins, establishing a plan setting for purposes of providing additional funding for school districts which have experienced a significant financial hardship.
Question is on the resolution. Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to Resolution 2703, voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Kenzari Fitzpatrick, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Lanza, Matera, Murray, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Rhodes, Steck, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 45, nays 15.
Resolution is adopted.
Resolution 2704 by Senator Stewart-Cousins, establishing a plan setting forth an itemized list of grantees for certain appropriations for the 2024-25 state fiscal year.
Question is on the resolution. Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, School Cousins, White.
Question is on the resolution. Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, School Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to Resolution 2704, voted in the negative R, Senators Borrello, Kanzari Fitzpatrick, Gallivan, Griffel, Helming, Lanza, Matera, Murray, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Rhodes, Steck, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 45, nays 15.
The resolution is adopted.
Resolution 2705 by Senator Stewart Cousins, establishing a plan setting forth an itemized list of grantees for certain appropriation for the 2024-25 state fiscal year.
Question is on the resolution. Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, School Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to Resolution 2705, voted in the negative R, Senators Borrello, Kanzari Fitzpatrick, Gallivan, Griffel, Helming, Lanza, Matera, Murray, O'Mara, Ort, Rhodes, Steck, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 46, nays 14.
The resolution is adopted.
Resolution 2706 by Senator Stewart Cousins, amending Resolution 2139 of 2019, establishing a plan setting forth an itemized list of grantees for certain appropriations for the 2019-20 state fiscal year.
Question is on the resolution. Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to Resolution 2706, voted in the negative R, Senators Borrello, Kanzari Fitzpatrick, Gallivan, Griffel, Helming, Lanza, Matera, Murray, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Rhodes, Steck, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 45, nays 15.
Resolution is adopted.
Resolution 2707 by Senator Stewart Cousins. Amending Senate Resolution 1244 of 2021, establishing a plan setting forth an itemized list of grantees for certain appropriations for the 2021-22 state fiscal year.
Question is on the resolution. Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to Resolution 2707, voted in the negative R, Senators Borrello, Kanzari Fitzpatrick, Gallivan, Griffel, Helming, Lanza, Matera, Murray, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Rhodes, Steck, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 45, nays 15.
The resolution is adopted.
Resolution 2708 by Senator Stewart Cousins, amending Senate Resolution 3725 of 2010, establishing a plan setting forth an itemized list of grantees for the New York State Economic Development Assistance Program.
Question is on the resolution. Call the roll.
Dabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to Resolution 2708, voted in the negative R, Senators Borrello, Kanzari Fitzpatrick, Gallivan, Griffel, Helming, Lanza, Matera, Murray, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Rhodes, Steck, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 45, nays 15.
The resolution is adopted.
She wants to do.
Senator Giannaris.
Mr. President, some housekeeping while we're getting ourselves settled. I wish to call up calendar numbers 1303, 1384, 1734, and 1184 with their corresponding assembly numbers 9463, 6982, 10,221, and 4403.
Secretary Reed. Secretary Reed.
Calendar number 1734, Assembly number 10,221 by Assembly Member Werner, and that to amend the abandoned property law. Calendar number 1303, Assembly number 9463 by Assembly Member Zabrowski, and that to amend the financial services law. Calendar number 1834, Assembly number 6982 by Assembly Member Gonzalez Rojas, and that to amend the executive law. Calendar number 1184, Senate Print 4403, Assembly number 4403 by Assembly Member Zabrowski, and that to amend the public service law.
To reconsider the vote by which these assembly bills were substituted.
Call the roll in reconsideration.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White. Ayes 60.
That all assembly bills be recommitted to the Committee on Rules and all Senate bills be restored to the order of the third reading calendar.
So ordered.
Mr. President, I also move to recommit the entire calendar to the Committee on Rules.
So ordered.
Mr. President, as everybody knows, we have some members of high esteem who are potentially, anyway, in their last time in this chamber. So we're going to, by consent, allow them to speak to us, potentially for the last time. So we will start with Senator Kevin Thomas. Please recognize Senator Thomas.
Senator Kevin the Culture King Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is going to be hard. There are some things in life you could never prepare for, no matter how hard you try. Being a senator is one of them. When I spoke in this chamber for the first time 6 years ago, or cast a vote for the first time 6 years ago, I never imagined the profound difference one can make for others. The role that we play in this chamber, this deliberate body, is greater than all of us. I really have to pinch myself to understand that an immigrant to this country has the privilege to stand here and address all of you today. I could never have imagined I would be in this chamber with all of you. I want to thank my constituents out in Nassau County for putting their trust in me and sending me to Albany for the past 6 years. I'm incredibly grateful to them for the opportunity to get things done, to bring back home resources to make their lives better, and to simply do the right thing for them. I also want to thank my family for understanding the demands of public life and not holding it too much against me when I'm not around, especially my wife. And I'm incredibly grateful to her for being so supportive. As many of you know, my daughter Layla was born a couple of days after my election win in 2018, and she does demand attention, which is why I rushed back after the session to win her over. Happy to report I am in her top 5 after her mom, her aunt, her little cousin, her animal stuffy, and then me. Those of us who are elected officials know that the unsung heroes behind the scenes are our staff. I have the best staff anyone can ask for. Thank you to my counsel, Jamie Sheehan, who's behind me right now, and my chief of staff, Donna Noggett, for always being prepared and making me look good. I've been lucky to have a great team up here in Albany as well. The central staffers who are always there with me for my committee meetings and to give me advice on bills that I have, and down in the district who are hardworking and just good people. Debbie, Tyler, Angela, Karen, Brianna, Mark, Rachel, and Navarre. Every day they help constituents with professionalism and they solve problems. This is exactly why I got into politics. I wanted to help people. People who work hard to make ends meet and send elected officials like us up to Albany to get things done. Thank you to the majority leader for her trust in me and her leadership. I've been here for 6 years, and this Democratic conference has gone through a lot, and the glue that binds this conference together always is Senator Andrea Stewart Cousins. I don't think anyone knew me when I won in 2018, trust me. But the leader took me in and put me in various roles, including as chair of consumer protection. I'm proud to have championed many bills to help consumers in this state. I've chaptered more than 68 bills and counting in my 6 years. And as a majority, we have made progress in the lives of New Yorkers, and we are keeping New York going forward. I also want to thank Senator Mike Gianaris for his friendship and guidance and his leadership throughout these years, and to my fellow conference members. I am so proud to serve with all of you. These past couple of days have shown that we always manage to come together as one team, united to take on challenges for our constituents. After all, that's why we are here, to improve their lives. Going to miss seeing all of you around every week, especially the foodies who say yes to trying anything up here in Albany. And yes, there are a lot of things to do here in Albany. I'm also so incredibly proud of how far we have come in terms of Asian representation in this chamber. My big bro, Senator Liu, Senator Cooney, and Senator Chu. They've all made history and will continue to do so. As far as the Long Island delegation goes, Senator Martinez and I have a very important role in this chamber since we're in the majority. We have done so much, like voting to increase school funding, expanding universal pre-K, capping property taxes, protecting our water infrastructure, investing in our local fire departments, police departments, and nonprofits. I can go on and on and on. And I want to also thank the Republican Long Island delegation. I know we may not agree on everything, but it's a pleasure to work with all of you, all right? We always put Long Island first, so thank you as well. Which brings me to bipartisanship in this chamber. I've noticed in my years here that we collectively want to do what is best for our constituents, but we choose different paths. And sometimes we come together to pass bills into law like Angelica's Law, which I championed with my Republican Long Island colleague, Senator Murray. After years of it languishing, we got it done together. Finally, as I leave the Senate, I leave something that has given me the opportunity to do so much good for others in this state. I thank you for your friendship and privilege of serving with all of you. It's been an honor of my life to serve and to do good for others. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you for your service, Senator Thomas. Senator Gianaris.
Next up will be Senator John Mannion.
John the Mannion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I sat here just a few days ago. I listened to Senator Matera talk about his family, how much being honored by the Italian-American legislators meant to him. So I have to thank my parents, Dorothy Fay from Chateaugay, New York, and my father, Jack Mannion, whose his father migrated here and built luxury automobiles in Syracuse, New York after he served in World War I for his new country. And as I've said on this floor, my dad lost his dad at 14, and that was shortly after the Depression. So their trajectory changed from the American dream to challenges and then overcoming those challenges. My father dropped out of school at 16, worked for the New York Central Railroad for 42 and a half years. And my mother wanted me to be a doctor. My wife's laughing behind me. But I'll tell you, she'd be proud of me today. I want to thank my colleagues. I say one of the blessings of running for office, which is not always a blessing, is that you get to meet people that you never would have met in the process. And some of those people you don't realize at the time, but they would run through a wall for you. And I get to work with 41 senators that if I asked them, would run through a wall for me, and they have. We have great diversity of thought. We have great diversity of geography. We have great diversity. And I am proud and honored to have served with all of you, and thank you for all you have taught me. I've also been able to sit in the back row here, the sophomore class mostly. Sophomore, as you probably all know, means fool. And we have a lot of fun back here. But the troublemakers are not the sophomores. It's freshman Leah Webb and super senior Simca Felder. I also would like to thank Senator Gianaris, who, like Senator Thomas referenced, was good enough to support me, saw something in me, took me under his wing, briefly smothered me, and then let me fly free. I never miss a chance, I guess. I'd like to thank Senator May. I think many folks at home would say that we make a great complement. We are an overlapping Venn diagram to represent the area. I also like to say that I'm the second most progressive senator in the history of Central New York. I'd also like to thank my predecessors. Before me, Bob Antonacci, who's here for 26 days, and John DeFrancisco, who's here for 26 years. And before him, Tarky Lombardi, who was here for 26 years. And I'm proud to say that in those 52 years and 26 days, I am the tallest senator from the 50th Senate District. I'd also like to thank Senator Breslin, who I'm honored to be able to walk out the doors with, and of course, Senator Thomas. But Senator Breslin, Senator Kennedy, and I are also very proud of our heritage, and I'm proud to be a part of what I like to call the second Irish diaspora, leaving the New York State Senate rather than the island of Ireland. I'll have other thank yous here, but I want to take a minute in the middle of this to thank our leader, Andrea Stewart-Cousins. As a union president, as a teacher, as somebody who engages with various levels of leadership, I don't think you'd find a person in this room that would not strive to be the leader that our leader is. She leads with open-mindedness. She leads with integrity, she leads with strength, and she leads with compassion. And I thank you, leader, for allowing me to be the first ever senator to chair the Standing Committee on Disabilities. And I thank Senator Weber and Senator Martucci, who served as ranking members on that committee. In 4 years, we've done a lot. We've changed lives, and we've changed the trajectory for people with disabilities in this state. I am so proud of that, and it's something that can't be taken away from me. The other things that I'm proud of is, you know, if it wasn't for public education, I wouldn't be here. I watched the changes that happened with the teacher evaluation system, 3 through 8 testing, gap elimination adjustment. And I leave this chamber not only making really significant changes for people with disabilities, but also fully funding the foundation aid formula, expanding universal pre-K to upstate New York, and changing a punitive and illogical evaluation system for teachers that negatively impacts kids, negatively impacts teacher recruitment, and we have turned that around. You know, I love working in this chamber. I'm amazed that I look up sometimes and I look at where I work, but it's the second greatest place I've ever worked. And for those of you that have taught in a classroom, it's much more beautiful than this place, because those kids change your life. You learn a lot from them. And I thank those students and the students that I've reconnected with after running that I never would have come into contact with again, who have been my supporters and have honestly gone to the doors and made the calls for me. I want to thank the staff here. I want to start with our messenger service. When we got the chance to honor them and show our appreciation to them, it's a day I will never forget. And one of those days in your lives that you never forget, you almost never see that day coming. But that was a great day, and I think we all would also agree that their service to this state and to us changes us and has changed the climate of this building and treats all of us with the respect that we deserve. I'd like to thank the custodians who are here after hours when we walk in and everything is perfect. I'd like to thank the staff of the Senate for the work that they do behind the scenes. We say this all the time, but it's true. They make us look good. They make sure we don't stumble over our own feet. And I'm forever indebted to the staff that has worked on my committee. I'm also indebted to my own staff who work in my district often in here, past and current. They make me look good. When they have challenges that I may be put on them, they not only go out of their way to do whatever they can to help me, they apologize for me for not doing enough. It's never enough. I could put more and more on them, and they never stop. I want to thank the folks up there on the dais, or whatever you call that thing. I'm still a kid from Tipperary Hill who grew up on a busy street. But thank you for all that you do and make sure it works swimmingly. I have to let you all in on a secret some of you already know. I get to sit right here in front of Senator Lanza, next to Jabari Brisport. We have something called the Brisport-Lanza arc, which is when there's only 2 no votes. Lanza hates it, and it doesn't go far enough for Jabari. It happened today. I think I was getting a coffee. Almost there. My 3 kids, we'll start with the youngest, Brady Mannion. He's the baby of 2 babies. He's talented, he's hilarious, he can do almost anything. Really smart kid. But he would go out of his way to do things for people without anyone paying notice to him. My daughter, Quinn. Everybody should have a daughter. Every dad should have a daughter. She's got a huge heart. She's the funniest of all of us. She perseveres. She's strong and kind. My oldest, John Aloysius Mannion. We'll have to talk about that another time, that we call Jack. He's my oldest. I talk about I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for public education. I wouldn't be here for Jack Mannion. He's strong. He cares. He wouldn't hurt a fly. And he's the hardest working kid in the thousands of kids that I taught. Thousands of kids that I taught. He's the hardest working kid. I've spoken about him on this floor. I couldn't be prouder of him. None of that would have happened without the girl I saw walking up the stairs at Schiller Park in 1991. That's my wife, Jennifer. Jennifer Brady. She doesn't let me stop. She's the one texting me when I'm on the floor, "You're on camera, get off your phone." But when I'm tired and when I feel like I've got too many things coming at me, I know that she's always got my back. Always got my back. And our love for each other has made sure that I get to sit in this chair. I thank her. I thank all of you. I thank you, Madam Leader. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for your service, Senator Mannion. Senator Gianaris.
Mannion's funny. I did. Mr. President, before we move on, there was one more privilege resolution we neglected to take up. So can we please take up Privilege Resolution 2682 by Leader Stuart Cousins, read its title, and then recognize Stuart Cousins. We've agreed that we're going to have one member from each side speak, so we're not here all night because I know we'd all want to speak on this one. But please take this up and recognize Leader Stuart Cousins.
The Secretary will read.
Resolution 2682 by Senator Stuart Cousins, celebrating Senator Neil D. Breslin upon the occasion of his designation as the recipient of the President Pro Tempore and Senate Majority Leader's Legislative Legacy Award.
Majority Leader Andre Stewart Cousins on the resolution.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. And, you know, it is really hard already to have a dry eye when we are addressed so eloquently by two outstanding members of this chamber, of the Senate family, and certainly of our conference. Both gentlemen served with dedication and inspired all of us. Both, you know, when you come in, and we know we're privileged here, it's not like Congress where you gotta wait 20 years to get a chair, you know, or a ranker. But we know you're gonna serve us well. But the reality is when you walk in and you get responsibilities, we all have to trust and hope that you are giving these responsibilities because these are indeed the lives of our constituents in the hands of people. And you just hope they're half as good as they say they are. And in these cases, you're far better. So we will miss you. We wish you Godspeed. We know that everything that you have learned here, you will teach to others who will hopefully be inspired to follow in your footsteps with your love of your families, your work, and with the hope towards the future. And then, while I say goodbye to those two extraordinary senators, I have to say goodbye to my seatmate for so many years, Senator Neil Breslin. He is the dean of our chamber. He has spent 28 years of his life in this building, and probably more time than most of us, because he represents this area. It's Senator Breslin who, anytime we couldn't be somewhere to, you know, open session, you know, ceremonially, it was Senator Breslin who had that job. I don't think there has ever been a time that I've called on him, or that anyone, frankly, has called on Neil to do something where Neil did not say, I'm available, send me, I'm that guy. That's what he's done for the hundreds of thousands of people that he's had the privilege of serving for all these years. And that's what every single one of us have understood about what you bring to this chamber, not only as a senator, not only as a lawyer, not only with expertise in insurance, but as a human being who understands that humans have foibles, but they are all worth redeeming, nurturing, and growing. It's what you did for me as a leader, and what I will remember most about you, that there was never a time that you didn't have the time. And so because of that, obviously, we couldn't let you go without the formal presentation of a resolution. but also because I get to, as the President Pro Tem and the Majority Leader, do legacy awards. This is something that I started when people like yourself decided that you wanted to enjoy your life outside of this chamber. The Legacy Award is done in your favorite Fordham colors. It has your district on it, and it thanks you in so many words for everything that you have done in this chamber and beyond. It also says that your legacy, frankly, is unmatched, and we will never forget the benefits we've derived from your generosity and the generosity of your family, sharing you with all of us. I will miss you. You have to promise not to go far and promise to come here anytime that you want to be reminded of the void that you've left, because you won't be my seatmate. I appreciate you. Congratulations. Have a wonderful retirement. With much love.
Senator Breslin on his own resolution.
I'm rarely overwhelmed, and I usually have something sarcastic to start with, but at this moment I don't. It's a very, very special day for me, finishing a career of 28 years, and I know when the leader talked to me about possibly staying, I said, well, yesterday when I was putting everything together, I said I've been here to myself 26 years. Then I found out it was 28 years. And I said to the leader, I said, you don't need somebody who can't count hanging around. And I won't give, for John and Kevin, just two special young senators who I greatly admire. And I know we'll be reading about them and their exploits. John as a congressman and Kevin out in the island doing wonderful things. And it's given me the opportunity to sit here and think about how I got here. And I won't go into a long detail. If anybody's concerned, I'm not going to start off with my weight at birth. But I'm, as you know, I'm an attorney, and I used to walk by this Capitol frequently, and I spent a lot of time in courtrooms, and I never, native Albanian, lived in here basically all my life, never stopped in the Capitol. Never stopped in the Capitol, because I thought they were a strange group of people. And I didn't really realize how visionary I was in identifying that fact. And then I was given the opportunity, and never having seen the chamber, never having taken a government job, which my two brothers, who were also lawyers and former partners of mine, took some of them. And lo and behold, some 28 years ago, I was asked to first run for county executive, which I said, I don't have the attention span, and then ultimately to run for Senate, which I accepted, and I think there was, for all of us, there's a little bit of an appeal to pride that we think we can win, And I'm going to share with you something that I haven't told a lot of people, is that on June 27th of the year I ran, I was behind in a poll, which as a candidate, you know you should never see, but I knew where they were keeping him. I was behind 63 to 27. Wow. And I think I teared up the same way I'm starting to tear up now when I saw that. And there were events that happened, and I ended up here, and ended up having a very dear, dear friend in the person I beat. Mike Hoblock, who's a wonderful public servant, still around, and we still get together, and came here with no advanced feelings about what I would do and how I would do. And the first week here, there was a senator from Syracuse, woman senator, who barged ahead of everybody on the elevator. They were all saying, hi, Senator, and then making fun of her behind her back. And I said, well, maybe I'll do something new. I'll be the last on and the last off every elevator that I'm here. And it annoys people sometimes. It took my staff a while to get used to it, but it works, and it makes you think about other people. And as John mentioned, they include the messengers. Now, the messengers are my messengers. They're located here. I don't miss a party ever that they have. As soon as the door is closed and I'm alone with 34 messengers, they make fun of me. and they love it. They just keep making fun of me. And they have so many skills that I could never, ever, ever have. And each one has a special characteristic that I wish I had. And I'll just give you a little story about a messenger who passed away 3 years ago, Robert. And he was 45 when he passed away. He lived up in Saratoga. And Robert used to come into my office. And I'm a fanatic Dodger fan. And I'm pretty good with statistics about the Dodgers. Well, Robert started reeling off about Don Newcomb winning the Cy Young of 1956, and Duke Snider had 43 home runs here, and went on and on and on. And I was so impressed with his skills. And he'd come every couple of days, we'd chat about baseball, and he passed. So I went to the wake and funeral, met his father, and his father said, oh, you're Neil Breslin. Oh, my son talked about you all the time. He didn't know anything about baseball. He went to the library all the time and learned about the Dodgers so he could come in and chat every day. Wow. And it was a warmth, and he put it totally, never told me. It gives you an example of the different kinds and qualities that might be a little bit different than some of us, but how important they are in the whole scheme of life. And it leads that if we do things properly, Democrat and Republican, it's to effectuate a better life for everyone. And everyone is different. And there are skills that we don't see. There's the inability to pay for educations that we know are there and we don't properly take care of. Last week I read the statistic that in any given day there's 33,000 homeless children in New York City. And that's my fault. That's your fault. That's our fault. And there's so many other areas that we can really make a difference. And I don't mean to preach because I want to make sure I get into some of the individuals here. And starting with the leader, Audrey Stewart-Jones, and the deputy's name is Mike, who I've known for a long, long time, who've really been head and shoulders to me, head and shoulders above any leader I've had in my 28 years. The honesty, the work ethic, the intelligence, and I look around, and then joined by a group of wonderful, wonderful senators. And it's senators on both sides. I look over at that person with his head down now. I think he's from Staten Island. And now he's looking up. Senator Lanza, I think how special he is. Philosophically, we don't get into those conversations. And that's understandable. But I respect him, and I believe, for the most part, he respects me. And if he didn't, he would tell me why. There would be a great discussion on it, which would probably end up with us not speaking for several years. And I look around with my staff. You know, I look at my staff. The first, I think of Becky Rapazzo, has been with me 30 years. And we'll get to the reason the 2 is vacant there. But Evan Schneider, who's always with me, and when my leader said I was a guru on insurance, I went back to the office and said, Evan, you're the guru, I'm your deputy. Because thank goodness Evan is there. And Evan's been with me over 15 years. And my chief of staff has been with me 23 years. And Amanda Vennard has been with me, I think, 20 years. And to get you an idea of the kind of people you like, I met, and I shouldn't be, she'll be in tomorrow, or no, on Monday. Becky was a young kid who came to work in my law office. She'd been there 2 weeks. I was getting ready for a trial. I was picking a jury within an hour, was running around frantically. And this young girl, 19 years old, I just went, Becky, you get me a cup of coffee. And she turned, looked me right in the eye and said, I don't drink coffee. Which essentially said, get your own. And now, 30 years later, she's still with me. I still respect her. I still think that she's among the people on my staff, Evan and Maureen Citrino, who just have made my life so easy. And I look around, and there's so many. I know John was able, and Kevin too, to identify by name lots of people. I don't have that skill, John. School teachers have that skill. You know, you don't fumble with the student in the back row. You know his name. But I look around, I see Ben, who's done such a wonderful job. Allie, my goodness. When Allie was named, here's this young kid who I had known for many years, who was named as Secretary of the Senate. A very important job. A very important job. And she has done it remarkably well. I remember I had ankle fusion in a wheelchair, and I asked the Secretary of the Senate the other side, and I said, just for the time I'm in the wheelchair, I'd like a parking spot closer. He said, well, there's nothing left, I'm sorry. So those, as an Irishman, you remember. And I shouldn't say that. I'm getting into personal stuff that I should retain in here. Never let the other team know what you're thinking. But I will never have a job like this, ever. I will never have the opportunity to do something incremental. And you've heard me tell the story. My daughter, who's around here doing some lobbying, who tries to be my conscience, unsuccessfully, I hope. And she was in Sierra Leone and Liberia for 6 years, 3 years in a mud hut. And I said, well, what do you do? And she said, I try to do something, as they say in Sierra Leone, small each day. And if you do something small each day to make the lives of others better, makes you sleep better that night, makes you want to get back to work the next day, so the small becomes bigger. And you learn a lot from your children. So when I was thinking of retiring, I went to my daughter. Been around this building, lobbying with the, and I said, you know, I'd like your opinion. What do you think about me retiring? And she looked at me and thought about it for a minute and said, Dad, you're 6 years too late. And I then gave her a hug and told her how sensitive and caring she was. And she was probably right. But leaving here and not being responsible is something that's very difficult for me to accept. Knowing that I'm still going to be in Albany, and I hope the staff aren't fearful that they'll see me too often, I don't intend to be a stranger. There's very special people in this building, very special people, and I was wrong to walk by it. Are there some bad people? There's some, but there aren't many. And then most of the people you know, Republican or Democrat, they're here for the same reasons. They want to make the lives of others better. And we can, and we can. It's always a little bit like Tantalus reaching for the grapes. They're always slightly out of reach, but if you do something small each day, maybe the grapes get closer to us, and we can make that total difference. That's a proper way, I think, to end a small speech. If you want my biography, with the running off copies now. That is, if there's any paper left over after the books we've been receiving for the last. Thank you, thank you, thank you for everything.
From Staten Island is going to add his comments on behalf of the other conference.
Senator Lanza on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the resolution, Senator Breslin, you didn't notice this, but before you rose, Leader Stuart Cousins and Senator Gianaris and Mr. President, they were all calling for me to rise, and I was in the process of doing that. And you rose, and as we all know here, when Senator Breslin stands, you sit. And I'm glad for all of us that I did, because it's a privilege not only to know you, but to listen to you. You know, we sometimes go back home and we like to complain to our families and our friends, and sometimes even our constituents, and we say, you know, this is such a terrible job. It's a rough job. Why do I do this? Why should I do it? And then you listen to Senator Thomas, and Senator Mannion, Senator Stuart Cousins, Senator Breslin, and you're reminded that deep down, we all know why we do this. And we all appreciate what an honor, privilege, and blessing it is to serve here and to serve together. It's a calling. It's a very high calling. I've met some of the greatest people I know right here in this chamber. People out there like to throw rocks and cast aspersions and say, with one brush, all those politicians. I've met some of the best people I know in this chamber. And as far as that calling, I don't know anyone who could have ever answered better that calling than my dear brother, Senator Breslin. You know, sometimes you try to capture a person with words, even one word, and I was thinking about that while I was sitting here. And for me, that one word with respect to Senator Breslin is fidelity. Fidelity to the truth, fidelity to justice, and fidelity to his oath to serve the best interests of the people of the state of New York. As Senator Scarcella-Spant knows, I'm a proud graduate of Monsignor Farrell High School. Our motto is Vir Fidelis, faithful man. Senator Breslin, you are a faithful man. They say the true mark of a person is shown by what they do when no one is looking. I'm not sure most of you, or even any of you, know that Senator Breslin and I served together in the Legislative Ethics Commission. We've done so for more than 12 years. Each side of the aisle, through its leader, Leader Stewart Cousins, on our side, Leader Ort, get to make one appointment. Leader Stewart Cousins is obviously better at that than my leader is. She sent you, Senator Breslin. Most of what we do, many hours, many days, many weeks, over the months and over the years, people are not there to witness. We have the very weighty responsibility to ensure and to enforce the Public Officers Law, and to make sure that we as colleagues and every public officer in the state of New York is in compliance with that law. There's a lot of partisanship in politics and in Albany, certainly. I have to tell you that I wish all of you can see what happens in those meetings on that commission. Because if you think you're proud of Senator Breslin now, you'd be even more proud to know what he does there. When that door closes, there is no Republican, there is no Democrat, there is only what is right and what is in the best interest of every member in this body and every member who serves the people of the state of New York, around New York. And I could tell you that is in large part to the honor, the integrity, and the decency that Senator Breslin brings to that commission. And as much as I am honored to serve with you through these years in the Senate, and as much as I wish Senator Ort would select someone else to serve on the Legislative Ethics Commission, it's the things that you think you don't want, and I don't want it, that sometimes delivers the gifts that you never knew existed. And it has been a gift for me, and I can tell you it's a blessing to all of you that he is there. You know, when we talked to and we heard again from Senator Thomas and Senator Mannion, Senator Breslin, and you can tell by their words and by their feelings and their emotions that they're happy to move on, and they're sad to move on. And I've been here a long time now, and I've got some wonderful personal friends. You know, the world outside, they want us to hate each other. And every so often, they get their pound of flesh, sadly. But what the people really deserve, and the best that we can really give them, is the time that we find common ground and work together. And that is what I know to be the very fiber of my friend, Senator Breslin. The people that have left, when you see them, you ask them, do you miss it? And to a person, They say, I don't miss the place, but I miss the people. I miss the people. And we're going to miss you, Senator Breslin. And we're going to miss you, Senator Thomas. We're going to miss you, Senator Mannion. And I just want to end with this. Above everything else, Senator Breslin is a teacher. Whenever we leave the Legislative Ethics Commission, he always pulls me aside and teaches me a lesson about what just happened over those last grueling hours. And he says, listen, we did good today. We've got to do good. People are depending on us. And even in his speech today, he was teaching us. If I were to approach Senator Breslin, and I will, and say, hey, Senator Breslin, that was a little embarrassing. Why did you single me out and say a few sentences about me? Your friend across the aisle. He would say, my Democratic colleagues know how much I love them. My leader, my deputy, my colleagues, they know that we are, as we say on Staten Island, simpatico. But they need to hear me give them the message that we all need to hear. We need to work together. And I know that's why he singled me out, and that's why I love him. Mr. President, we're happy for these folks. We're sad to see them go.
Thank you, Senator Lanza. The question is on the resolution. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. There is no other answer. The resolution is adopted. Senator Gianaris. Senator Gianaris.
All of that was very touching, Mr. President. It's going to be really awkward if we're back here in a couple of weeks with everybody. This is usually where we open resolutions for co-sponsorship, so members can indicate to the desk if they don't want to be listed. But I know everybody does, so just put everyone's name on that resolution, please. Mr.
Absolutely. Everyone's name will go on the resolution.
And please recognize Senator Ort for remarks.
Senator Ort for closing remarks.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. That's a tough to follow, especially, knowing, as Senator Lanza said, the comments that were made by my colleagues, all of whom were here for different lengths of time. Senator Breslin, obviously, for a very long time, or maybe a long time. And obviously, Senator Mannion and Senator Thomas, was it 2, 3, 3, 4 years? Goes by fast. 8 years? 6. Not as fast. But it only seemed like 8, Senator Thomas, right? So, but I wish them all well in whatever they go do. They're all, no doubt, going to go have different paths in front of them. But that's sort of the idea, right? We all come from different paths to this place, and then we leave and we go back. But it's this place, it's the service to our constituents that really does bind us. And if you think about all of the debates and the different issues and the politics and the different districts, there is an arc, as you heard. We can name it the Lanza-Brisport arc, but there is an arc that at some level binds even the most philosophically diverse members of this body, in that we are all here to serve our districts and to try to make their lives better, and to try to make the lives of the people in New York better. And we have different approaches to that. I'm sure, I know, even within the conferences, there are different ideas on sometimes how to do that. That's certainly true over here, and I suspect it's true in the Democratic conference as well. But I really want to just rise and thank, first of all, I want to thank my members in the Republican conference for allowing me to lead you again this session, for representing your districts and the people of New York, and representing the values of our conference and the values of your districts and your constituents every day on this floor and every day in this building. And that makes my job easier, and it makes my job, makes me very much more proud to lead this conference here in Albany. So I want to thank all of you. I certainly want to single out a couple people, certainly Senator Lanza, who gave a great speech. He had about 3 minutes to prepare. He sat down, and I said, "You're going to talk on this resolution." And he was like all kind of flustered. He goes, "That's not really my thing, you know?" And I said, "Yes, it is your thing. Like, what are you talking about? You talk. Like, that's what you do, right?" So, and he was all flustered. And then he got even more flustered because Senator Breslin just stood up when he was supposed to talk. And then he was like looking at me, and I go, "You're going to talk after. Don't worry about it. You know, don't worry about it." So, and it all worked out. But I want to thank him. You know, being the floor leader is tough on both sides for a litany of reasons. You have to deal with the leaders. You have to deal with the members. You're stuck on the floor for hours at the end of session during the budget. Certainly this last week, the last 2 weeks, a lot of bills. And I know it's not easy, but I want to thank Senator Lanza for his leadership in our conference these last several weeks and for this entire session. So thank you, Senator Lanza. To Senator O'Mara, I know the budget, you know, it was a month late this year, right, roughly. So it was only a little bit ago, and I want to thank you. I think you've become quite the dance partner with Senator Krueger, and so I appreciate all that goes on there. You know, it's a $239 billion budget, and yet both of you manage. No one could know everything about that. Yet they almost managed to make me think that you both do know everything about that budget, which is really, I think, a credit to both Senator O'Mara and Senator Krueger. I do want to thank my partner, my colleague across the way, Majority Leader Stewart Cousins, for her partnership, for her grace, and for her leadership of her conference and this chamber. So Senator Stewart Cousins, thank you. I wish you a nice summer. I hope to not see you soon, at least here. If I see you out in real life, that's fine. But I hope to not see you here, in spite of Senator Gianaris' ominous comment. Speaking of ominous, Senator Gianaris, thank you for what you do and for putting up with Senator Lanza, if nothing else. But I know it's tough on both sides, so I appreciate the leadership and the work on both sides. To all the staffs, but certainly to our staff, to my staff. I think it was Senator Mannion who talked about the staff as the unsung heroes. That's certainly true for all of us. It is absolutely true when you're a conference leader. My parents were down here a couple weeks ago, maybe a month and a half ago. They were down here, and my mom, you know, she goes, "There's so many people that work in the Capitol." And I said, "Yeah, that's just the Senate Majority staff, you know what I mean?" So, but it was a lot, she was blown away at the number of people that make this place go. And I never think of it, because we're here all the time, and you forget, and I don't know if we forget, but sometimes you take for granted all the people whose names are not going to be on a door, or whose names will never be on a political sign or a ballot, or hopefully for theirs, you know, they never want to be in the newspaper, but they are working their butts off for our constituents and for the people in New York. And they may never meet these folks, and yet they do it, and they do it for all of us. They do it because they believe in the cause. They believe in what we are trying to do here for the state. And so to all the staff, but certainly our staff, for putting up with me, for putting up with all of our members, for working to get bills across the finish line, working on memos and analysis and briefing bills at midnight or later, or very early after briefing bills at midnight. I just want to thank the entire staff for everything you do. I'm not going to belabor policy or all the political differences It's late. It's 8 o'clock on a Friday. My members have heard it for 6 months, and my colleagues across the aisle obviously don't want to hear it either, I'm sure. But I'll just say a couple things. We do have different ideas of where the state is and needs to go. There were some words that were mentioned throughout session. Affordability. Affordability was, I think, mentioned numerous times by people across both sides of the aisle. But I would tell you that we have very different ideas of what and how we achieve affordability for the people of the state. Because we did pass things here, even today, that are not going to make people's lives more affordable. They're going to make people's lives more expensive. They're going to make New Yorkers, New York workers, working families, we're making their lives more expensive. However noble the incentive or the origin of these bills, and I say that with all due respect to my colleagues across the aisle, who I believe sincerely advance these bills to try to make the environment better, to try to make public health better. And yet, while some of the hopes and aspirations of those bills are dubious or maybe ambiguous or are hopeful, the reality is we're making New Yorkers' grocery bills, we're making New Yorkers' energy costs, we're making the cost to live here more expensive. And the result is people who are stuck here are seeing more of their money go elsewhere, and people who are not are leaving. That's the reality. And we can't pretend that's not a reality. Whatever our political ideas are, I think one of the things we do in this chamber and in the other chamber and in Washington, D.C., or at least what you're supposed to do in all of those chambers, is you're supposed to balance your philosophy and your political ideals with practical realities. That's where real politics and governance actually happens, because there are no ideal worlds. And sometimes your political ideals and hopes have to balance against practical realities, and the practical reality is New York State is one of the higher costs, if not highest cost, least affordable state in the union today, and there's reasons for that. And some of those reasons are things we do here, and things that we did here today, this week, this session. We know about the concern about crime, retail theft, retail workers. We had a bill dealing with retail workers' safety. And again, I have no doubt that the majority of my colleagues across the aisle absolutely care about retail workers and the safety of those workers. But we have very different ideas of how to achieve safety for those workers and what maybe the root cause is as to why those workers may not feel safe or may not be safe in New York. We recognize there's a safety issue because there was a bill called the Retail Worker Safety Bill. And yet, we disagree on what we're really trying to do and the best way to effectuate that. I don't know that we did much to actually make retail establishments, workers safer. I don't think we did a lot to make the people who shop in those establishments safer. And I certainly don't think we did anything to encourage those establishments, the brick and mortar establishments, to stay here in New York and to employ people here in New York and offer goods and services to people here in New York. A lot's been made about the migrant crisis, a lot obviously during the budget. And I want to highlight it only in the sense that it mirrors to me what happened this week with the congestion pricing. Maybe fiasco is too strong of a word, but something happened. And I think we probably actually all could agree that something happened and maybe it was a fiasco as to how it played out. But the reality is, so we have sanctuary policies in New York, which some people will defend and say those are good things. But that led to and is directly responsible for 185,000 migrants coming to New York City, and as a result, putting a real strain on the budget and the fiscal resources of the city of New York. No small thing, because whether you live in the city or not, it's almost half the population of our great state. So whether you're in Niagara County, the North Country, Long Island, or in Staten Island, what happens in New York and New York's fiscal sustainability and viability matter. It has to matter. And so when the city of New York and the mayor of New York say this could devastate us, this could, really wreck the city's budget, we all have to take notice. And as a result, we put $2.4 billion towards a crisis, but a crisis that stemmed from governmental policies. I would argue failed ones, but governmental policies both state level and at the city level. We didn't do anything to address that root cause. The reason I bring that up really is to talk about the congestion pricing, because Republicans in our conference, in this minority conference, talked and warned of the dangers and the costs and the impact on working people with congestion pricing, that it was a tax, that it would be a problem, that it would absolutely hurt the affordability argument, that only people who were very rich would be able to pay that congestion price, or we would have, you could take the subway and maybe deal with the risks associated with taking the New York subway. And so we talked about this, and I talked about it, and senators from Long Island talked about it, and Senator Lanza talked about it, and senators from the Hudson Valley talked about it. And all of those items remain true today. And yet we passed the bill. It was set to go into law, and yet here we are on the eve, obviously, 6 months or so away from a seminal event here in New York and the country, which of course is election year, and suddenly the congestion pricing was paused. Somebody, I think the governor, hit the panic button. And now there's no congestion pricing, but you know what there is? There's a $500 billion hole in the MTA budget created by the flawed policy of congestion pricing, and then also, I guess you could argue, created by a lack of leadership and a failure of governance. I'll say that, and I'll end with this, Mr. President, which is that New Yorkers see these policies for what they are, driving costs up, taking more money from them. Very rarely do they see the benefits. Very rarely, if ever. But they're looking for competent leadership. They're looking for practical leadership, common sense leadership that puts working families. When we say affordability, I think sometimes people think that's a buzzword. I can tell you for most people, and I'd be willing to bet most people that we represent, that's a very real thing. $500 more a year on your grocery bill is a real thing. Some of us are fortunate in this room, that's not a real thing. It's an annoyance. It's a statistic. But for many of our constituents, that's a real thing. That's a real problem. That's something else they will not be able to get for their families if they can do the $500 at all. I think of the person who talks about the stock market as proof that the economy is doing well. Many of my constituents, that's not the way it works, and it's not the way it works for a lot of New Yorkers. That is not the metric for them. I realize there's people in this room who represent wealthier areas, and so they can talk about innovation, and they can talk about investment in the future, and that's good, and it is good. But for a lot of New Yorkers who are struggling and who are hanging on and don't know what tomorrow is going to bring, they don't want to hear about innovation or 12 years from now. They want someone to lead and tell them how they're going to get to tomorrow. That's the obligation of the people in this room. That's the obligation I know we all take very seriously, but we have very different ideas, and I do think it is important that New Yorkers of all stripes, because most New Yorkers are not as married, maybe, to their political party or affiliation as we all are, by extension of us being here. Most New Yorkers are looking for a viable, they want to hear alternatives. Whether you're a Democrat or Republican, you deserve to hear alternatives to, there's more than one way to get to where we're trying to go. and I believe New Yorkers need alternatives on a number of issues, and I was very proud that our conference outlined many of those alternatives during this last 6 months. And so again, to my members, I want to say thank you. To my colleagues across the aisle, I want to say thank you, because I do appreciate the debates. Yes, I do watch them, and as much for our members as I do the other members. But I do watch them, and I'm always impressed by the substance of these debates. And it's a reminder, and it should be a reminder to people who watch at home, that the elected people you send here, however you may feel about them, do take their job seriously. Do take the awesome responsibility. I mean, you're elected by hundreds of thousands of people, many of whom you'll never meet. What an awesome responsibility. No wonder Senator Breslin feels so in awe, or Senator Mannion, Senator Thomas feel so moved as they leave here, because what a unique thing that we get sent here by people who we may never talk to, never know, but they're sending us here to make their life better. And they think we can do it. Pretty awesome. So I wish everyone a great summer, Mr. President. I hope to see everyone once more before the end of the year, and maybe some new faces next year. That's just me. But I hope everybody has a great summer, has a great fall, and I wish everyone good luck come November. Mr. President, thank you very much for your indulgence.
Thank you, Senator Ort. Senator Gianaris.
Mr. President, please recognize the greatest majority leader in New York State Senate history, Andrea Stewart Cousins.
The GOAT, Majority Leader Andrea Stewart Cousins.
I feel like that last speaker, before dinner, or I know what time it is, and I was not going to read my speech. I was betwixt and between, but you mentioned affordability. I happen to have it in here. You asked for it, you got it. But, and I really apologize, but I told you to trust the shaded boxes, and people understand now when they hear TTSB, that is, we are leaving, and that's good, because I like to set a tone and give people a sense of there is a beginning, a middle, and an end. I did say that we would color outside of the boxes. As I spoke to Senator Ort earlier, I wanted to do, I knew we could do Fry. I didn't think we'd be doing Friday, but here we are. And, it's good to be at the point where we are doing what we're doing. We're saying goodbye to wonderful good friends, wishing each and every one of us Godspeed, knowing, yes, Senator Ort, there will be new faces, because I'm losing 3. So you will have new faces, and you all, are staying the course. So I am, happy that we get to be able to, again, say thank you to one another. Thank you to my colleagues across the aisle. Thank you, Senator Ort, for your partnership as leader. Obviously, to Senator Lanza, who we were classmates. We came in together, and we have been able to maintain a great friendship. And I thank you for the work you do here on the floor, along with my own fearless and the best deputy that anybody could ever have anywhere, Senator Mike Gianaris. I thank you so much, Senator. I obviously want to thank my conference. I think that, I spent a lot of time saying goodbye to everyone, and in conference so that we wouldn't spend too much time saying goodbye again. But I really thank you for, just, being who you are with your values and with your integrity and with your intelligence and your spirited debates and your passion about public service and how to do this. And, it's just an honor, really, of my lifetime to be able to lead a conference of such incredible people. So thank you very, very much for how you do what you do. I want to also thank, as I said, staff. We have incredible staff, both sides of the aisle, the hardest working people ever. For a lot of us, we don't get a chance to tell you how much you mean to us. But, nights like this, after long hours, allows us at least to say, again, collectively, to you all here, and to all the yous that are unseen, but nonetheless integral to what we do here, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I want to point out, some of, certainly my staff, and shout out, my leadership team. And I want to start with a gentleman who wishes this were his last session. Session, but, who knows? We could be back. But that's my counsel, Eric Katz. Many of you know Eric is leaving after 12 years, but really want to thank you, Eric, for everything. I also want to recognize, both of them share half of the world. There's the legislative here this side, and then there's the budget part. So David Friedfeld, where is David? Thank you so much. I know he had to go watch his child in Willy Wonka, but I do want to shout out to Michael Murphy and his team, Mike Murphy and, my comms director, and my director of intergovernmental and external affairs, Leah Goldman. We all see Alejandra, who runs this chamber beautifully, Alejandra Paulino, and all of our staff there in the dais. Thank you, Ali, for making it make sense. And I want to thank the Big Ben and the sergeants. I also want to thank my personal staff. I was saying to them, I can't believe I'm not going to see you guys. But my staff was over there headed up by our Director of Operations, Jonathan Alvarenga. I also want to mention, I said, I'm glad that so much time was spent talking about the messengers and, all the people who make it all happen. And I think that recognition of them, is something that we absolutely have to do, not just collectively for a party, but, you know, when we see them. I got my card from Billy telling me to have a great summer, our artist, and it's just, you know, incredible to be in a place where so many big things happen, but yet, as Senator Breslin said, the small is really what makes it work. I also want to thank my presiding officers. Thank you, Senator Bailey and Senator and Senator Cooney, as well as Senator Prasad. Roxanne. And Senator Shelley Mayer. I remember those days when I used to be there and we were, you know, I don't think a lot of people remember the days when we had dueling senates. We had, I know, he remembers. I won't bring it back there, but one day when you have nothing much to do, you can think about how far we've come. And I'm certainly happy that we have come this far and have so much to celebrate. I also want to thank my partners, the Speaker Hastie, the Assembly, as well as Governor Hochul. I think together we work every day to try and yes, make New York a better place, just as each and every one of you do. As I mentioned when we wrapped up the budget, nothing is ever normal or simple in Albany. And when you were saying, I'm an Albanian, I'm like, I thought he was Irish, but when he said Albanian in that way, I will always remember. Now I'll always think of it every time. But this 2024, between the solar eclipses and earthquakes and, you know, cyber warfare waged on our bill drafting commission, you know, 2024 was just not a you know, it was incredible. But I'm going to start with a simple reminder beside all that to those who are listening about what the things that we do here mean. There's 63 of us elected by our communities to represent the people's interests in the state Senate. From January to June each year, each of us has a responsibility to come to Albany, decide what's right and what's wrong, determine how our decisions will impact our constituents in the state. The task is often daunting, the victories are fleeting, and the challenges endure. But in moments like these, and back in our districts, we also bear the responsibility of defending our decisions. Fortunately for me, over the past months together, I'm proud of the rights we've championed and the wrongs we've addressed. This rings especially true in a year where the future of our nation and democracy as a whole is on the line. And that's why, as we've done at the start of each session since taking the majority, we opened this watershed year by passing voting reforms to strengthen New York State's democracy. With this fundamental right strengthened and our dedication to the voters who sent us here reaffirmed, we set out to once again address the most urgent issues at hand. And that started with housing. Earlier this year, our controller issued a sobering report showing that 1 in 5 New Yorkers spend over half of their income on housing. We were painfully overdue for a housing deal that struck a chord between true tenant protections, promoting new construction, addressing the statewide affordability crisis. And we got it done. with the strongest tenant protection in years, funding for homeowner protections, and historic new housing opportunities for the future program to generate new stocks of housing throughout the state. In a related affordability win, we took aim once again at astronomical rate increases and unfair business practices leveraged by some large utility companies on ratepayers. This year, supported by the Senate Investigations Committee's study into utility price surges, we took important steps to lower utility rates and to hold these companies accountable. This includes passing the New York Heat Act for a second year in a row, which will help lower and cap utility rates while helping to reach our climate goals. We included the nation-leading NYSERDA Empower program in our state budget to help people convert to electric and ensure they do not pay more than 6% of their income on their utility bills. And we again passed NYCHA Utility Accountability Act to provide a rent reduction for residents who experience a disruption in their utilities. We moved to prohibit unfair billing practices, improve utility payment plans, and championed reimbursement for interveners who help to advocate for ratepayers. Addressing the affordability crisis also meant taking on everyday expenses that have been boiling over. We passed legislation to lower prescription costs by eliminating cost sharing for insulin and establishing a wholesale drug importation program. And we took a stand against nickel and diming on key purchases through measures like the New York Junk Fee Protection Act to protect people and their paychecks. However, affordability alone is not enough. People and society need real prospects of growth, opportunity, and well-being to thrive. That's why we went back to the fundamentals. We restored education cuts while expanding higher learning opportunities, knowing that a good education is the basis for a bright future, with an eye towards career pipelines in burgeoning industries. As the birthplace of the labor movement, we've also built on our legacy of protecting workers by improving workplace safety, reforming our pension system to support dedicated public workers. Additionally, in these final days of session, we successfully increased temporary disability insurance benefits that have been stagnant for decades. With these strengthened benefits, workers will be better supported when they need to take time off. We know that our best employers and economic drivers are our community small businesses. This is a constant priority of ours as we've continued to invest in our current and potential small businesses, including this year's financial commitment to help our storefronts combat retail theft and keep their employees safe. We also advanced new policies to help small businesses, including making the division of small business work with these businesses to take corrective measures for improvement rather than swiftly enforcing fines that could devastate their bottom line. Additionally, to help support the over 30,000 farms in New York State, a huge part of our economy, we passed policies that include establishing carbon farming tax credits and setting greater procurement goals for New York State farm products purchased by state agencies. For the parents in the room, some of us empty nesters and others who are still wondering when they will sleep again, I know there are many, we all understand how difficult it is to work or to run a business and raise kids, let alone figuring out how to pay for everything. That's why we ensure that we put money directly back into parents' pockets with the child tax credit in this year's budget, while continuing to climb the ladder towards the goal of true universal child care in this state. One of the many things that make me proud to lead this Senate majority is the overwhelming belief that we have in the power of community. This year, that meant allocating the first increase to municipal funding in over a decade and passing a comprehensive package to save local emergency medical services across New York. By increasing volunteer firefighter ambulance worker tax credit, declaring general ambulance services as an essential service, and investing in their resources, we're helping ensure that we can keep and they can keep saving lives. The health of our communities and state is also only as good as the health of those within it. That's why you often hear this majority echo the words, access to health care is a human right. We've been witnessing every community, big or small, rural, urban, suburban, grapple with growing mental health crises. Our budget this year made key investments in mental health care and imperative attempts to keep our hospitals open and beds available to those in need. Recognizing the link between mental health and gun violence, we passed a bill that allows people who believe they are at risk to themselves or others the ability to voluntarily waive their right to purchase a gun. And we took the long overdue step of prohibiting the open carry of long guns, harmonizing this common sense standard with handgun laws. However, we know that addressing the mental health crisis must evolve to properly address the new realities of our ever-changing society. This is why we did not leave this session here in Albany without taking action to protect our children's mental health from the potential negative impacts of social media, making us the first in the nation to regulate social media algorithms to protect kids. But as we invest in the longevity of our communities, one thing that we do know is certain is that climate change is real, and its impact will only become more destructive. This drives our relentless dedication to fighting its impacts to ensure New York State has a long and prosperous future. This year, we made significant strides by passing the Packaging Reduction and Recycling Infrastructure Act, which will greatly improve New York's environment by reducing waste, increasing recycling programs, and minimizing toxins. We also successfully advocated for needed funding for the Environmental Protection Fund and clean water infrastructure, while passing several other important environmental bills that combat climate change and protect our precious natural resources. Our dedication to a sustainable future is a testament to our responsibility to protect the environment for future generations. While I wish, and I know you wish, that I could continue to highlight every single important thing we did, I know that those here and at home who wish we could have, there's still those here at home who wish we could have done more or wish we could have done things differently during this time frame. However, just like the sun will come up tomorrow, these seats will fill again in January, and the time that we spend in our districts unwinding, campaigning, hanging out with our families, friends, those that care about us, is just as important to the work that we do here. So again, in closing, I really want to thank everyone. It's been, again, an amazing session. I wish everyone a wonderful, happy, healthy time off. Do take the time off. Go out, win your races, and we will live to, yes, fight another day for the people of New York State. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you to the undisputed greatest majority leader of all time, and to the undisputed greatest deputy majority leader of all time, Senator Gianaris.
Bailey, is there any further business at the desk?
There is no further business at the desk.
I move to adjourn until the call of the temporary president, with the intervening days being legislative days.
On motion, the Senate stands adjourned until the call of a temporary president, with the intervening days being legislative. Daddy's coming home.